fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. nothing you can do to stop it. I've been on the way up cause they know I'm popping. Hits, no misses, clean up like the dishes. Ain't no point telling me to stop cause I won't listen.
Check that Elise will go for one and FlyQuest. The poor picks are way behind. It's been backstab and Ev's left the fence for the 1,000 at the 8. Now Lydia just has to buy time at 6 HP. The spike's getting tapped. Halfway down the field.
I'm on a new level, leveling up. I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level, leveling up. I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level.
She has to play mind games against Dev.
Qualifiers for an attempt to make it to this point. Now only 8 teams remain in our main event. Hello everyone and welcome to the VALORANT Game Changers NA main event. All trying to fight their way to the bracket to make themselves the stage 2 champion and secure their spot in Seoul.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Not want a little extra clutch this round out, mow them down. They didn't collect the weapons and generator safe plant goes instead on the offensive.
Going for the tricky dust. Was second round res. Gonna play it for the kill, and it's only to put Melly in a coffin.
And the flash to go out.
What a reveal on top of that. Oh, mercy. Has it ever looked this good? Oh, goodness. Bunny somehow gets 4.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for 6 days.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Hello everyone, welcome back to another wonderful day of VALORANT Game Changers North America to the main event here presented by Verizon. We have a lower bracket run ahead of us today as dreams make their way to the Game Changers Championship in Seoul and come to an end for some teams. A day full of drama, top tier gameplay, and I cannot wait to get started. My name's Sarah Dawn, I'll be your host for today, and we have a wonderful analyst desk here. Let's bring them on. I cannot wait to talk to them all about all the great Game Changer things. We have Mimi and we have Emily. I mean, Mimi, going into this, all these events are always so exciting. We have a lower bracket ahead of us today. These teams have been looking so good. I cannot wait for what's in store.
Yeah, I think the games are going to be super cool. I think especially now that WADA is down in the lower bracket, which I don't think most people would have seen coming, it gets all the more interesting. And for every team today, winning means keeping your chances alive. Losing means you have no hope of going to GCC in Seoul. So pressure really on today.
It really, really is. And Emily, looking through this, the fact that we're already into just lower bracket and just so we've had 2 teams eliminated already. We know our upper finals. Like, this bracket has been absolutely crazy through and through with really top tier matches.
No, it truly has. And honestly, the way that the games have played out has ruined my pick'ems and I'm sure a lot of other people's, especially going back to that upset against WADA, or at least I want to call it an upset for YFPX. And now looking at the lower bracket, which are actually the matches we're going to be watching today, we have WADA against Blue Otter, which I think is such a good best of 3 to end the day on. And then starting off, we have 100 Thieves and Kiri, which I think could also be quite close.
Yeah, I feel like when I look at this main bracket, because yeah, WADA to be knocked down into the lower bracket is not something I necessarily expected at this point, but I think it's a true testament to how these teams have really leveled up. We get to see rosters with the mix of really veteran talent, new faces that have really been able to show their capabilities, and it's been really exciting, especially to Mimi, with stakes higher than ever. Looking at this event, of course, the champion will secure their spot to Seoul. Beyond that, it's going to be whoever has the most circuit points, which has a lot of implications for our matches today.
Yeah, it really does. You can look at how we're standing in those circuit points right now. Of course, Shopify looking way ahead of the rest of the field, but I think the main teams to watch are WADA and YFP. With YFP already being guaranteed top 3 by making the upper final, they're kind of preying on the downfall of WADA and of 100 Thieves, who are close in on them, hoping that a team like Blue Water, a team like Curie, who doesn't have significant points, is the one who makes it a little bit farther to all but lock up that spot for them. But of course, for those teams that are down below, for someone like WADA, even though they have 8 points, because of that upset that YFP got, making it to the top 3 instead, now they're in a position where, despite the amazing year they've had and looking like the second best GC team here in North America, they could be completely out of contention to even make it to that LCQ if they were to lose today, which would be such a big flip of expectations.
And I mean, there's always the capability for one of those teams that doesn't really have too many points to pull that miracle run off, make their way into the finals. And I mean, if you win it all, you guarantee a spot, which we've seen it before in the past. Things could get really, really interesting over here. So I think that makes each game just so exciting. So let's start getting into today's matches and get notably into our first match of the day. As called out, we're going to be able to see 100 Thieves going up against Curie, a match that, going into this, a lot of expectations on, 100 Thieves here. The Curie have been really great to impress so far. So going into this one, Emily, I'm excited to see what's shaking up.
Oh, no, I'm super excited. I feel like 100 Thieves is starting to feel the pressure being in the lower bracket this kind of early in. And looking at Curie, like, they kind of have nothing to lose going into this. Like, I'm expecting to see a lot of aggressive, especially from Terra and Bunny B. I don't think these players would be afraid to take fights. I think they're going to see a lot of different plays being made today. And it's overall just going to be kind of a brawl.
To me, I do think that today is a big test of how far Curie's style can actually go, because they do play pretty unique. They're playing double duelist every map, quite literally, that they've played here in the main event. They're playing a ton of the Clove as well. This is a team who is super aggressive in everything they do. They want to always be fighting you. They're very good at like the fundamental stuff of swinging off each other, of constantly pressuring onto their opponents when they're on the attacking side, and when they're on the defense, of being really willing to go aggressive, to take risks, and really test you. So I think my big question is, as they get into better and better competition, we talk teams like 100 Thieves, teams like maybe a WADA who could be awaiting them in the next round. How deep can that style go? Because it is absolutely amazing for stomping on the teams that are going to just get overwhelmed by that. But the harder the competition gets, I think the more difficult it is to pull off that style where you're fully just indexed into the double duelist, indexed into the aggression.
Yeah, the only way I could kind of see that going the distance is if 100 Thieves aren't ready for it. Like, they aren't expecting all the surprise plays and all the aggression coming in. But you have to look at it. 100 Thieves do have those experienced players. They do have the experience underneath their belt to deal with certain situations and kind of be prepared for the unexpected. So as long as they bring that in today, I feel like they won't struggle, hopefully, that much.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I do also think that these kinds of teams are always the one where when you're VOD reviewing and you're looking at it ahead of time, you're like, okay, this is ridiculous. They're running it down every round. They're going to do all these things. Here's how we prepare. But once you get going in the server and they have that first round or two that really catches you off guard, I think that is where it can start to get a little bit scary. And there is always that question of the actual application of those ideas you've preset versus just being able to beat a comp like this that should be easier to beat on paper. So I think if 100 Thieves can win today, and especially if they can win fairly cleanly, it really goes to show the quality that team has built up in terms of their systems, in terms of how they're handling pressure, to show that they are ready for the bigger and bigger names as they get deeper into the tournament.
And I mean, as well, you're talking about aggression. Maybe on paper, teams can have ideas and prep into them. But when you're looking at a Bunny Bee that can single-handedly take over a server at just a light switch, it seems, and a Terror that has really gotten to prove themselves throughout this main event, dropping 32 yesterday on Clove on Abyss. This team has major potential in just someone popping off, and I feel like Kurosu is someone as well to mention when there is so many different approaches that the team really can have and the potential for anyone to take over a server. Even if you know that this double duelist is coming at you, even if the Clove is going to be actually stopping it, is going to be a little bit of a different story. But 100 Thieves, let's talk about them, because going into this, I mean, you want to talk about veterans, players that would be more than capable of stepping up to a task. I mean, Mimi, through and through, this is a team that, there's been a lot of praise for, and deservingly so.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the roster, who it's built up around players like Slandy, like Jazzy, like Lydia, who have really been there for a while as bigger names. And then you also like bring out Marceline and Melia, who maybe less people are like super familiar with, but have also just been competing in the GC scene for so long. And you put together this roster that I feel like for me in a lot of ways is kind of this redemption story, right? You had Jazzy, who said she was going to retire. We thought we might not get to see come back to competing after her successful years with Cloud9, with Complexity in the past. And you also have a similar idea with Lydia, who you thought was going to go off and kind of make the content creation stuff full time. And then we get this opportunity to see them return alongside some other really talented players who have been through it for a while in the Game Changers scene with the support of an organization behind them. And really have, I think, a huge opportunity here. If they can beat Curie, they're going to make at least top 4 then, and still have that chance to even make it to the LCQ alive. It's a really great like full circle moment, I feel like, for these players.
I mean, the team is definitely set up for it as well. Boot camping, Slandy was talking about that difference of environment. And I think, too, when you have so many veterans of the team together, they can really flourish here. But talking about the veterans, there is one in particular here, Emily, we really wanted to talk about, and that was Jazzy. And just every role that she's taken on, she's doing just the most out here.
Yeah, it feels like every single map in a series, she's hopping on a different role, hopping on a different agent, and doing it so seamlessly. And that is such a hard skill set to have, because you have to change your entire play style, going from duelist, going onto a Senti like Deadlock. Like, it's a lot of variety that can be hard to kind of balance and figure out how to bounce through each map.
Yeah, and she was always someone who we knew as just that star player, right? She was famous for her jet back in the day, but has had to step up a lot more and become more of a leader, become more flexible, and she's in the agent she's playing. But, I mean, you look at those 4 agents, Deadlock, Raze, Neon, Breach, I don't think there's many players in GC or otherwise that you see pulling off a pool like that and still managing to look good and find success on every one of those roles.
And that success is the thing that I want to highlight as well, because it's not just flexing into a role in the time of need and that's kind of just it, right? But Jazzy has been able to step up and really been able to put on a strong performance, considering that, Emily, going back to the fact that you're talking about switching from one agent to another. And I think, too, for 100 Thieves to have that flexibility and someone who's always going to be able to do well in the role just really, really helps this roster. And another reason why I really believe in this run ahead of them.
Yeah, it's also just been really refreshing to kind of see the comps that 100 Thieves have been pulling out, and seeing Jazzy kind of take over a new role, going on Senti mostly is what I've been seeing, and then being able to bounce back to being a star player. And more so into the play style, you also have to think about little micro things as different comms, different ideas that you kind of have to pull out on each role. Like, Duelist is a very vocal role, whereas Sentinel might not be as much, right? You're more focused on lurks and timings. Duelist, you're more focused on fighting and giving the comms so that you can continue with the round and help out with mid-rounding after that.
Yeah, and for this team as a whole, I do think today is a big opportunity. They played Shopify in the upper bracket. That game obviously did not super go their way. It was 13-2, 13-7 in that match. Probably to be expected because it was Shopify they were playing into. But this is a team that I think has some really great ideas. We've been highlighting Jazzy's flexibility, but I like a lot of the comps they play. I think that the Deadlock ideas are really interesting. I think their Ascent looks quite good with that double Senti comp. So I'm just looking to see how far they can go. I think they are quite favored today in terms of their style. They are super experienced as a roster. Pretty much all these players have a lot of experience at this level in the past. They are pretty well structured and put together as a team. They have a lot of resources behind them. I think they're very well set up to deal with the kind of hyper-aggressive, kind of crazy double duelist Clove that their opponent is going to be bringing today. But still, I think even if they can get that win today, there is still a lot to show for 100 Thieves. I think they're still kind of in this position where people are looking at them as like a 4th or 5th place team that is like, okay, they're going to probably do well, but likely not actually make it to GCC. But if they can win today and actually get to face someone in that lower round 3, have an opportunity to win there, you can start to make an argument for a team like this going on a run. And with the experience with the heights that they've reached before, I think it gets all the more easy to start to believe in that, just the farther they go.
And it's a team that already believes in that, feeling that like there's a magic in the air. This is the run ahead of them. So I'm excited to see if it is in fact that, or if Kiri and the aggression can be putting up the fight and get the upset. I think maps are going to be a big one though, and we have that ready. And starting off this series, it's going to be Haven. Kiri is the one picking it up. We got to see both of these teams actually fight it out on Haven yesterday in their own respective matches. So Emily, going into this, a lot of tape already on both these teams.
There is a lot of tape on Kiri. That being, Haven is actually what I'd like to think is their best map. I think that's what they kind of try and favor because they do run, again, like Mimi was speaking on, a double duelist comp. They run an iBUYPOWER, which is a little random. Like, you're not super used to seeing that, but also on the side of 100 Thieves, while normally I have seen them ban Haven in the past, they do like to run a double initiator or sometimes a double controller. Like, they swap back and forth. So I'm excited to see what they kind of pull out here to try and counter Kiri's double duelist. But I guess we'll have to wait and see until agent select.
Yeah, with them playing solo Clove, though, I do think there is a lot that's really exploitable in this one. If you think about when they're actually going for an exec, they only have those 2 Clove smokes, which means that, first off, the Clove is going to have to be very close and going to be a pretty clear tell of when they're going for an exec. And second, those smokes have the shortest duration of any like primary controller in the game. So the second those go down, they don't even really have a ton of like post-plant util. They're not playing the Viper, they're only sent to use the Cypher, who's normally going to be lurking in this comp. So I think that they end up being really reliant on like getting onto a site and continuing to fight forward and fighting up in their post plants and constantly trying to be taking the duels. But the second that you can kind of slow the game down on your defense and look to instead like play flood retakes, ideas like that, I think those become really good win conditions where you start to realize that, hey, because they're playing double duelist Clove, this comp actually has like kind of zero utility once they're not the ones dictating the fight.
Yeah, I really feel like they're banking on trying to win their first initial fights and get like start picking apart 100 Thieves defense basically as early as they can. Like, if 100 Thieves doesn't allow them to get those picks, you are right. Like, they're gonna have to push up because how are they gonna be able to hold site with the lack of util and the lack of smokes? It's gonna be really hard for them, and I feel like they are just gonna try and have to force those initial fights and hopefully get away with them.
Yeah, which is why I do think that this... I would honestly like 100 Thieves to go back to the Breach Neon comp that they showed last time they played this map. I think that's going to work really well as a comp that excels at giving a bit of space and then refighting back in with Stun Dart and getting those punishes that you're talking about.
Be interesting to see, because definitely as it lines up, there's definitely ways with the agents that Kiri can be punished. Whether they come to light, we'll have to see with the agent select ready now. So let's send to it, because I would love confirmation to see exactly what we're going to see up ahead for our very first map. It's going to be to Haven, and getting into it. Okay, maybe we get to see a Jazzy Breach, we get to see a Neon. We're setting it up.
Yeah, Emily, I want you to talk to me about it a little bit, because it is so wild to see a player going from like the primary duelist 1 map onto the Breach on the very next. I feel like that is such a hard kind of mentality swap to have to make as someone who's normally a duelist player.
Yeah, I think it is too. But honestly, if you think about it, when you're on that duelist role, you are constantly calling for what util you want, what util you need. And Jazz swapping to that kind of supporting role for Marceline, I think she'll kind of thrive because she can almost like predict what util Marceline will want and need for every engagement that Marceline's gonna try and take in these fights, whether they're early or retake. Like, I feel very confident that Jazz is gonna be able to support Marceline in the best way possible.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. We've talked a lot about the win conditions for 100 Thieves. For Kiri, this is a comp that wants to dictate the pace, pick when they're taking fights, and crucially, watch for the ult snowball. They're going to have the kidnap with the ISO. They're going to have the dimensional drift, which is one of the most powerful ults in the game, on top of that Sova ult. And a lot of the ideas for winning with this comp is getting those things snowballing, getting early picks or getting early information with either your ISO or your Yoru ult, and seeing how much you can snowball that one. They're going to want to be constantly fighting. They're going to need to be in peak individual form. But if they can pull it off and beat a more util-heavy 100 Thieves, it's a huge setup for the rest of the series, Sierra.
And it's time to see if that snowball can in fact happen for Kiri, or going into this, if it's going to be 100 Thieves that can snuff that out. Haven is ready, and so are your casters. So let's head over to Zobi and Riv to get you started.
Thank you so much. Let's hop into the action. It's going to be a tense one here, as we do have that elimination on the line in the lower bracket. So this is going to be tough there. The points on the line as well, but the players are just thinking map to map right now. And we are going to get Haven, something we haven't seen from Kiri in a while, and 100 Thieves stick with this double initiator comp.
Absolutely, and Haven a must-win for Kiri Magenta as we get ready to jump into the action. It's their pick, and honestly, the strongest agents for each player. The ISO, the Yoru, just so much stronger than the Waylay and the Neon that we're likely to see later on Corona to get to 100 Thieves map pick. So just like the best they need to be in peak form right from the get-go, and that's what I love about this team as well. It's like they have multiple players that are just so consistent, and they're not standouts, right? They're not your top 3, top 5 on the roles, but you have to worry about everybody on this team, not just neutralizing 1 or 2. And that's where 100 Thieves, they have to be on lock with this new composition. The Death mentioned it, switching from double controller to the double initiator, where Jazzy struggled yesterday on this breach, 9 and 17 against Shopify Rebellion. Let's see if they're a little bit more gelled, a little bit more ready today, starting out on the defense once again.
For sure. And quick note, I said we haven't seen it from Kiri. I meant their bind. My sets got mixed in my head. We saw this from them yesterday. So let's see it again. Here we are, mixing in. They're going to be 4 to the right side to start. Cypher there on the left. So we're going to be watching this lurk from Autumn. How much conditioning? What can they do over there to really make 100 Thieves think about their defense? And so far, it's just going to be to watch the lurk. A little rotation from 100 Thieves, though, so they can feel comfortable in how they want to retake or position as this round gets down to a minute with really no sound being made.
Yeah, this is just evident preparation out of Kiri Magenta. 100 Thieves, they like to fight out grass, they like to fight down C long, no matter what pistol it is on Haven. So coming in here, they waited out that aggression and now just walking up, contacting up A-Riv.
Yeah, super contact on this. Not a bit of util used, but the shots are going to be everything that needs to do the talking here. And Kiri's coming up big left and right with these ghosts. A nice job by Kurosu. His terror is just on the side there to help out. You still have this lurk too, Autumn. Around the corner, double tap's going to be there, but it's not going to be helping too much. Melly is coming through. Another shot almost, but Terror is going to be the one to reap exactly that in the eyes of her opponents. And Kiri do grab first round.
A really dangerous attempt there out of Melia, but 100 Thieves just a little shocked, I think, by that aggressive mentality out of Kiri Magenta. They understand, hey, we don't have util, we don't really have strong posts, we're gonna fight all the way into backside, into CT, rely on that lurk play as well from Autumn, and all of that just came together. Really, really effective trades there as well, backside, and Terror is able to cap it off, but it's sad they won't be able to carry that momentum on as we jump into a little bit of a tech pause. But Riv, what are you thinking of this hyper aggressive vibe that I'm seeing with a Hero Vandal?
Yeah, everything. And the Ares coming through for something. Maybe they're going to go right at Garage with the Ares. See if there's any pushes on the other sides of the map. If maybe 100 Thieves wants to come out quick on a second round, just kind of get everybody in there. I don't know. Let's see the replay here, though. Like you said, you mentioned they walked right in, and then it causes an explosion of utility, which they kind of just thrived in, and it got very, very scary here at the end. So great job by Melia, never giving up hope on that one to get multiple kills. But already, like you said, Kiri doing their homework, kind of figuring things out to get into position to get that pistol round to work. But this buy is interesting. Kurosu
absolutely
has to go aggressive on the double tap, right? Get somebody behind, double tap, go forward, or are they looking for Bunny B to get an early pick? Like, I feel like your options are big here, but you're also playing the dangerous card of dropping weapons.
Yeah, I feel like 100 Thieves like to go for the silent gamble stacks, though, on these second round ecos. So I'm hoping that the Outlaw won't find
double height stacks.
Exactly. I'm hoping they won't find too much kind of grounds with the Outlaw, at least for 100 Thieves' sake. Aside from that, I do feel like what we just saw get exploited on the A site for the pistol isn't going to be a regularity in my mind. It's just, again, they're very C mid-centric on those pistol rounds. Otherwise, it is usually, you know, we've seen Marceline, right, scaling up, trying to take long off of that fault line early. They like to have that deep positional control just for information on the rotation that could come through for Kiri Magenta. And I am curious, because if we are going to have this very cut noise explosive mentality of Kiri Magenta, it kind of nullifies that weakness of the Clove pick that Des talked about, where the Clove is, that's where they're going to be hitting. And I think that's where we're going to be leaning towards Slandy. We're going to be leaning towards, again, what information they're able to gather, and the calling in the mid round needs to be super tight.
Exactly. That's the thing I love about these comps, where it requires a bunch of things to fall into place, right? Your ability, my ability, this ability, but all in a set window. That's the closed smokes we're talking about. So the wall for ISO has to go forward during that closed smokes, right? Everything becomes so much more finite in having to hit that execution. And hopefully you're able to do it around the breach, around the Sova, you know? So really a lot of pressure on their shoulders just in the comp they pick, which they feel comfortable with. But I love seeing that when teams kind of push themselves to have to hit those protocols to make it into a site, and not just kind of dart, flash, dash, and you're in a smoke, right? So cool there. 100 Thieves, though, we're still waiting for this comp again to come online. What are their protocols? Are they going to get early aggression once they do get guns? Will we see those short plays with the fault lines coming through and a few Sova darts so the guns can ring out? And we will get this back into game soon. It was just some voice chat issues. They were getting sorted, and now everybody can sing happily to each other. I mean, that's what I would do. That's probably why they made me in, because I just sing during the round. So we proceed with this one. Trips are being set up left and right, and maybe a little bit of a mid push here, or something looking down towards that sewers area to start.
Well, you were right. I'm seeing Autumn over towards garage, so those doors are going to be completely moot here in a second. But for the time being, it is just kind of silent, no aggressive forward play, no chancing a team fight early on. It's just going to be a matter of, Kiri and Magenta, where do they go to kick things off? And they are just waiting for that overpeak, waiting for, like we mentioned, 100 Thieves to search for enough players to make that call.
You know where else in areas would be good? If you try to plant long C and you have the smoke spam. You have to spam through smoke. It's kind of just like a silly thing to think about, but everybody is trending this way as the spike gets dropped. Okay, so they're going to fake a bit of Sova util here and try to squeeze towards the other side of the map.
I mean, your hero Vandal, right, destroyed the spy cam outside of C long, so I like the C side lean here from the get-go. And now even with the drone, heavy investment out of Kausushi here just for the fake, I feel like they're trying to set up for a late A lean. And, ooh, are they going to backpedal off of the drone information right towards the stack? This could get messy if the util's on point from Jazzy and a good response from Marceline comes through.
30 seconds left.
All right, so they are going to get that plant down.
Oh, I think we're getting a reroll. I was wondering about this.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute, that's not a dimensional drift.
I heard some typing in chat, and I was wondering if something like that was going to be happening. And I love just the team, like both teams talking are like, yep, unanimous knife fight, let's go for it. Like we said, there were some tech issues before. We're going to make sure those get resolved to have a good, clean round. And I feel like here Magenta didn't show anything off too super early either. You know, it's always unfortunate after those rerolls that you showed like what site you were leaning towards, like what you were inclined to do, and you're like, well, this sucks now, what do we do now? So none of that happened. It was just, hey, let's meet on C, let's knife it out, and we'll get back to business.
It shouldn't be too bad. Looking at these, I think both teams are just going over map stuff as we're waiting for the tech pause, are stronger on defense, so we should see 100 Thieves pick it up here. It is still just a pistol round. We should get a replay of the second one and get this purchase back in the hands of Kiri to see what they can do with it. But yeah, I think 100 Thieves, there's what, 2 plays recently, 1 win, 1 loss, because they were, I'm sorry, I was looking at Kiri's thing. I'm doing great on stats today. They had 5. I'm going back to, I think, July-ish. I usually just like click back a few months, even if the team is out of the tournament or out of that play. And they do still trend towards the defensive side, so all of these rounds they can get on attack are going to be super helpful. For Kiri, both teams defending strong, so
yeah. And I mean, I like that what we kind of foreshadowed was going to happen was revealed despite the rollback that we're going to get, right? 100 Thieves isn't going to show absolutely anything. Kiri Magenda's going to play see what they can find, what they can push out, which does kind of worry me in terms of the time game. And again, if they can get the gamble stat correct and like just close like a choke point, there could be some shenanigans there. I mean, 100 Thieves is known to have some pretty nice thieves here and then again. I think in the Swiss stage, right, we talked about how they were able to win a second round off Shopify Rebellion, right? And that threw everything into chaos. But for the time being, again, getting everything rolled back, we want a square even fight when, again, both teams really need this win. Kiri Magenta having to make the entire run, having to get first place, win stage 2 to directly qualify for Seoul, and 100 Thieves need second to get to the LCQ. So Rivington, stakes are high. We need a clean server.
It has to be a clean server. Get that competitive integrity in, and I'm glad all the players are down for just kind of that round, making it happen, getting the chats in. So taking a breather, taking a break. We will too. We're going to take a quick one and come back so we can get all this sorted and get the action for you when we return. Thanks so much.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Hey, no, wait, come back. Sit down. Sit. Yeah. Okay, sit. Yeah, we're back. Thank you so much for waiting. Also, everybody that was walking away for a moment because they were getting water. Get your water, but come back real quick because we are back. Second round, starting now. The purchases are still the same. They still have the same amount of funds in the account. And Zobi, we are ready to get back into this matchup. This lower bracket between Kiri and 100 Thieves. As everything is sorted. And we will get a start towards the right side of the map here. A little bit of a flavor change from what we were seeing.
Yeah, I feel like 100 Thieves a little bit more congregated on one site, right? Just the solo and a little bit not as deep Cypher Cam as well, so it doesn't get it destroyed early by the ice, still like it was pre-rollback. But all in all, this is exactly what I said. They're going to try and hide out, just hope that Kiri Magenta runs into the wrong site, but that's exactly why Kiri Magenta is being very thorough. Early drone, the dart will come back in about 10 seconds, but this is different. Early exploration that could give these Outlaws some legs to stand on.
Oh, the Marshal's doing work too. Looking for the no scope. The Ares starts to ring out on the right. Almost had Odin. It's been a while since we've heard that little one. And now they're just going to make their way into B. Quick plant here. They get the push off 100 Thieves after we come back from the break. And it looks like this will be a clean one. Could be able to get out flawless as well if Melia doesn't hit a crack of a sheriff shot here.
Hey, I mean, she put in the legwork on the pistol round to give a chance at a clutch, but yeah, this is difficult.
Thought it might have been the singularity buff again.
Yeah,
Flawless there for Kiri.
And we said the kind of winning condition there for a potential second round for 100 Thieves was not waltzing into the players from Kiri Magenta, waiting to take those fights with the better weapons.
Yeah.
So just unfortunate it doesn't go their way, but you write it off. You have full rifles now. I am a bit nervous seeing a regen shield or two in the cards when we know there were two sniper rifles on the opposing side, one being that Outlaw in Bunny's hands and the other being Marshall that got multiple quick scope shots. But we'll see how those are able to kind of carry the momentum forward for Kiri Magenta coming in. It just looks like we're going to get that A fight that I mentioned. Marceline scaling off the fault line A-long early.
Ooh. Did get the movement. They're expecting it, though. Still someone to come through as they look for a little bit of a loper dart firing in slow. The defense moves positions now, and Kiri again goes slow on a round. Just very slow.
Yeah, avoiding a major trap there as well. As soon as Marceline would make contact, you get the flashpoint through, and she would continue fighting. So, lip flash dodged. Major regard here, just again. I don't quite know where Slandy lost all that damage from, but it appears to be kind of a Marshall's doing. So for the time being, that's a great way to kick things off here. And Kiri Magenta finding Lydia as well. Smoke's gone.
Oh, what a peek by Marceline. Doing so well to gain the info, but also has to give up a life with another peek. Oh my gosh. Ooh. This is the play that I think Kiri was worried about before. They hadn't seen the fault line to start the round, so they got to worry about it at some point, but the fault line's waiting below with Slandy. Now again, Krosu goes to peek, possibly through the box.
30 seconds
Jazzy
left.
doesn't connect, but they have so much agency here.
Yeah, I don't even think they've connected with Slandy either towards short, so there it is, just off the flash, the swing, and Melia. Rotation, reinforcements arrive from the C site, cap off the round. I was getting nervous there for a second. I feel like this was so different from what we expected from Kiri Magenta and how they were going to play this map, and 100 Thieves as well is not used to just this snail's crawl pace either, but Jazzykin's huge flash there, able to just completely overhaul that round, and she was a player I said I needed to see more of here on Haven as well, where she wasn't necessarily setting Marceline up, she was just using her own kit to frag out after Bunny was able to find this insane shots, so really clean.
Patience the whole time. That was just Jazzykins making a house down there and it paid off. All right. So they clean a few things up on the right side of the map. And they know somebody is watching. Long do that dart being destroyed. And one of the first times they get an adventure from a Long C member on 100 Thieves as B is tempted by Kiri right away.
Oh, this being so mid-centric, I was worried we weren't going to have any C-Long players, but Autumn backtracking here. This 1v1 could determine if it's a C follow-through, or at least getting confirmation of that player will hopefully inform the Garage players they need to fight for this control.
Ooh. Oh my gosh. Well, it's taking a Polaroid out in the open, the double swing. Still pulls the kill through. It's getting a little scary there, but they come out on top of the situation. And now they'll wait for the rotation from Slandy. 100 Thieves always happy to get into a rake, take position if they have to. They have the numbers to make it feel comfortable. There's a curse and a half. Oh my gosh, Zobi. It's like 100 Thieves can't even approach the site too much. Getting a scratch in there. But man, Kiri is just fighting back so quick.
Wow, and I really liked that as well. You didn't have Autumn fighting alone to handle Melia. You had the flash from Bunny V to set things up, and they also kept the operator in the dark until the late round. So just able to then set up here CT aggressively between Corrosive, between Bunny V, which we said is required by this composition to play up close and personal. Since you can't play long, you can't util spam the spike in post. So. And really, really strong here. 100 Thieves will have to learn, okay, maybe we need to get aggressive. Maybe we can't play the comfortable retake. But for the time being on another eco, it's the Sheriff squad, and we'll see what it is able to present.
And if Curie want to do as much damage without using any ult here, they get to a gun round for 100 Thieves again. They isolate contract, or they kill contract somebody, right? They can also have a better push with Terror. And maybe even just dimensional drift this round to figure out how to get past what is the Sheriff buy. So really good setup for Kiri here in the next few rounds. It might cause for pause on 100 Thieves if they can't get a grip. We might see our first time out. But it doesn't mean 100 Thieves is going to stop trying to get these protocols in action. A long push. Go ahead and get an orb onto Marceline.
It was to Jazzy.
Yeah, somebody else.
I really like this. Just buddy system collecting orbs on a round you might not win. That was very similar to the second round where they went exploring mid, but they were lucky they didn't confront Kiri Magenta. But I think they heard the ult till they heard the orb, so Seaside should be pretty primed for the taking, and they actually are going to invest the kill contract on the eco. That's not good.
Says sit down. Kill contract is shredded and does not get written off. Here you're going to come through on that one and just absolutely take the round.
We're doing good.
Yeah, a little funny business there, but I think taking Slandy out of the picture, right, was huge because then you don't have a recon for the backside. You didn't know how to prime yourself on those fights with worse weaponry. So the players that were still around in this dimension were able to still swiftly fight for backside control, keep numbers in their favor. And I think Autumn as well invested that neural theft just to, again, make sure things stayed on their side after that kill contract did go south. So all in all here, Magenta... invested more than I think me and you wanted Rivington, but they get the job done. They get strong onto 4 here, and now 100 Thieves rifle round. I'm surprised we didn't see a timeout going into this round.
Very true. And kind of how to formulate everything, maybe what the back end of the infrastructure is seeing here in the bird's eye view. But they're given another round. 100 Thieves are going to push just a little bit in that garage area, lose Marceline. It's been a big one. Marceline had a bit of a tough time yesterday too. Focused out, taken down, and wasn't able to create the impact that really helps the squad. So we'll see if that changes for today, as Bunny B will be the one on the search and find and clears the site for a team on A.
And now deep op line into CT as well. Melia rotated it over, but wasn't able to really find much either off of her utility here. So now we get to see, hopefully, the retake game either off of Slandy's Hunter's Fury, or if Jazzy finds this kill, that would be the Rolling Thunder.
Paranoia, right side, but they're not really working off it. Everybody's up towards that top, trying to see if they can peer down into the site. Multiple guns firing from on high now. No, Terror
for the ace.
Looking for the ace, yes. Jumping around, now they hear the final Vandal. Terror's going to be the one peeking, jumping, stopping. Oh no, it's just going to be blocking their own teammate. But they come back from the dead for the final kill, and it's going to be accuracy and strafing for the ace.
And you can tell Kiri Magenta is having fun, which is
that
all
was
that matters, right? You have Bunny B hopping like the name entails to try and set things up. It got a little dicey. They lost a few more players than I was hoping for, right? While waiting for Terror to resurrect to get the final kill, but off recovered. 100 Thieves looking shaken. Timeout taken, right? I liked, Slandy did a great job just waiting for the kills to come to her, but all in all, it just felt like there wasn't much response off of the Hunter's Fury fault line combo and that Paranoid that you mentioned thrown in. And I think that's just partially because Marceline was first blooded that round. She's the one that needs to scale off of all that utility. So the only player that was really in a position to scale there would have been Melia, right? And she was in heaven getting sprayed, getting focused by Terror. So not much you could do there. And it feels like Kiri Magenta is just inadvertently countering everything 100 Thieves is doing simply by being ready to take these fights and being in peak form like they said they had to be coming into Haven.
Hitting that pace, that speed, fast enough for an iBUYPOWER ace. And that will also mean the big red button is pressed on the side of time. 100 Thieves on the side of timeout. It is timeout side for them. We're going to go right into a tech pause after this one as well. But yeah, 100 Thieves, you said you thought it was going to come in the previous round as well as I did.
I did.
And they're going to take the time to kind of try to stop the bleeding here. Tourniquet. put it on, and then come out of this tech pause, hopefully with everything right as rain. It is going to be Sheriffs, so we should still expect kind of this round to go towards Kiri. They're going to play it slow with the operator in hand as per usual. But that has kind of been a lot of the rounds. Slow, slow, slow. I think get 100 Thieves to move around, which they like to do. They'll put their members back and forth between sites and not a dangerous spot. They rotate the long way. But it just seems that Kiri is hitting that window perfectly and then not allowing anyone back in.
Absolutely. And 100 Thieves, not a team, I think, afraid to invest ultimates on an eco either. So we will get to see maybe a Rolling Thunder if, again, a Sheriff shot or two align, much like the Stars need to right now to get back into this half. And I am concerned because we kind of laid it out, right? These two teams have typically really, really strong defensive halves.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if they're struggling now, what does that mean for the side swap? Yeah.
Exactly. Is the attack going to happen that strong? I mean, there has always been a time when a game can kind of go like 10-2, and you're like, wait a minute, that's crazy. And then the other half goes 10-2 just because of the way the game is flowing, the way momentum's being picked up. That doesn't seem like it would happen here. The footing for 100 Thieves isn't being found on their strong side, so we can't expect the attack side to be the stronger one. It's going to be tough. Coming out of this, it's been a lot of momentum breaks as well. If 100 Thieves is trying to get that, just due to the pace of the state of the game, I should say, with the tech pauses coming in and getting the voice chat fixed up and whatnot. So, it is. They have to get something going. It's going to be tough.
You know, there's no better time than tech pause as well to dive into a little bit of a history lesson as to maybe why Kiri Magento looks so clean, and it's because these players have played together for a very long time on multiple teams, right? Particularly, I would like to highlight Bunny B and Autumn right now because they played on Fisher Fumblers previously. They played in collegiate Game Changers together. So that is a duo that's really, really in sync. And I also just love how this team, right? It was Teddy Tactics, it was Fisher Fumblers, two Swiss teams that didn't make main event narrowly, that came together, took the best of each. And sometimes that's all you need, right? Stellar players coming together and clicking and finding that chemistry. And again, I think we have some really strong teams like WADA, like Kiri Magenta, that are capable of making that run for Seoul. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion will be the big titan that they have to befall to get there. But for now, great showing.
I mean, we had to think of what we just saw NRG do, right? A team that didn't have a lot of players even in Tier 1 go and win champions. So all these players have the skill, have the caliber to make that happen. It's the teamwork, I think, that a lot of teams are working on to make sure it all comes together as one unit as we see Shopify Rebellion Gold come through. Doesn't mean they're not a team and they don't have teamwork, right? I don't want to say that. But yeah, the other side of that is that that's just the part being worked on. But it is, right? If everybody does have that day where it comes together, we see these teams going to Seoul that have kind of just come into the scene. These players, like you were mentioning, Bunny B, who have always been on the teams we're casting in these playoff moments. So it's not the teams they were on, it's what they are bringing to the team. And it's that story for a lot of the players. It's what they're all bringing to the team, and it just has to come together for them now at the right time.
Absolutely. And so now we've tooted, obviously, the horns of Kiri Magenta, the leading team right now in this series. But to make sure we cover all our bases and cover 100 Thieves in the greater context of this map in this series, I think this was a must-win for Kiri Magenta. Not so much so for 100 Thieves, right? We have Crowed up next, one of Kiri Magenta's weakest maps right now in the pool. 1 win, 3 losses in stage 2. And even Bind, a map that they played early on in the Swiss stage, but it was very, very rocky waters. They've been floating it, so we hope that they've had some preparation, but 100 Thieves is a team that we know has prepped the weaker maps in their pool, right? They've been at boot camp. They're one of the only 2 teams, right, playing in facility side by side. We saw Slaney literally fist bumping Jazzykins in the post-match interview the other day. And so again, it's big question marks for the next 2 maps on the side of Kiri Magenta. So they need to win with the certainty here on Haven that we saw yesterday in the Empire Catface game where they won 13-6, and right now they're on track pretty heavily to do so.
It does look good. We are just waiting currently on getting the back end, one of the coaches, so we can get them talking to their players, just sorted out on their PC. Everybody needs to have a working PC. So
absolutely,
we're just getting that sorted out right now. Thank you so much for your patience here within this first match of the day. There's a lot of Valorant to come today, and even more so with these little tech pauses that we are just kind of informing you about and giving history lessons with. Because thank you.
Absolutely. And talking about coaches, we're not sure which ones are reconnecting, but this is a good time to give the coaches some love. I really like the dichotomy between these two, because you have Red Dot, who was a tier 3 kind of fun haver kind of player, now taking a step back, leaning into the coaching environment for Game Changers, and has just done a really, really good job kind of becoming a core fundamental for this team. And on the other side of things, you actually had a coaching change from this team as it became Austin Friends into 100 Thieves. I believe it was Calypso at first, who was again a really important player in tier 2, and now it's Zello, right, who's also, you know, a tier 2. They were a head coach for Core, stepping in for 100 Thieves Game Changers. So really nice kind of, again, history lesson there. But we are finally done with the tech pauses, Riv, hopefully for the rest of the series, right?
Time for the bang bang and the pew pew. Let's get back in. Everybody has hit go /R in chat. We're ready. 5-1. As Kiri comes back in, that operator still online, and Marceline's going to try to find, with the P shooter, a better shot. Oh, it didn't happen that time. Bunny B is so ready for this sewers play. And it looks like it will flush. Oh, I was going to say the rest of the players down, but it will not be. Jazzy can stand tall. Oh, no. Oh, no. You said they were having fun, but they've taken it to the next level, Zobi.
Hey, I mean, higher movement speed, you gotta get past the aftershock, am I right? But wow, that's just the confidence on full display for Kiri Magenta. And I don't fault 100 Thieves there. I mentioned they needed to find a kill or two, right, to set up the potential of using those ultimates, investing in Overdrive, investing in Rolling Thunder. But because Bunny B's just able to body that many players, in short, doesn't quite go their way. Melia waiting for that overzealousness, much like Kurosu jumping in for a knife kill, but Kiri Magenta know when to draw the line, right? They know when they can comfortably, you know, set up Terror for an ace or go for a knife kill, and when they shouldn't. So Autumn, only one going searching here. Smart. Nice to get the neural touch in the next few rounds, but this is why you don't want the entire team throwing their lives away. Oh, no.
I've got you, better Cypher, says Melia.
Cypher bad
Heads
blood.
out. Yeah, a little phantom there for a moment. 6-1. Kiri Magenta wins another round, and they're doing it in very strong and structured fashion, right? They're not having to sort out a few kills. They're not having messy trades. They are hitting these sites. They're finding opening 2Ks like this, and albeit a save for 100 Thieves side, it's still the kind of pace Kiri's had for each of these rounds.
Absolutely. And I think this is a good time as well to shout out, I believe, there's so many M names, but Melia also was a team that played in Fisher's Aurora series run, right? They didn't play in main event or Swiss stage, right, with Fisher Fumblers when they were doing their Game Changers run, but that's exactly why. They played with Autumn, they've played with Bunny B before, so again, it's more of like, hey, friends turned enemies, but for the time being, this is a big must-win round for 100 Thieves. Kiri Magenta can get a guaranteed lead at the half. We can see all these ultimates get invested with no conversion. Gotta see what it looks like here, and that is not a great way to start. Jazzy out of the picture, Rolling Thunder neutralized.
I remember the last time we cast Terror, I was like, this name is one we're saying a lot, and it's happening again. Terror opened up the round on the right side, so that's a lot of the retake potential lost here. Kurosu flies through, almost triple tapping around with the double tap on. Autumn's going to get that third one. They'll get the plant, though, so the kill contract comes right back up fast, and one more pip. And man, they are just so fluid in these takes.
Oh, and here we go. Marceline, I was questioning if she wanted to hold on to the operator, but she is going fighting. This could be the opportunity she needs. Two more. Overdrive online. Head up battle against Bunny B. Relay Bolt is out, but once again, it's Terror. Opens up the round and shuts it. Case closed. Kiri on 7.
How confident do you have to be to stand? It's more of an off angle standing in the open like that, no angle, if you will. But to the person that's hitting off shots just like that, Terror is feeling it, even when the opponents are. Marceline was hitting beautiful shots there. And yeah, these openers, oh my gosh, just everybody pushing through at the same time. So coordinated.
They used the cages, I think, from Melia kind of against her there. They entered the cages, 3, 2, 1, flash out, and swing. So even though we have Bunny B offing, right, she's using her utility so supportive to swing alongside Kurosu, to swing alongside Autumn. So it's like, which target do you look at? And Lydia on an island made Sandy feel forced to swing out alongside her, and just everybody was shut down. So now, few hero weapons, Stinger, Vandal, right, on the side of 100 Thieves, but all in all, this looking like a pretty strong contention for 8 on the side of Kiri Magenta. They've avoided the stack. It's only Slandy here with the Sheriff backside on A.
I wonder. Oh, I mean, the shot goes towards A, but what if they did go C and that Vandal becomes nothing instantly? I almost feel like 100 Thieves can have a better option if they are going to hero. That doesn't go away. They can still get now Melia over with the team. But it looks like they're all going to be on a bit of a lurk, and Terror is going to be looking for that lurk. Gets the positioning and moves perfectly in time with the step of Marceline.
I love that she knows she has a valuable weapon, so trying to play this as intelligently as she can off the metal, and it's a clippable moment to say the least. Yeah, eco kills, but Terra nonetheless is hungry for them. 4 quick succession blink, and you will miss it. And I mean, she about has the not dead yet back again.
That was disgusting. That was incredible control between each shot to let it reset. Amazing show of skill there and just mechanics by Terror throughout the 17-2. I mean, there's a score line. That's all you got to say. Holy crap. 100 Thieves have a lot more work than just trying to get shots in this game. They have to be in the open against that. Kill contract's going to come out right away. We go into it. Kurosu comes out strong on that one.
Not going to lose this time around, right, after getting embarrassed by Sheriff and Slandy, but the difficulty there, right, was that you didn't have that supportive utility, right, that out for Marceline. So stuck on the line, Offshot goes south, and so does her life. So that's, again, the 2 biggest ultimates out of the picture. So no retake ability, no, again, way to fight back here and shut down this A-long control. And Kiri Magenta aren't just going to continue W-keying to the site. They're still cautious. They're still careful. They're still thorough. I'm guessing we're going to wait for this Cow Sushi relay bolt. Back sight, chuck it, re-engage if it doesn't see too much.
They have to feel like everything they're doing is right, even if they play slow, fast. Slandy trying to change their mind. This is the kind of the first time that we don't see Kiri really having somebody routing the play, coming around the back, having a lead on it. And 100 Thieves will just have a straight-up defense here to work with.
Ooh, stuck in the graffiti corner, bobbing and weaving, and Terror is just using that as an opportunity to isolate a single kill. Looking for even more, and oh, the pop and swing is good, but you're out of ammo. Oh.
They're taking so much time to get those extra shots in on the ground. Love that, right? You can get the overheal on Clove, so why not walk through the Hunter's Fury and catch someone off guard, get that heal back. Keep going for the plays. Really cool protocols by Kiri here. Other side of the map, leaves Melia grabbing the op and saying, how do we grab the rest of these rounds? The last 2 rounds, if we can.
Yeah, a little pseudo timeout, right? If your work cut out for you, don't want to invest both in the first half, but I'm trying to think about what maybe went right that round. I feel like that was more mistakes maybe out of Kiri Magenta. I mentioned, right, they weren't going to be able to just cut noise, silent contact up on A every round like they did on the pistol, and I think Slandy was able to prove that, finding a kill backside, but Hunter's Fury re-engage off the drone was just really, really clean to, again, allow those players to get in a fight positions, right? Formation, you could call it, and that's exactly what Terra was able to do, so well done there. Now going hunting, trying to prevent that operator from getting saved. And once again, it is deciphered if Melia is able to at least keep that going for her.
bit of revenge. Too bad you can't put a quick op shot right back into that, or they would. You know it. After the last fight, we love it.
How many rounds have we been sitting on this Hunter's Fury in overdrive? Or sorry, this Rolling Thunder in this overdrive?
A lot.
Like 4, I think? 5?
This goes here.
I think it's almost waiting for the perfect moment where they're not okay using it otherwise. You know what I mean? It's like, oh no, we lost this person, let's hold it, it's more effective then, when really that is kind of a sunken cost on that now. You're not getting anything.
Okay, but if you don't use it this round, you don't have a full buy next round.
You
the
have
last
to.
round of the half. So there isn't any other time except for now. And I'm surprised that they didn't try to go for an aggressive play off the ults, since again, Kiri Magenta hasn't been giving them kind of the opportunity, the time to formulate that kind of structured retake. So that does make me think they're gonna, I was gonna say, try to avoid any sort of confrontation, but they finally punished Terra. No first blood this time around for her.
One of the few rounds 100 Thieves is able to start. Can they convert this now? Oh, Lydia says, yeah, we'll convert this one. Double tap is the only thing really that's going to cause a problem there, as Kalshushi looks to jump up and back from the reset, and they keep going with it. Hunter's Fury comes through, almost cleans up a few. That's going to be very low HP for Crows.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, and Jazzy alone. doesn't pull out the Rolling Thunder, is confident in her ability to isolate these fights, but this round is not over just yet. Sushi, yeah, Guardian in hand. Oh, the wall bangs. Gotta be cautious. And trapped in the corner. Shock Dart to finish things off. Really, really well done there. Just rescaling off the Hunter's Fury. Really nice thought lines as well to set the fight against Terror, to reclaim the garage space, so that they could then have a buy and hopefully have these ultimates to make up a little bit more lost ground, right? They don't want Curie to get to double digits, period. They don't just want the one round blowing every single ultimate.
Yeah, the 10-2 stings a lot more with a pistol win from Curie, right? Even though you don't have too much of a cushion on 9-3, it's a saving grace, honestly, at this point, especially with the momentum of the game. Marceline with the op, that overdrive, that Rolling Thunder still there on the map, on the side of the map where A and C are perfectly shaped for your Rolling Thunder. Still B if you're in the right spot too. Like, you should be able to hit every site, and we got to see it here.
Ooh,
Dimensional Drift by Bunny B is going to clear that right side, and it is a full retake potential for 100 Thieves now.
And that's why Bunny B is so up close and personal, right? Does not want that to happen. Doesn't want an overdrive, doesn't want a Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder can't hit that if they don't do it from stairs. Oh, it's already going to be a push? Okay, doesn't matter. They can get Rolling Thunder fully to the site now.
That was clean. Just Aftershock, they knew that they were going to play forward to deny these ults. Now they've not been able to. Doubles in, Neural Theft, Rolling Thunder, and somehow Curie survived all of it.
Lydia coming in, less than 100 Thieves are able to file in one after the other. But not in stat. They're keeping themselves spread. They're keeping the trades coming. Now Jazzykins for the last shot, but it's going to be Sushi that is able to get it this time. The 10-2 first half. And 100 Thieves get just absolutely thwarted on that alt retake.
Wow, I mean, we finally saw 100 Thieves, right, have an idea about how Kira Magenta was playing these late site takes and counters it, right, taking Bunny B out of the picture. But I can't even really piece together how they were able to navigate that Rolling Thunder so effortlessly, right? It's like, instead of having multiple players committed backside, they just fully entrusted in the Bunny B to be that master chaos element. They all were playing from safe positions, so really, really well done there. You have your one player with post-playing utility, Sushi, alive and well to clutch things out. So 10-2, a pistol must win for 100 Thieves here to have even a chance at really coming back here on this map. And I'm seeing a double duelist. They're primed to fight for the same main space.
Slowly pushing out.
Oh no. Goes to the cage.
Ready to ring through. Yeah. And they're going to follow up shots too, knowing there was damage done. Bunny B with 3. Turns around with 1 bullet left. Says, wait, we should keep doing this. Sushi's going to agree. And they go out hip to hip to find another one as Slandy finally answers back. This is punishing from Curie Magenta.
So on IGL Slandy, the leader, and unfortunately, you have good headshot accuracy, but when it is a Corrosive with a shield procced and ready to go, not even able to achieve one. So Curie Magenta doing what they do best, again, really strong team fights. I think they were also fortunate that they were able to take Marceline out of the picture once again, right from the get-go. Some ghost shots through the cage that was meant to have safe passage, right, across towards short. And suddenly she's not able to speed up and counter Bunny B, right, who just goes to town with that share. So again, buy up, but this is map point or bust, so Singers in hand for the side of 100 Thieves. Let's see what they can do. They're running a back A, right? That's where they have the most information about how Curie Magenta plays this.
Still looking for lower. Oh, the Guardian just screams through because Marceline was tagged as well from before. Or just a shot before, I should say.
It was vulnerable,
and they tried to trade it. Oh, it was vulnerable. Missed that. Good catch on the tag. They are just making these plays happen from all over the place right now. It's so tough for 100 Thieves to even gain some ground. Looking to make the double play down in sewers, but it's still thwarted by the clone in 12-2. Now for Curie, they have the literal answer for every situation.
This team just super, super locked, right? Navigating even around their own ruse, right? With the clone, with a beautiful, there was a dart coming in as well from Sushi there just to prime the fight, right? You're challenging Stingers up close with, say, Guardians. You want to make sure you know what you're getting into. So really, really done there. They get map point on their map pick as well. And I'm starting to throw the concerns I had for Corrode and Bind out the window. This is a team that we said we're not sure what they have ready on their worst maps, but I feel like if they're aiming like this, it won't matter. Oh.
Yeah, it's a vibe. The vibe strat sometimes works than the real strats. Zobi, you're right. Autumn Again, Marceline, and it's not even Marceline's fault. You're the Neon. You're going in first. You're dashing, right, with the initiated utility. Kiri is just finding it every single time. And there's Cal Sushi pushing down as the team is just striking from every angle now.
And I love that Melia has now bested both of her prior teammates time and time again. I think you saw over there Sheriff onto kill onto Bunny B, which is huge. But they've still yet to break through this choke and through this judge that Autumn has, right? She just got pinged through the cage. They don't know that this is here. And now Cal Sushi has them contained, trying to push them to scale up into C, but she needs to stay alive.
Last player standing.
Oh, that exact lineup was a little spoopy. Yeah, they're out of. And they keep themselves alive for another round, slowing this one down a bit to figure out where the problems were, kind of giving themselves a mid-round timeout, if you will. And they're going to switch it up. Bulldogs and a Guardian now to stop Autumn. Pretty hurt, but still has that regen up if they're taking little
30
fights.
seconds left.
Yeah, that just felt like Kiri Magenta. A little bit too eager to close things out here in 13-2 fashion. Gets punished for it. And speaking of punished, Autumn's such low HP just from spray down once again through a cage. This is going to be make this retake. It's 1v3, nearly impossible.
The angle's already pinched from the double left and right swing here on Jazzy and Lydia. This would be wild for a 180 hit. Oh, it's so dark. Lydia turns off the lights, takes down the round. That's going to be 3 here for 100 Thieves now. And they get to breathe a sigh of relief, but only because it's not over yet. It's still game point for the side of Kiri.
This goes here.
They just have to formulate how this attack side is going to work. Perfect.
Yeah, a little bit of a second lease on life there with that round 1, right? Didn't have a full buy, able to scrape it through. Kiri Magenta, I'm expecting not to let their ego fuel them anymore than what we just saw, right? I like you taking space over towards. I think that's just characteristic of this composition with the double duelist. But again, don't dive at the first opportunity you have to take a 1v1 right now. That's exactly how it seems like they're playing it, waiting to receive the C exec with open arms.
Spike down, C.
Oh my god, there's so many smokes. Everybody seems like they're lurking right next to each other for a moment. And 100 Thieves come up with 2 big kills. Terror, however, sweeps into the site and clotheslines Marceline right behind platform. Yeah, they don't have the space in the site anymore. Already pushed into A means, hey, it's free over here. And Melia's done a great job of working off the ball this round to make sure the team has this A space.
I really like that. Could have gone really south, right? You're scared of Terror right now for good reasons, plaguing your nightmares with 17-2 at one point. So avoid her at all costs. Go into a now vacated site confirmed by Melia. But my concern is just the awareness from Kiri Magenta that this rotation came through. They are here immediately to flood back in and play off of Kalsushi's dart.
Oh, they're trying to jump around to get themselves to safety, and that actually made the shots just happen weird.
They're so low.
It's doable. Wait, the reload. Almost picked off Lydia if the classic hit true, but it had been a few shots, and Lydia's not giving you that much time with a Guardian. It's going to be one and done, and that's how it happens. 4-12 now. With all the pressure on, it doesn't matter. 100 Thieves knows it's just round by round. They try to go again. Melia's going to have the outlaw, but that's really going up against the low buy of Kiri, so they should still be okay this round as the alts start to mount on 100 Thieves side as well.
Yeah, and sometimes it's that adrenaline that you need, right? One strike and you're out kind of mentality there, not taking any risks, being able to identify those as well and call off of them. So credit to Slandy in the mid rounds, like we mentioned. But again, one wrong call, one wrong fight, and you're done and dusted. But that's why you have the outlaw, that's why you have Melia to punish this save round for Kiri Magenta. Oh, it's quite worried. This was a nasty off angle from Kurosa. Now double taps active. She is going. They're going for blood, and fortunately just not able to connect. Now the threat neutralized. Rotations pulled as a result. But once again, 100 Thieves aren't satisfied. They're not quite sold on following through towards A.
Every time they see a little bit of Kiri Magenta, they're like, there's more than what meets the eye. We just saw it at C, too. They had A information for that one, but they're happy to slow it down and kind of change an idea. This time, they're still slowly walking forward, and nobody's ready for the flash. They were still able to fire past it, though. Marceline just takes that one and says, thank you very much. The second one follows after, and we kind of get that walk up to the site mentality out of 100 Thieves, too.
Yeah, I was getting flashbacks to the first half Terror Outlaw
that
we saw, but Marceline finally coming alive would put that to bed. I really want Marceline to get the final kill here in this round because that would bring the overdrive online as well. To complement Slandy, complement Melia's ults, right? They're entering a major ult cycle And I think if they win this next round off of those ults, it's going to be the rifle round for Kiri Magenta. Then we can start having that really serious conversation about comeback potential. But Kiri Magenta also has not exhausted a single timeout just yet. So maybe that's what we'll see coming into this next rifle round. They finally cap things off. It's Jazzy. That's okay. I'll also take Jazzy, I think, getting the ult point. 2 off now from Lone Thunder.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot easier for them to dictate where to use that too from the attack side, so I'm sure we'll just see that getting ripped off a lot more and more frequent once they do have it.
Ooh, no Kiri Magenta timeout. I mean, you have ults, you have a buy. I feel like maybe they're gonna wait till like, you know, like the 7-12 and then the 11-12 overtime mark, which makes sense. But I do really like the proactive planning when you have the resources. But let's just see if they can carry the momentum that they got them this far. Close things out right now. Set up a plan off the hopefully Hunter's Fury. I mean, Bunnybee's already ulted. There it is. Sorry, Hunter's Fury's out.
Pushing sight, left side. Oh yeah, that the wall's got him a little bit of space. Oh my god, they use it so well. Are they gonna push through garage side? Oh, they do, but that wasn't the way to do it. They didn't have A clear when they tried to. Wait a minute. The idea was there, but the coverage was not, and Lydia says sit down again inside the kill contract.
5 bullets left as well. Can't exhaust those invaluable ammunition on an owl drone, and that's exactly what Lydia needs to scale up. A little bit of hesitation there, that opened the door of opportunity for Kalsushi to find it too, but not able to clutch out the remainder of the round. Yeah, that kill contract would have been the tipping point if they're able to find Lydia, right? Spike would have been down, 2 players would have been C side, and you would have been able to frame yourself and just hunker down around that B site Spike. So again, things go south again. We're going to be stuck in this purgatory of buy save for Kiri Magenta, either until overtime or until they close out this map. So once again, 100 Thieves, really, really well done to keep a lid on things, especially with that neural theft utilized from Melia. And again, they have big exit goals to try and continue this momentum.
Interesting. They want to go so fast on this one, they don't even give Jazzy the ult orb right away. They want that off plant. They'll get Rolling Thunder there, and yeah, it's so the team can be together right off the rip. 100 Thieves are playing at a pace Kiri are not expecting as we start this as we get into the second half, I should say. And now they're in position to just hold it. Which way are they going to go? Might even push through spawn on this.
They're trying to wait up the owl drone. Worried about a rewrap as well from Melia, which is in fact coming true, but it's perfectly timed here. Just feels like the coordination, the duo trio fights we've seen out of Kiri Magenta in the first half are just nowhere to be found. And yeah, there's what we mentioned, the pre-outlined path and destination, followed by Melia, and once the final kill on the terror, but 2 shorties. Crunch, you're done. And that's 7 for 100 Thieves.
There's like a horror movie. You just hear the neon coming from one side, ready to slide a shorty in your face. Like, surrounded. And I think that's what 100 Thieves want to instill right now. And I'm surprised we still haven't seen that timeout. I think it might come now. I did hear the chat, and it made me think about it. But I thought it was going to happen a few rounds ago, after the ultimates of Kiri did not work out, because then you kind of need to reformulate a plan of what's going to happen, because if 100 Thieves is shutting you down this much, you can't focus the alt orbs, then you're probably going to have to just rely on straight protocols here until we get to the end of the round. 5 more kind of puts Kurosu like at alt, right? So unless Kurosu gets kills here, we won't see a kill contract or alt orb gain. So 100 Thieves have Kiri backs against the ropes in a few different directions, but still game point feels like game point any given time. So they have to keep playing smart. The ults they have on 100 Thieves side are great right now, and I am impressed with how they've switched around this second half.
Absolutely, and they're still sitting on a treasure trove of ultimates as well to counter whatever Kiri Magenta wants to do coming into this timeout, which is where I'm a little bit wary. Like, it's one and done right now for Kiri Magenta, and I feel like that's a really fun position to be in as a coach, to try and read the opponent, come up with the perfect counter, and hope that you've gotten the call right. And that's where this composition for Kiri Magenta really isn't designed for retake, so you're looking towards Terry, you're looking towards Kurosu to try and take a fight aggressively, you know, fight out grass, fight out Leilong like we saw the first few rounds of the half. And looks like if they had, they would have been overwhelmed anyways, because 100 Thieves are the ones fighting for window, at least off rip.
They are ready. I mean, think about it. they had a lot of rounds at 12 now. In one of these, maybe you rush out. Maybe you just throw everybody out mid on one of those gun rounds to go for the throat. But like you're saying, 100 Thieves now seems to have their own answers. I talked about how a team can flip it, and a 10-2 can also be a 10-2 for the other team, and how I didn't think that was going to happen for 100 Thieves this game. Well, I'm eating crow right now because they are flexing their muscles.
No.
Up towards C. They start to make it to the soft site again, and they are just going to overwhelm here, causing a full retake from Kiri. 5v5. Ultimate still favoring the side of 100 Thieves.
I'm immediately trying to fight it off the flash, but immediately again it's Marceline. Player that really has, I think, turned the ship around as well for 100 Thieves. Looking for the fourth, almost able to connect off the Phantom, spray through the dark cover on a Terror as well. And you can see immediately the call, potential save from Kurosu and Terror. Well, once again, it feels like Kiri Magenta are just a little bit too pedal to the metal on some of these retakes, right? The entire team isn't going in. It's like two trying to sneak away for a quick kill first, and 100 Thieves is so prepared for that, like they were in the first half. So I just want to see like 3 there. I want to see like 2 in garages ready to have a joint retake. I want to see maybe a player or 2 working the flank as well, because right now these C retakes are messy.
100% agree. I mean, coming in, it was 5v5, and 2 people died right away. Before, like you said, before 2 could get in garage or anything. I feel like
there's
that's
still players rotating, right?
Yeah, way rotating, and the other 2 were behind. Kind of, you couldn't file out at the same time.
And they're not waiting for Calcition's dart.
It feels like everyone's loose enough to make the play, but they have to question: should we make the play just because it's there? Right? It's that situation. The looseness, the vibe feels good, but I think it's getting them into a tough spot now.
They have a back-to-back buyer for the first time in a while because of those 2 rifles saved. And I will say, this is the most dangerous position 100 Thieves has been in, right? Running to a site with these prime double duelists. That's why the Rolling Thunder is here to try and counter it.
Oh, double tap's going to be up on this one. Bunny B answers quick already. Wait, Kiri gets 1. 100 Thieves is going to get 3 immediately, though. Knowing the site can't be held by anybody. They'd be concussed. They'd be thunder rolled. And now, just 2 to walk into the site. Yep. Autumn and Cal. Ooh, they changed their mind.
Now it's just this trademarked crossfire setup. Lydia at the ready. No paranoia in hand this time, but you don't need it when you also have a high-low up of Marceline here around box. Honestly, if it wasn't Autumn and Calcition having a judge and a guardian, they might have contemplated saving again, but here comes the dive in.
Nicely done. High lows, crossfires, what have you, and an extra one to swing off the trades on contact. Like, literally everything in the book for a basic trade. And 100 Thieves is getting the setups. They're getting themselves into position so quick right now. It just seems like the state of the game for Kiri is always a few steps behind, or not realizing 100 Thieves is going to be hitting so hard. They still have Marceline's ult. That's been online for quite a while here, and they've been able to go through Jazzy's, Slandy's. Yeah, don't need it. There's insurance policy in these rounds, honestly. And they're back to a low buy for Kiri, who are suffering and just hemorrhaging rounds right now in the second half.
Once again, Autumn is not going to get the opportunity to even anchor her sight. Hey, I said I have my ask, my demands, they've been laid out. Let's see if Kiri Magenta can deliver finally on a C retake, but with suboptimal weapons, it is going to be, I feel like, less feasible to convert, even if they had the correct macro call, so looks like they might just go for the 5 strong, but that's exactly why it looks like 100 Thieves. Different flavor, they might be trying to fight forward off this util into CT.
What a delay. Try to get the undercut through. Oh, the flash.
No way we end like this.
What a timing. Kiri coming in. They're actually doing it to team this time. They get the shots to ring out, but it's going to be Melia getting 3. Terror. It's Terror left. 1 shot in the Guardian, and it's not going to be enough as Slandy swings, and Slandy lands the shot necessary to shut down Kiri for another round and keep Haven alive.
Wow, that was way too close for comfort. And 2 things to point out would be Kiri Magenta, right? They finally did what I asked for. We had really, really strong util there. I think a pair. We saw like the flash, we saw the vulnerability come through, and that's why all those players were stuck around default. And it also came from the hesitation out of 100 Thieves to fight into CT. But Melia, once again, just perfectly timed wraps through garage, round after round, and that's what bails them out there. So Eslanity isn't alone on site, so really well done there. But that was, again, Sheriffs, right? Guardian. Now there's full rifles in hand. We'll see if Kiri Magenta can rinse and repeat in full strength.
I've seen a game go 12-11 and then the team not fully come back before. It was recent. I can't remember now.
Blue Water, Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah. All right, here we go. It's getting close. 100 Thieves have really climbed the mountain that we thought wasn't possible this game to get themselves an attack side. And remember, both teams stronger on defense here on this map, but it doesn't seem like that today. As 100 Thieves now start to push mid, a bit of a creep up by the side of Kurosu, who's going to give Kiri knowledge on the map.
Look at this, Reed. We've never had a stack on the C site, right? It's always been Autumn just alone playing off, and then they have to fight back in. But what happens when they're already there, ready to fight, Riv?
What a beautiful ping to start, but it's already traded. Melia there. A saving grace finally goes down. They're able to bury Melia on this round. Oh, hits it. Looking for another. Gets that double tap, will for sure peek, and Lydia just has the ISO's number. That contract or the kills. It's going to be one final one. Lydia has been a rock in these moments. Guardian, Sheriff, whatever gun, but the HP is not being of any help here. Still gets one with 11. Is going to start playing the width of the map now over to the other side. 12 seconds here. Plant a smoke and try to play Ring Around the Rosie with Kiri Magenta.
Stray bullet and you're gone. So are your chances at a comeback.
There it is. Tara with the shot. Tara with the swing. And it is going to be the defuse by Kiri Magenta. What a second half from 100 Thieves. I think it took those C retakes, like you said, for the moment for it to click for Kiri to say, hey, wait a minute. Let's just tie a rope to each other and not go in unless we're all there. And it made the difference.
Yeah, cracked the code finally after a timeout, after a few lost buy cycles. But that's just how the cookie crumbles when you're that deep into a comeback attempt. And it's the case, right? It's whether or not the team can figure it out in that time span that the opposition, like 100 Thieves, need to make the comeback. And they check that box, they move on. It does kind of hurt the energy levels, I think, going into Crow and Bind, where you could have closed things out right, like a 13-3. But all in all, we said that was a must-win for Kiri Magenta, and they have delivered.
They did get the victory. 100 Thieves will be sorting things out so they can get themselves to come in stronger on map 2. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the desk will break that down and get us ready for the second map of the series.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
Yeah, it's me. Handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us on the best 5G network.
I mean, where else would I get it, right?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Going into the very first map of the series for Haven, I mean, we had called out for 100 Thieves. They look a little bit like the favorites in the series, but Kiri have this Dark Horse energy to them, this aggression, and something that's going to pay off. After a really, really strong first half, Mimi, it only takes them a couple more rounds to be able to close out the first map and be up 1 in the series.
It got way too close at the end there with 100 Thieves starting to mount a bit of a comeback. But Kiri looked incredible in that first half. They had full control of the pace of the game, despite, I think, the drawbacks of their comp, the lack of utility, the smokes that fade quickly. It didn't matter. Look at that stat, 17-6 in the first kills. It was more than just the first kills, though. That entire attack side, they were just running them over. Fast side execs, fighting up in the post plan. It looked like the pace completely took 100 Thieves for a loop.
Yeah, no, Kiri did such a good job too at getting those first picks, like not even execing right away, but kind of picking apart so that 100 Thieves are already going into a retake at a disadvantage. And speaking of those close smokes, it felt like as soon as they dropped, Kiri was up taking fights, not even allowing them to use all the util that 100 Thieves were saving for their retake. Like they had no chance of actually getting through any of the choke points, whether that's on C, whether that's on A, and they just had some, like every round they just died with so much util because they were trying so hard to save it for the retakes and didn't end up using it for the early fights, which I think if they did, that would have made a big difference.
Yeah, and I wanted to show some of the rounds here of those attack side site execs, because I think on paper you saw the right idea for 100 Thieves, just trying to play back, play more into the retakes here, and give a little bit of space to Kiri before fighting up on their own. But like you're saying, the second that any of those smokes fell, the second that they were actually trying to contest, sometimes even like before they were ready for a fight, like for example, someone's trying to get a drone out or trying to get on the right line to use the breach stun, and Kiri is completely in their face, swinging all the way in towards CT spawn and taking these fights. It's such a disruptive style of play that even though you think you have a really good read of how to beat them on paper, they're just so individually skilled. They're so quick with the mechanics that despite that, it just didn't really matter.
I mean, that's something that was highlighted at the top of day as well, is yeah, when you're looking at the double listing, when you're looking at the flow of all of these other factors, again, on paper, the prep, etc., it makes sense how you'd be able to shut that down and what you can do, but really just going into it, there is that X factor. And yeah, when you have a team that is firing on all cylinders, when you have a team that just inherently has that confidence, that it's going to be really, really difficult to go up against. And I think too, when you're looking at the players, there's quite a few that we can highlight, but Emily, I mean, Terror was just living up to the name. Here's a 4K. Here is just this unmatched aggression. Like, Terror is just a beast out in the server.
No, Terror was so scary, and kind of what I expected them to do, just by taking every fight and doing it confidently. Like, no matter like that 100 Thieves had util to counter it, Terror wasn't scared of that. Terror was so confident in their aim and their fragging capability that it just worked out for them. They would swing everything. They would take every fight, no matter how many they were even swinging into. Like we saw some insane multi-kills there too, and it just really felt like Terror was unstoppable for a majority of that game.
Yeah, I do want to kind of touch on the second half briefly because it was so impressive. It was so lights out from Kiri in the first, but that got close. What was it, like 13-10 at the end? 100 Thieves nearly bringing things back, and I think we saw some of the same things we're lauding Kiri for in the first half start to go wrong in the second when they themselves were on the defense, sometimes getting a little bit ahead when they were trying to play the retake, players giving away the opening picks a bit too often. It was kind of one of those looks where they were super confident. They had such a great first half that they started making some of those mistakes and being so confident, and it honestly started to snowball. Like one more rifle round goes the way of 100 Thieves, we could be looking at OT, and who knows how this series ends up panning out then. So it was by no means a perfect game for Kiri, but with them being just like so outlandishly good, especially for Bunnyb and Terror in that first half, that it didn't end up mattering.
Yeah, no, I really want to break down their defense a little bit more because, as you can see, they did struggle a lot. And I think a big part of that is that Kiri kept trying to take those aggressive and almost solo-ish fights on their defense. But the difference is that 100 Thieves already took site, right? They're starting to util dump as soon as they start retaking. So instead of, like, on attack, Kiri would swing, any member of Kiri would swing, and it would be like a 1v2, maybe max a 1v3. Instead, they're swinging onto a 1v5 while getting util dumped, and it just wasn't working out for them.
I mean, going into it now, at least for 100 Thieves, they are a team that goes a little bit more off of that momentum and that confidence, and at least having a stronger second half, even if they couldn't close out a win, I think is going to be boding a little bit better going on in the series. Now as well, that they do have their own map pick, Mimi. We're going to Corrode next in the series. Something too that I'd be excited to see going up against Kiri.
Yeah, Kiri, last time they played this map, they were going for a neon waylay composition, which I think is really interesting. Obviously, for people who were at home watching Champs in Paris, you got to see teams like DRX and some other squads at that event. They were really into running those double duelist looks with the waylay. But in my opinion, this is Waylay's best map. She's so good for fast-taking mid-control. There's very tight choke points where the Hinder is a crazy powerful tool. And I think you already saw the highlight of how good Kiri is at playing these fast double duelist comps. You add in one where you can have a waylay double diving, pulling out and like absolutely grabbing every bit of attention from crosshairs, and then not only do you have the neon running in behind, but you also have the Clove for Terror, who is basically acting as like a third duelist in this comp, also taking those risks. And I think at least for their attack side, we're going to be looking at a lot of the same kind of win conditions as we were on Haven, but up to an even higher level now with the neon and the waylay, and on a map that really suits that kind of comp.
Yeah, I think this map is going to be completely action-packed. Like, watching 100 Thieves go against Ghost, this is 100 Thieves' like most proactive map in my opinion. They are constantly moving around the map. They love taking that early mid fight, both on attack and defense, to cut off rotates, to take that space so that they force the attackers to go through the choke points where they ultimately get mowed down. And I just want to see how Kiri will contest that mid fight, how they will end up countering and hopefully maybe winning that mid fight to give them more options. Because if not, 100 Thieves kind of shut down Ghost just by taking that whole mid space away from them.
Yeah, I think one of the big things to watch for Kiri is how they're going to deal with the chamber. Because normally when you're playing on this map, you're going to have the Omen, so automatically you have Paranoia, which is a great tool to deal with this. Here they have the Fade as an initiator that can push that off the lines. But in terms of their actual duelists, it's not like they're running a Yoru that's going to have flashes, anything like that. So I think a lot of the pushing the chamber off the line early is going to have to either be like sliding out or double dashing in with the waylay, or just using those prowlers and trying to deal with it. But looking over at that chamber, I think that if you can continue to test on this team, and if you're able to, connect an op shot onto one of these double duelists before they can actually set up to go for their execute and be a bit more proactive to fight into these mains, I do think that is going to be a really big win condition for 100 Thieves versus map 1, where they were so passive and just felt like they were completely locked out the sites. Now they will have that agency with the chamber here.
And speaking of agency and agents, let's head into the agent select. Get some confirmation. We'll get to see a little bit of chamber gameplay today, because we are going to see a different Florida switch up coming out from 100 Thieves. It's going to be Marceline stepping out, Misu coming in. So this is where, to me, we get to see things switch up a little bit.
Yeah, they're running it back here, playing basically the Fnatic Haven comp again, but this time here on the Corrode, which is pretty interesting to me. But on the other side, you are going to see what we were talking about there with the chamber neon. How do you feel about this kind of like 6-player thing, Emily, with subbing someone in mid-series? It is kind of tough to bring someone in who's wasn't there for map 1, isn't warm, and then have to kind of have your life on the line for it.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, especially because how well Marceline was playing in that first map, and Jazzy having to swap back on that duelist role, oh my gosh, and still be able to try and take these early fights, win them out, and just kind of be the star player that we used to see way back when. And I also, is this the same comp that they ran against Ghost? Or did they change because of the Misu sub?
A little bit of a switch up. Then no longer double Senti, they got the Viper instead.
Yeah, so there is some changes, which is pretty interesting to see. Remember, this is 100 Thieves who, having lost map 1, they're staking their year in Game Changers on this. You lose this, you have no chance to go to LCQ, no chance to go to GCC. They were the favorite coming into this game, a team with really high expectations, with big players, with an org support. But now, Kiri, a huge opportunity to knock them out, and they themselves kind of keep that dream alive if they can win here on Corrode.
I mean, it's all about those fairy tale runs, and for Kiri, 1 map away from securing it. Can they close this out on Corrode, or is this where 100 Thieves is going to be able to strike back? The map is ready, so let's head over to your casters, Riv and Zobi, to find out.
Thank you so much. And yes, once again, we're going to be hopping into game and changes across the board from agents to the map to even a player. Misu in, as we heard the death say in there, and it's changed up quite a bit for the side 100 Thieves, but also we're seeing the changes on Kiri's side. So you get to learn along with us this game to see what the teams have. I love it.
Absolutely. I mean, Misu being this sixth player for this team on the double controller maps is just so effective, and Jazzy always swaps over to the duelist, so really expected there. And Melia aiming like she was over on Haven despite the loss, I think on the chamber is going to deliver. But I am so excited for this Kiri Magenta composition change, because I was calling upon them to make changes on Corrode, on bind weaker maps in their pool, and I think this is super smart. I was worried because Bunny B, Kurosu, they switched from these really strong duelist roles on the ISO and the Yoru to weaker ones, usually the Waylay and the Neon, just in their own pools, in their own stats, in their own performance. So playing the comfort, what just got them through Haven with this trio alongside Terra on the Clove, I think this is what can carry them to eliminate 100 Thieves and give them that lower round 3 appearance.
I think we're just getting a Viper wall trick play here. Wall on the right. Feint a little bit of a play. Prowler in though, as they've activated now onto this B site, and it's kept quiet to start. There it is, and Bunny B hiding in the shadows, able to get a few there with the classic to start.
How does Bunny B get the second while fully revealed? That is absurd, but gives Kiri Magenta numbers advantage that Kurosu is just able to widen, catches Melia's lurk timing off, tracking quite literally the rotation from 100 Thieves towards bottom mid.
Oh, just left, corrected the shots. Oh, try to help each other, and they just walked into the crossfire as well. I should say crosshair. And 100 Thieves turn this one around. Autumn left to go back and forth. Now, Autumn can whisper at both 100 Thieves members and win this round.
All right.
It's just, can they get close enough to whisper?
Oh, that's exactly why we're seeing Misu play so aggressive here, trying to catch Autumn off guard with a knife out, perhaps? No.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, wow!
Beautifully played.
Lydia, just the closer for 100 Thieves. Doesn't matter how much HP, what weapon is in hand. Just so slippery with the crouches and the little jiggles that Autumn's not able to finish things off. So no dominant start this time around for Kiri Magenta. 100 Thieves pistol win. Very nicely done. Now they're the ones we actually get to see an aggressive or a second round buy-up from them. Curious to see what it is going to look like. Jazzy, Phantom, and the full shield here. So she's definitely embracing getting back on the duelist here. I'm surprised that we have 2 pistols, actually. So they're looking to go big or go home right in a third round buy.
Bunny B wants to get this Bucky into position. Maybe grab one of those guns for themselves. Getting 2 kills in the first round, says I haven't bid extra money. Bunny B goes for the bit of a purchase there with the shotgun. And they're going to be in the right spot. 100 Thieves should be able to kind of just trounce through the site on that right side if it's what they choose. The wall they put on pistol round was further to the right, almost where the Neon is right now. So they've thrown a different wall here for this second round, just to give a little more space to peek out and see what the idea is.
Again, buddy system on the site in Link.
Yeah.
Autumn the only one fully rotating, but she again is usually the last one standing regardless. But Deep Ruse concealing, maybe protecting this team. Still see that kind of pride for an A split off of that recharged taunt as well. So we're going to keep numbers here. We're going to keep a gate crash here as well for Bunny B. We'll see how this plays out when the exit comes through.
Nice mid-round util. Keeping the numbers high here at the site. Smokes we expect to see. Kurosu diving out of the smoke head first with a double sheriff headshot. Terror answers as well, and that Bucky does come into play. Can they pick up weapons, though? Is the question. It's going to have to be a search for the gun. Oh, my God! Oh, Melia just drew the perfect picture of Bunny B on that wall.
which is Jiggle with a pistol is better, Lydia's or Bunny B's? I don't know, but I will say the damage is more drastic out of Kiri Magenta. Answering back on the second round, Thrifty just... Again, really effective use of the gate crash to keep numbers really heavily stacked towards Zay's site, and also just the reclear of A main off that haunt, and that duo also just ensuring that there was no rotation across mid once the ruse fades. Really, really well done there in terms of managing information, keeping players stacked when you don't have better weapons. So, all that to say, now money kind of tight here, the side of 100 Thieves. Just looking for miracles, and Bunny B got some chip damage, at least to throw their way.
We saw that push last round too. It was Bunny B and Autumn though. And Bunny B went out with Autumn and Autumn stayed, allowing that Bunny B rotation over to A, allowing Kiri to be able to stay in that spot. So really nice early little info grabs are getting to control the state of the map otherwise. And now this fight towards A link looks like it's going to be something that 100 Thieves want to get something out of.
Alright. This is where things went south in the pistol, right? Overfighting into mid space, getting punished for it. So I do like Kurosu just playing the kill angle, getting off. And this is smart use of the toxic screen, just trying to silently scale through yard, but because here Magenta has such heavy elbow control here, once again they're just able to provide covering fire and rotate back, really reading into Kira Magenta, and the alert from Melia basically confirms that this is going to be the B split where Bunny B has to anchor.
Ooh. Fast lane held down. They quickly go back to that A link. That's where they figured they get the return on investment here after getting Kiri to run around. Nicely played. Hey, eco round spike money is beautiful. Let's see how many kills they can get in alt points here to just kind of buff up the round for themselves on the side of 100 Thieves.
Bunny B Kurosu hand in hand. Slandy low HP. Should be easy pickings here, but would be huge for her to hold on to the yard control. That goes south. It's just one after another. Not winning any of these worse off fights.
One enemy remaining.
But the classics, the stingers. Oh, I actually expected one person to go down there. So clean from Kiri to just waltz through kind of power in numbers there and continue to clear the angles, slicing them pies. Flawless round. They are going to be able to get themselves another one on defensives. They grab second and third now with that full defuse. We'll see how this pushback is safe. It seems like they're still feeling that kind of comfortable vibe from Haven, where they're not scattered, they're patiently setting up util, they're crossfiring together. A lot of the simple things. It seems to be really putting them on top of the game so far.
And the issue that we identified over on Haven, right, not being able to retake the sites effectively together with this very comp, right, except for Fade and Sova initiator swap. So the fact that that's also on lock here, obviously, great assault with 100 Thieves having worse weapons is really promising. Oh, that's a little delayed. You kind of want to peek off of the vulnerability, but it doesn't matter when Terra can just find two. Flip numbers right back into Kiri's favor. And Kurosu as well, winning an ever important kill contract to try to cap off this round.
Yeah. That was big. Last time Lydia was getting a lot of the best of those fights, so Kurosu bring those numbers back in.
All right.
Where are they going after this one? It seems like they're just trying to pull some fights out here, and Kiri, again, patience, just waiting for a mistake.
I like this. Autumn was getting overwhelmed trying to anchor sites over on Haven. Plays safety of Crane, safety and numbers. Katsushi by her side. They're just going to probably let them get the plant, right? Toxic screen up. Deep trip in case they try to walk through the toxic screen up. So nice anti. Now with the haunt, with the just layering of utility like the metal, it's gonna force everything out already from 100 Thieves, like that paranoia. Oh wow. And it doesn't even matter.
Looking every which way. Yeah, Misu back forth. Oh, here's a prowler. There's another person. It seems like it's really tough to even do anything against this team once they do start coming into the site. You got flashes, clones, prowlers, haunts. A lot of things to be looking at. And that's another one for Kiri. So what do we get out of 100 Thieves coming into this round now? They are going to have a little bit of cash next round. So there's a Guardian. They've been doing this every so often. And you're going to hear right from there what they can buy instead of saving up for multiple rounds. So
yeah, Misu's a dangerous lurk player. So giving her the best weapon available so that she can maybe open up a late round pivot for you guys, especially on a round like this where you get a kill or two and you're going to have Slandy with the Nightfall. You have a Tour de Force from Melia. I think this just keeps their options open here to maybe turn things around earlier rather than later. That's too early.
Too early. Especially when you're trying to get Guardian and Sheriff shots to just kind of tag, right? Nobody really has to be the final shot in the kill. Y'all just have to do it together.
Over there.
And the kills will come. Kiri, however, pushing forward, and that's going to be Kurosu out in the middle with team assist on the back, but Misu is still able to get the angle necessary to kill two, get themselves back into somewhat of an advantage position in mid if they can create 1v1s.
I'm going to say that's why Misu
the 1v1 against Terror, though?
That's why Misu has the Guardian, right? Able to find two, but That is so difficult. I mean, it's expensive already investing the orb, just trying to get yourself out of that mid position, but then you have Autumn top mid distracting, you have Bunny encroaching from Link, and you don't even know about Terror from B main coming in from behind. So again, just every piece synchronized and in sync right now for Carry Magenta. Very similar, again, for 100 Thieves. This is a must-win round. And I'm going to point this out. We're seeing a pause on the timer. 100 Thieves timeout. Now, Riv, I asked for a timeout at 4-1 on Haven. Didn't get it. And then we got it and it was too late. So this is the proactive timeout that I wanted to see, right? You have ults, you have a buy. Like, this is the round to win to keep things close. So again, they're learning from the mistakes over on Haven in terms of at least scoreline and calling perspective, and I hope that they're going to reap the rewards of it and turn things around now.
We hear refs. We hear coaches say, have before on VCT, that if you don't take it and then you feel like you need to take both of them, it's too late. So take it early, get it out of the way, right? Make sure you can say what you need to say. And that's exactly, I think, like you said, it was 4-1 last time and it didn't happen, but this time it is. Coach is going to go ahead and get in the ears of the players to make sure that they're calm. They're going to be using these weapons in a protocol manner, right? Don't just run around. Let Melia try to get a pick. Let that first start to happen, see if anybody's on a hard angle. A lot of the basics, a lot of the fundamentals here, especially since it's going to be op v op rifle round. It becomes some of the slowest rounds you can get.
Yeah. I think asking 100 Thieves to slow down is nice. Think about how they got onto the A side, right? It was just slow and methodical. They walked up, essentially. Granted, Carry Magenta kind of let them, and since then, Kurosu and Terry both have been just searching out kills and fighting multis off of it. But time being here, good call. Good setup, Prowler as well for Jazzy, but there's 3 players ready to fight off this toxic screen immediately.
Ooh. Seeing that run across. So they do know the operator is live on one side. Even with the death or loss of this, they have tour de force next time, so they can kind of formulate something if they see this round. Oh gosh. Who's gonna roll the dice first, Zobi?
I think Melia swings. Look at that.
There it is.
Starting to sealed and deliver, but what isn't was the Nightfall follow-up on the A side. They actually backpedal to try and refrag Bonnie B. And they're able to, opening up the B side, and at this point, Terror, I mean, you are probably not catching up to Misu. She is out of there. That timer on your second lease on life likely to expire as long as she holds before top mid. I do like that. They're trying to get close enough, to get the smokes for your team. A worthy sacrifice here, and now it's a 3v4 on the site.
Taken out. My ult's ready.
Ooh,
Gotta go.
Jazzy hiding in the pocket. Gonna go ahead and zip out just for a moment. Oh, got stuck there. Just caught on the edge. It's all right.
30 seconds left.
Man, they're all just on the outside, ready to scream in. Don't even have the spike planted yet, as they're just being so sure about these situations. And they will get that extra money going down in time. That's big. 100 Thieves are going to get themselves another one. Timeout, coming through strong. And they will be able to survive with that op 4 ultimates online to boot.
Yeah, only using the Nightfall there, and that was more just to keep the players at A at base. They could then rotate back over. Just the swift calling there as well after Melia falls to punish Bunny B, who I'm guessing Gatecrash just expired, so had to play from B main. Aside from that, I think that's a strength of 100 Thieves, is they know when just to hold, right? To cut noise, to mull things over before planting, before locking what they already have control over. And I think that's where Kiri Magenta got a little bit shaken, but still not stirred, because they can still fight. They're eager to. Oh, there it is, Kurosu. Revenge on to Slandy for Haven.
Yes. Finally. Getting them all. Oh! Shot there. Lydia finds Terror. That's a very big one to be taking down in the middle of the round. Terror, always exactly
This
that.
toxin timing. Does Kausushi realize Misu could have gotten to elbow?
Oh, yeah. If you consider there's a timing, I think players always recognize the timing. That would have been pretty sick, but very well attempted by both players there to get a kill. They saw where that came from. They know they're actually pushing on the right side of the wall now. So Misu has a bit of info here, but doesn't have the space protected.
You know that the Fate is there. Do you know that Bunny B is repositioned with the op? I don't think so. Anchor on side, Spike is down. There's 40 seconds left. And you have no visibility blocker onto this sightline for Bunny B, who's going back in with the shorty.
Wait.
Twice. Aw.
What?
You didn't have bullets. Where are you going?
You gotta reload. Oh no. Maybe bonk him on the head with the butt of the shorty or something. That would be a fun thing. Misu alive here. Misu looking at Autumn. Autumn's able to get the straight in and out, even though ping for a moment, it doesn't matter. Good to go in that situation, and wow, that got pretty sketchy for a second, but Curie bring it out into their favor. The operator will be out of the hands of the side 100 Thieves now, but they're going to bring in the Odin, which could give them a little bit of prowess once they get to these sites.
See the Brock cosplay from Slandy, see if it gives them the edge that they need, but time being, that was a beautiful closeout. Like you mentioned, as soon as Misu got that kill on Bunnybee, I'm like, wait a minute, they might win this round. And then just Kurosu supporting Autumn in that final fight, just really, really nice from the opposite side of site. But I do like that 100 Thieves isn't really losing steam like you think they would, being down 5-2 after a insane comeback attempt on Haven. They're in fact speeding things up, but that spray is lethal through the smoke. And so, the tripwire could have been as well.
Not much left. It's going to fizzle out. Overdrive now gone. Jazzy taking a bit of damage, but the space was gained, and that's all that mattered. Melia now getting the best of a fight in mid, but still traded. You can see how active Kiri are to move around the map. And Lydia now trying to trade back, trying to be a magician here, and just give Kiri the slip. Wait a minute. Wait, Zobi, wait, why are the re-peaks? Where are the peaks coming from?
Not once, but twice does 100 Thieves decide to fight outside of Misu's Viper's Pit. Now the second one I can justify, right? You're pinged out by the neural theft. They can just spray and play into the alternate dimension and probably connect on just measurable damage. But the first one was so questionable. Maybe they felt corralled because Melia lost the fight on mid to Kurosu, so they're going to be starting to clear out link, clear out yard, and suddenly they know you're all on site. They didn't really have elbow control either. Like, that just felt like a little bit of a miscall in the moment. That is going to cost dearly, because now once again you're kind of broke. Now Kiri once again have an opportunity to push the advantage at the half, and now they've repurposed the Odin that Slandy had in Sushi's pocket.
That's what I'm saying. They got gifted an Odin, and Melia gets the shot onto Bunnybee as well for the peak. Oh my. They needed that though. Melia has to come up with this tour de force. Cal Sushi gets it. Terra pushes mid again. When has this not happened? Seriously. They are trying to own the map immediately, knowing that 100 Thieves is trying to slow it down.
I'm out of here. And they're just winning all these gunfights as well, right? Yeah, Melia got the better of Bunnybee, but that's the only player that has fallen. And now, you know, Jazzy's on the site. Trapwire confirms they need kills here, right? They're not going to win a 2v4 just hanging out on the site. So Spike Tap tried to bait out some swings, but Kiri Magenta so in tune. You know, they're baiting it too.
Spike down A.
Here's a tour de force, even with an op in hand too. Melia wants that. We have one shot, next shot. Oh, the in and out from Terror, just playing games on the clove smoke. And they get another one. 7-2, 3 more to get themselves a mirrored first half of what we saw in Haven score-wise. And a timeout from 100 Thieves. So the second one is called now. Coming into round 10, the operator will again be in the hands of Melia. They are investing a lot once they get to these rounds, and it's going to be one of the last times we see an op, I think, for them. If it comes to it, they got to get this round.
Oh, absolutely. Exactly why the timeout comes out. If you remember back on Haven, I think there was a save round that kind of acted as a pseudo timeout, so they never used their second one, even in the throes of that comeback, right? They didn't want to stop the train of momentum that 100 Thieves has already established on their own right. Coming into this, a little worried. Not too much to work with ult-wise. You have a few light shields across the board. Bunnybee as well. Dimensional Drift online, so maybe should be able to get out of a tricky corner, no matter how you spin it. And Terror, like, it's not as flashy as what we saw over on Haven, but she's also just warming up here. And when Terror falls, Kurosu has always been there as well, just a rebound of just destruction in their wake. There's like what do you do here, Riv? Because like you mentioned, like they're playing it slow, but then they're not playing to receive the aggression either from Kiri Magenta. So you just need like duos primed at every possible entry point towards mid, or how do you counter this heavy go-getter attitude from Kiri Magenta right now?
I think 100 Thieves, so they don't have a ton of initiator utility just with the fade, right? So I like what this. At least Melia on one side, Haunt towards the other, see if they push out. What kind of info is Kiri getting that you don't know about? How far are they pushed on B to know that you're at A, right? How many times can they walk out mid? So I think 100 Thieves needs to know more about the map before they start entering portions of it. Here, mid is fine. They own this, and they have the extremities, which is perfect.
This is a similar setup to the round they did win, where they hit the Nightfall towards the A site and backpedaled into B. And let's see if they can convert off of it very, very similarly here. My issue is there's 3 stacked around window here for the side of Curie Magenta.
Gotta go.
Oh, man. Yard.
Bunny Bee has an
Is that the fight?
You're just not missing.
Bunny Bee finds it. They have that wall covered. That wall is supposed to go up, right? I guess they want to peek the entirety of it and see what might be there. But yeah, the utility they have in place.
That kill was huge from Misu. Terror was about to re-clear all of mid, get behind those 2 players. Now they should have a safe A plant. Saw Bunny Bee disengage at just the wrong moment there. And this is what we need from 100 Thieves. They play slow enough to identify where the stack is and go away from it.
The push out from Autumn still happening, but the timing, he just makes it past his trip. Or they do, Melia rather, on that right side. Oh, hello. Whoa! Autumn thought there was going to be a left sidestep by Melia there. Stays in the open on the off angle, absolutely wins that flank. And now it's just the dimensional drift that was supposed to be for 3. Now just a dinner for 2 here on the side of Curie.
Wow. Spike tap, spray coverage. They're trying to bait these players into the fight around the ruse. Shorty, first bullet, first kill.
Stop trying.
There is a single player encroaching from elbow. Yeah, Melly caps off the round after kind of neutralizing what could have been a win condition from main in Autumn as well. And I also just got to point out that there were 2 headhunter bullets fired onto the corpse of Autumn, so a very pricey show of dominance over there when you're already not out of the weeds just yet. Watch, here it is. 1 and 2.
I heard that.
Yeah. This was a good attempt, but I think just the proximity out of 100 Thieves was really, really strong there. I understand, like you mentioned, they don't have as much util to just kind of keep dumping towards the post plant, so...
Yeah.
That on the call as well, as soon as Misu got that kill towards the A site. Super, super strong.
That was big. And the economy does allow them back into the realm of the operator and Odin purchase. And now they can, the assurance of having that strength on a round 2 can slow you down, make you feel more confident that you're peeking an angle, that you're going to have that behind you. As they, again, just 2-1-2 on the map. It hadn't happened the entirety of this first half here from 100 Thieves, and now the last 2 rounds, they play the extremities, and they wait for the pushes. Kurosu down. This is what we were waiting for.
That was the first time they committed all the way to that mid-fight, and they are just committing one after the other, following the grave. 3 strong. Now you got 1 and 1 on opposite sides of the map. Autumn's playing the idea of fighting or waiting for the rotation to come through. Might peek elbow for a cheeky kill towards Jazzy.
Spike
off his
planted.
cage.
They decide not to push. Nice patience. Good discipline.
And they might save, actually. Amidst this streak
like
of rounds, right? Look at Bunny's money. Look at Autumn's money.
Yeah.
I don't think they would have a buy next round, so really, really nice there. Slandy as well, I think off that plant, got the Nightfall online for the following round. This is going to set us up for, I would say, a possible 7-5 half, depending on what the money for the fallen teammates of Curie Magenta look like. I mean, Kurosu's won off the kill contract, you know?
You have a situation where Curie's been able to receive everything from 100 Thieves on the fights, on the takes. So now that they're not receiving, they have to push out. They have to go find. They're almost having... On that round, they played attack from defense more so. And got taken out. Because 100 Thieves was now realizing they can stay still and wait for Curie to get antsy. The first portion of their strategy is no longer working. So they're trying to instill a new strategy with only a few rounds left, and they haven't perfected it in these rounds. So, what does another round from 100 Thieves look like? More extremity control into something in mid to open up the map? They're going to leave now Misu on the left side now. Yeah, that's a big one.
That would be my recommendation here if I was a coach. Obviously can't take a timeout, but I would say, yeah, just hold these lines. And hopefully hit shots like that. It was lined up, but no follow-through. Speaking of follow-through, though, Melia Shorty out in the kill contract, not gonna work, especially against the shield. And Kalsushi trying to defend Kurosu just long enough to find another, but it's still numbers on the side of 100 Thieves at 2v3, but Jazzykins at half HP. Terror also 2 off from her ultimate here. Could give them that extra player back.
Oh. That would be the play, right?
Yeah.
Tag 2, be able to go in for the perfect trade with Autumn, just because I'm not dead yet. Man, it feels so overwhelming when they can do that. But it's going to be hard to set up for sure. And the site's chosen right now, 100 Thieves, they're going to have a leg up.
This is smart though, right? You have the Cypher Retail stacked on B, they're going to destroy it or trigger it, ideally. Yep. So you'll know, hopefully, with a little bit more time than a spike plant going through.
Ooh.
30 seconds left.
They're going to slowly move around it until they're ready to plant.
There we go.
Get that position forward. Yep.
Spike planted.
Ooh, okay, we're gonna double. I like the double hold here onto CT. I really like this. If it was just Jazzy going in low HP, that's just gifting a 2v2 to carry Magenta. But a crossfire here, deep spawn hold. I don't think if you're carrying Magenta, you can be expecting this sort of thing.
Throw the cam. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Just chuck it. They know you're gonna come from somewhere, and that is a great crossfire. Doesn't even really have to play into contact. They're just playing cat and mouse there to make it look tough for the side of Kiri. 7-5, and 100 Thieves started that comeback early this time to make it a map for themselves.
Came out of that early timeout there from Zolo.
Yes, yeah, the 4-1.
Yeah, planned that really, really well. So I liked it. The mid control, the calling, and they were able to convert off of it. But coming into this half, again, a lot better than a 10-2, but I need to see a pistol and a follow-up. Because reminder, 100 Thieves won the first pistol and then proceeded to lose the next 4 rounds, including a second round ante. So we'll see if they can find that streak of consistency here. And this is where I feel like Terra's having a normal game, Bunny's having a normal game. Kurosu, I think, is also kind of tapered off just a bit because they were over fighting. So hopefully when they get to choose where they take the fights, things are going to go better.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Bunny down to 50 already.
Might heal up a bit off. Okay. Hoping some of that was decay, but
yeah. Going
get
through.
that B main control. Autumn has to win this engagement.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. This is like the kingpin of the round. If Autumn can get one here and really cause distraction with these pushes. Oh, Melia says no. Here's a launch here. Almost a few more coming in, but the team pushes around from the backside. Great progress and aggression to get back out of the site and clear main.
Up and now Terror.
Drop in a smoke.
Should hear these additional players over towards CT just in a similar position, just solo to how the last half capped off here. The difference is they have Slandy, they have a Haunt over a Cam. We identify half of the puzzle, but they don't expect a player staircase. 1-for-1 trade will keep things pretty squared away, 2 on 2. That Paranoia, I think it missed.
Ooh, the Haunt, yeah, as well. Chill. Hello. Oh my God. Bunny bee hopping out of the rabbit hole.
Well, like they jumped over the rabbit hole.
Nice job.
Ooh, yeah. Very, very important pistol round 1. And I was a little bit nervous there, right? We talked about 100 Thieves in last half would be like, okay, we're going to make sure that everything's squared away before we plant. Versus they fully entrusted in Kurosu and Bunny Bee to square things away while they planted, right? So it's risky, right? If Jazzykins wasn't taken care of, if Jazzy takes down both of those players, because now you're suddenly surrounded, right, on the site and down numbers. So again, really, really important kills going Bunny Bee's way, not just in main, but on the site to clutch things out. Money in hand, no force up out of 100 Thieves this time around. You have a little bit more air room to work with, but I am intrigued by the high-low mid-fight off of just pure pistols when you know there's spray weapons and sniper rifles on the other side.
What are we waiting for?
Jump contact?
One? How many can that catch? Well, they know there's more than one because they saw ISO first, fade to follow, and orb control, and they can see where that goes. So just a quick smoke to delay things from the side of 100 Thieves, and they have great A main control and knowledge on the other side of the map, so hanging out here is fine for them to set up on B.
Yeah, just huge information, and every step means steps further forward is confirmation that this is going to be the B re-hit. 40 seconds left. Nice crossfires on site, and I'm expecting maybe a... I was hoping Lydia had a paranoia, but she doesn't, so... Really can't have much support from the offsite players, but this relay bolt alone might be enough to hold the floodgates in place. Oh.
30 seconds left.
Don't want to push that with the Spectre just yet. Are they going to double swing? Who's wide? Who's close? The flash comes through. Looks like they almost shouldered each other there for a second, but it's going to be a rush through spawn here. A nice hold on that right side as Misu... Oh, I thought it was going to be Kurosu going kind of searching for a kill on the second round. But with the Guardian, plays it safe, and Misu will not find that right-click classic just yet.
Yeah, Melly is going to have to be apologizing to Lydia for abandoning her in that fight. Like, I'm sorry, I got to get out of there. But flawlessly done. They again had some pretty nice weapons as well carried over. All double Guardian. No Vandal or Phantom this time around like we saw over on Haven, but
yeah.
It's just a question of, okay, are we gonna run into something similar where Kiri had issues closing out, right? I think them starting out on the defense really helped because that's where they were having issues over on Haven and closing. We talked about the retakes, how they were clean from the get-go. So that, I think, is... Now it's just going to require 100 Thieves now that they have weapons in hands to keep them, to win this round, first and foremost.
Kurosu catching a bit of spam.
That's your haunt, Jazzy, don't worry.
Yeah. That's how tense it is. Everybody's just like, who's that? Where's that? What is it? How did it happen? Who threw it? A refresh smoke on mid. That's going to be good info for Lydia here. And they've backed up. 100 Thieves are doing a great job of selecting the site that is the strong force for Kiri here on each of these early rounds of the second half.
Yeah.
Whether or not they can keep collecting rounds is the question. The Odin just sitting in the back of A here.
Oh. Misu as well snake by just for some crowd control over towards the elbow. Really nice just piecing this site control apart between Yard and between elbow here. You don't have to worry because you still have that toxic screen on the doorway to A site as well. Misu, they are an anchor to trifle with, I will say. Looking now on for an ace here, perhaps if they can find Cow Sushi first.
Remaining.
Just crouched under the crosshair.
But the trade is there, is another one. Terror, 3 bullets left. 3 members of the other team alive here. So weapons surrounding and not waiting to reload for a second. It's going to be a quick peek from Melia on the left side. A cleanup, 3 alive. And 6 rounds to their name for 100 Thieves here as they start to creep back into the game. Misu is 15 and 11 coming off the bench cold here. And I don't think there's anything cold to this gameplay right now.
I mean, I feel like you have that outside perspective as well, just sitting back watching map 1, right? Maybe alongside Zolo, just able to come in and maybe have that perspective just adds to the calling here for Slandy.
For sure.
I think that is helping. She called some important, I think, rotates, or like opportunities, I should say, for rotations in the first half. And now, again, she's that layer of anchoring that we haven't really gotten to see out of 100 Thieves this series. Another thing is this spray down in mid has just been favoring 100 Thieves every time. Chip damage, opening kills. To go back to map 1, what was it, 17 versus like 6 First Bloods or something in that ballpark? And we're definitely more even this time around on Corrode.
It was really funny when the map started and we see teams. It was kind of the phantom sprays from bottom mid attacker side would always punish the archway because you would only have so many places to stand. But now from different angles of the archway, people have figured out where to fire down mid at long range. So yeah, it's like the attackers do not win that much anymore. And I think Kiri's starting to figure that out with how well 100 Thieves is playing. Also, it's guarded. Lydia's there. 2 already for 100 Thieves here as we get into this gun round. And now it looks like Kiri, the rest of the team, are pushing around just to re-clear behind them before they head forward into B.
Okay. Good sees from Slandy. They're just trying to play down the time. Just over 30 seconds left. There's rotating over. Dazikins. Yeah, you can trust him. We said anchor the A site. She just did it quite stellarly in the prior. It's just a matter of if any players for 100 Thieves over peak, that would be a way back in for Killer Magenta, but I'm getting the little feelers of a save round here from the dance moves of Terror and Spawn. And I think that's a good call, right? You have a little bit of buffer room here. It'll shrink to 2 rounds. Keeping 3 strong. You can maybe scrounge something together for Kurosu and Bunny Bee and have a good go at it again.
Yeah, you're looking, what, 2 ultimate points for Bunny Bee and 1 for Kurosu there. You're looking quite a few on deck for the rest of the teammates. 100 Thieves says, well, we want some all points too. this round's getting a little boring. They push out of B main. We get a little fight there. 9-7. And we are going to get the Odin, the operator, still alive on the side of 100 Thieves, as expected. And we're getting down to the judge area. We're getting down to regen and light armor, which might start to hurt Kiri in these engagements.
Oh, especially if the Slandy Odin is on point, too. Like, it's already been shredding them off the get-go from top. I think this is a good call, though, as well. Just avoid mid from the rip. They've just been, like, down and out from the drawstring, so just wait it out. Maybe slow things down a little bit. Maybe just focus on one site, right? I think the only difficulty here is that they were primed for B, and suddenly Misu went from anchoring the A site to anchoring the B site off this modified toxic screen. My concern now is that if you're backpedaling towards the A site, one, look at how deep already 100 Thieves is in mid, and two, you have to deal with Melia on the A line. They're gonna run right into Melia. What usually do they put towards this?
As soon as Melia takes a shot, they might even feel confident to crouch up a little bit more mid. Yeah, see, there goes Slandy. Like, hey, how much more space can I take? Kill contract comes out. Oh.
You tried this before!
Almost! It's so a thing. I love it. Just kill the shield, get the hunter out, and try to headhunt them. Oh, man. It is literally the expert hard mode of the kill contract. They gotta try to go through each time. Spike's gonna be planning here on the A site. 3 left for 100 Thieves, and it's a little disjointed on that retake.
Yeah, that was really good calling. Kiri Magenta realized Misu's on B. Let's backpedal, go A. There's no, defender on the site that we have to worry about, and they did great flushing Melia as well with that kill contract. So, really, really strong round there. Lydia, Slandy going for the save, but like I mentioned last round, you have like Terror, Bunny Bee, Kalsushi so close to these ults, they definitely want to go hunting.
Bunny Bee says, give me my ult now.
In life and death, she has it.
Yeah. Literally a give me my ult or die situation, but just for her. All right. They will go searching a little bit more. I mean, Cal's off one, trying to kind of farm that one up as well. They realize, even in depth right now, like you said, it's such an advantage. We're getting close. And again, 100 Thieves creeps up without the added pressure of around 12 in favor of Kiri. Only that this map needs to be pushed to a third, and that's exactly what they have in mind. Their win condition is coming through pretty strong right now. Let's see if they can take it back from Kiri's momentum on that last round.
Okay. Another buy again from the two back-to-back. Looks good. We're kind of gearing up for kind of a grand finale sorts of stacked ultimates, but this is what Kiri wanted to do last round, just an all-out B exec off of main control, but 100 Thieves had clapback plans. Huge relay bolt follow-up there. Like, oh, we're gonna punish Melia again. Nope. We had 2 players behind ready to accelerate back off to get numbers back in our favor. I'm surprised that Kiri are re-challenging this space.
Closed.
Dude, just cut it. The audio is quiet right now. They are bringing over Autumn pretty fast, though. So either to watch that mid side and allow them into sight, or... I mean, how many more times can they save? Right? This is Terror and Bunny Bee waiting for a player of 100 Thieves to make a mistake, but you know what's being said on the other side. We're numbers up. Do not peek.
One enemy remaining.
Whoa,
a forced fight there to the pocket, yeah. Oh, almost an ace.
Yeah, nice 4K there. I mean, she was the tip of the spear on the fight to claim first blood and be main. Even with low HP, is able to sit on the site and anchor. Just bait off of Melia's angle, bait off of Lydia's angle. And I was wondering when we would get this first time out, I was kind of like seeing the future. If it was a 9-9, I would have expected it out of Red Dot, but this is a good spot as well. What is it going to be? 10-8. You've lost a few buy rounds now, like you mentioned. Forced to save here and there. I'll still have one in the back pocket versus 100 Thieves is still out. So I think this is kind of just the precursor for that finale that I mentioned in terms of the ults coming online for both sides, but could be the last ult cycle, right? If Kiri is able to just quickly get these next 3. So dangerous territory again. Dangerous waters 100 Thieves have to chart, but again, I really like Kiri Magenta slowing things down. There they got caught by a trap play, plain and simple, right? But I do like once they identify where Misu is right now, #1 threat for 100 Thieves on the defense right now, and are able to call around it.
thinking of how 100 Thieves could kind of break this attack from Kiri. How do they use these ults? How do they kind of thread it in? Because you have Nightfall, right? So do you Nightfall this round, Dimensional Drift next round? Where's Terror in their use of ult, right? It may just be a solo fight at some point and not part of the protocol. I feel like Kiri are actually in a very tough position right now, and not just like Bucky by, but it is going to be hard to get through what 100 Thieves can provide.
I kind of want to see them not be reserved with the cosmic, with the Dimensional Drift personally, because that's the issue right now, is that they've been contacting up again, solo fade, double duelist, get more fight, and that's why they've been falling victim to these traps. So that's exactly what they're gonna do. Let Bunnybee make sure this side is good, maybe even figure out a way to counter Misu with the Nightfall, and just trusting Bunnybee to get this kill. Here comes, they're deaf.
Oh, Bunnybee says thank you, picks up the Vandal on the way out, and now they're gonna have spawn. Kiri, what a play here to just get the ultimate into position, choose the right site and the right formation to enter it as well. Gonna be huge from Autumn here.
She's alone. She only spotted one as well.
Extra step.
So Lydia's still in the wind, still has a paranoia for the close sight angles as well. Krosu is the first line of contact here, just trying to maybe buy time for this rewrap from Bunnybee. Ooh. Oh, that's brutal. And
I love that.
No, I do too. I gotta once again just credit maybe the plan that came out of that timeout a little bit, because, right, Kaosushi hitting Misu with the Nightfall means she cannot hear where Bunnybee is getting out of that Dimensional Drift, right? So with that Bucky, that is everything. You don't know where she's entering the smoke. You don't know how she's fighting you. And we mentioned it, Misu was just delivering on these A-side anchors. Like you mentioned, you didn't know what to do for your Kiri because it was like their options were so limited. So nice one-round counter just to get the ball rolling again for Kiri Magenta, and I think just this team fuels off of confidence.
Slandy looking to get the chip damage in. Ooh, a little bit of damage back. But no real progression made on the map right now. You kind of see this line of scrimmage where both teams have met. They are seeing each other past that line of scrimmage, though, and Kurosu is going to be able to get the first one. Huge on to Melia as well, because now they don't have to worry about finding somebody they won't hit their shot on, somebody that's going to distract and be another person trading the peak. Oh, Autumn on fire for that one.
Melia's an anchor, Misu's an anchor, both have fallen. Jazzy's feeling the pressure, feeling the heat, and trying to weather every piece of utility to no avail. Bunnybee again able to follow up off their team. Slandy in a difficult position, playing maybe for the trigger discipline angle here towards box.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh no! Who comes out and hugs the box like that instead of just swings to look at the corner? That's insane. Oh my gosh. You can see Slandy was just expecting somebody to kind of side swing with a double. But yeah, hugging the box back to it. Kurosu comes out all funky like. And it does stuff even funkier with the shots. 12-8 now. And that timeout has paid off big time.
And Kurosu's also just found a second win too. Was sitting at like 14 kills like before the half was up, and I think ended with around there as well. So just now one off kill KD contract. Yeah, they're definitely locked in right now. Again, choosing why the duelist swaps were warranted here, away from the Whale, away from the Neon. Look at this. All right, they're tired of Melia getting first blooded over towards B. Let's let the Viper's Pit take precedence here. But Melia back on this A line. We'll see if they made any changes to how she holds that space.
It's such a tough one because you can haunt it, but there's so many little walls and edges, and prowling wouldn't really be able to find too much. Nobody's hiding in the left.
Lydia's baiting to the kill contract here. The worst thing that could happen here would be Kurosu grabbing the Viper, right?
You and me.
And that's exactly what happened.
There it is.
Perfect.
That's a great call, Zobi. They try to keep that pit up for sure. It looks like as they come back in, they're making sure that's a fake Yoru clone. There's 4 up for 100 Thieves here as they coming in with the overdrive. Jazzykins is trying to be that just jazzy enough to keep the team going. Huge judge shot to pick up Bunnybee's weapon and keep rolling.
Look at this too. Bucky on the rotate. Some chip damage found. Oh, 100 Thieves might have overfought. Slandy able to trade one back. I love this wall as well for safe
30
passage.
seconds
Jazzy
left.
just narrowly misses the timing, trying to go on the silent but deadly approach. This is going to be a confirmed A plant. Terror has the not dead yet back online as well. This might be slipping.
It has to be the perfect trade. How well can they use the not dead yet?
Here.
Just coupled with whatever Kurosu can have. It doesn't look like anything at this time.
No.
The util is there for an orb if Misu wants to cut off backside, or is that just orb
And a
activation?
fast lane too.
Okay, orb is on spike, so they're gonna force him to push all the way out into the open. A slide for one. That's not dead. You have to come back up. And that's gonna be the corner. That's the edge. That's the box. Misu is forced to take the fight against Terra, who has been an absolute monster the entire competition. And it's gonna be Misu with the clutch. Misu keeping 100 Thieves alive off the bench for this game to strike hot on that 9th round. Whew.
Wow. It really was just the utility available that late into the round. Gifted, right, by them having the Viper Spit online on the B site, so you didn't have to invest any of that util to further anchor that site. And also just the gift that Lydia gave with her life as well, right? Sacrificing towards that kill contract. And this kill as well was huge, so you didn't have to worry about Bunny Bee. But whew, was that by the skin of their teeth. Misu, like you mentioned, hot off the bench, able to deliver in some of 100 Thieves' most dire moments of need.
Full util on that retake because the pit was used on the other side. Like, so disciplined in where they're using their util, how they're using it, and how long they have it. It's really paying off in this. It's
Ooh,
the
this is
little
different.
things, and you need all the little things to get these last 3 rounds here. Yeah. Melia pushing up towards Yard. Now, usually we see Jazzykins over here and the rest of the team with a little bit of a push towards mid. Oh, still does it.
Yeah, that was like frame perfect to the rendezvous out, and Melia's not done. She's going back 4 seconds, but Terra expects it. And now they've used the ruse to section off Yard as well for safe passage onto the site, but I really liked that they were focused on Slandy. We mentioned how kind of they did it on the B side, just purely depending on Bunny B to solo clear that, but that was a team effort. Tie up all the loose ends. Yeah, they might have clutched out the last round because of Misu, but they are putting 100 Thieves chances at GCC towards the ground, towards the grave. It's still, though, number one possibility. 4v3 here, favoring Carry Magenta. No information as well onto where these players are coming from.
Almost a double up. Almost a double up. Oh, the relay bolt's not going to click. And Misu comes up big with a kill. But they are hurt. You're exactly right. 33 health for Jazzy.
Tap on
21 for Misu. 54 health. Keep 100 Thieves in this one. Misu's been great in the kill contracts. And they can't. Misu's got to get back in time. Got to find it. They already know where she's coming out. And that's going to be Kiri into the maps were given to 100 Thieves from the start of the day all the way through. We thought it could be them, but it is not. It's Kiri Magenta who ride high today and take down 100 Thieves to move on.
Wow, and it's exactly how this team is formulated that shines through as well. Terror, I think, an MVP for map 1, but map 2, it was by far a team effort. Mentioning this triple threat, just you don't know who is going to pop up when this team is locked in. They are dangerous at full strength, in full display, shutting it down 100 Thieves' chances at GCC, at LCQ, ending their Game Changers season for 2025. Just super impressive. They need that miracle run all the way. They need to beat the likes of WADA, Blue Otter, YFP, Shopify, and their journey's just getting started.
The amount of talent in the Game Changers scene that is at that top level now to beat other champions we have on teams is incredible.
Veterans too.
They're veterans as well. There may be a lot of names you don't know team-wise, but it's pretty guaranteed you're going to know the players at this point because they are coming back and they are making waves. Awesome to see. A great win for Kiri Magenta there. We are going to take a quick break as there is much more Val to go throughout the day, but the desk is going to break down that map and get you ready for the next series. So don't go anywhere.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know that the level giving my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me prove. Take a risk, take a ride with me. When I flip a society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature thanks to electronics.
Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience. We're making history.
It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K!
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby!
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
And after a strong corrode, it's going to be Kiri Magenta to move along within this lower bracket with a 2-0 victory over 100 Thieves. I mean, going into this on the day, Emily, we had talked about the strengths of 100 Thieves, called out that this, might be a little bit of a tough task for Kiri Magenta, but getting into it, I mean, the aggression that plays, just the pure skill, I'm completely blown away.
No, me too. And it's like 100 Thieves just did not have an answer for Kiri, running through smokes, continuing their aggression even when they're up numbers, just taking every fight that they can really get. And 100 Thieves just couldn't predict that, couldn't counter that, it felt like.
Yeah, they looked so good in this series. I really want to credit to Terror. They end this series 41-28. They were absolutely decimating, but it was really just this like trifecta of Terror, Kurosu, Bunnyb. All three of those players are just constantly disrespecting their opponent, constantly running through smokes, fighting up in post plants on their defense side, poking and prodding and trying to take every risk. And they're making it more and more clear that no matter the opponent, no matter the level they get to, Kiri is just so willing to play into that style and commit to it with full confidence. And no matter how ready you think you are for it, no matter how prepared you are on paper, it is just so hard to play against a team that is that confident, that is that aggressive, and that is just this mechanically skilled.
I love that you talk about the confidence and the commitment into it, because that was the biggest thing. Even when we see 100 Thieves start to get a couple of rounds under their belt, even when 100 Thieves shoot back and really start to push Kiri a little bit, it was a Kiri that never really wavered on that, which I think is really impressive. Even when there is any sort of aggression, they're still just absolutely pushing back. And I really, really love to see that, Emily. Like, this is a team that, again, even if they have the double duelist in the Clove, it's something that they're just so experienced with that, yeah, they're always fighting. It's composition that just works so well for their play style.
Yeah, they really, we were worried about them lacking util, especially in like post plants and full execs, but how much util do you really need if every time you're peeking into an opponent, you're just one-tapping them and they don't have a chance to react? And 100 Thieves, while there were some really good rounds, especially coming out from Misu, getting multi-kills on them, they just weren't as consistent as Kiri in their fights, right? Like, you would see an occasional nice aggression from 100 Thieves. Sometimes they would win the group fight, sometimes they wouldn't. But Kiri was just so consistent, and they were never scared of backing down at all.
Yeah, if you pull back to this year as a whole, I look at some of the teams across Valorant that have succeeded. I think first is someone like T1, who won Bangkok playing double duelist of like ISO, Yoru on most of those maps, and no one else is doing it. And I feel like this year in a lot of ways at many different levels of competition has been teams proving how open the meta is right now, how many different agents are viable, and how if you just have good team play, if you just have confidence and commitment in each other, how far you can take that. And I think here in Game Changers, Kiri is showing that. They're not playing the meta comps, they're not playing what I think are the best ideas on every map, but what they're doing is executing on them at a very high level that is taking every opponent off guard. And now they've made it here to, at very least, the top 4, with more still possible to go.
They have the confidence, they have the comfort, and it's been working out so well for them. So congratulations again to them as they move along within this lower bracket run. Now to chat a little bit more, we have none other than Bunnyb for our Verizon post-match interview. I have to say, this was a crazy series. Congratulations. The lower bracket stream stays alive. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling very happy. Yeah, I'm just very happy.
I mean, getting into this match right away on the main event, Kiri had to be fighting through this lower bracket, and now you've eliminated 2 teams. And I want to talk about now going up against a team like 100 Thieves, if this is something that just reinforces that confidence, or were you already just so confident going into this that this was a run that was capable?
I think it's good for my teammates. I think it's like the furthest a lot of us have made in main event, but we're just going to keep coming out confident, and I think, yeah, we'll just keep showing up with the confidence, and we'll see how far we can go.
And you're definitely a veteran of the scene, and I love being able to see you just on all these different rosters and everything else. And I want to then ask you what makes this roster so special, because seeing you all in the server, having your own identity, and just how you're able to fight through, it seems to be really special, but I want to hear what you think.
It's just been really fun. Like we play we play a lot of aggressive comps, and a lot of them are very close friends of mine, and they're just very special people, and they're close to my heart. So it's just been like very cool to play with them. They're very awesome. They're very talented. So I'm just happy to I'm just happy to be here.
That's amazing to hear. And something that we keep talking about, it's the buzzword that keeps getting repeated, is the confidence. Even when you lose a couple of rounds, there is still that confidence. Kiri still just has the most insane peaks, the most insane like mechanics. Is that something that has to be the conversation to like help the teammates back up after a couple of rounds, or is just everyone just on a different level with that it just comes easy?
I think there's just like a lot of trust, and like if someone makes a mistake, there's like a lot of trust that like whatever happened, they'll fix it. And we kind of have to, I think there's a general understanding we have to keep playing aggressive and we have to keep playing confidently. Otherwise, like, you know, we can lose, or like it's not playing how we want to play. Like, we don't care if we're down 1-11 or 10-1, we'll sound the same. I think that's what's important.
I mean, it's definitely been working out, and you still have this run going up ahead of you. Each round just gets more and more difficult, but I want to know how you're feeling going into the rest of this, as of course, all eyes on that first place spot and the chance of the championships.
Yeah, I'm just excited to be here, excited to keep playing. I haven't had much time to play recently, but I'm just so excited to play like another tournament. They're so fun. And, you know, whatever happens, happens. We'll be there. We'll show up. So, yeah, exciting.
Well, we're definitely excited to see Kiri keep fighting on forward. Bunny B, congrats on this win. Best of luck in the next round. Thank you so much for chatting.
Yeah.
Excitement that is just like infectious. I'm excited for Kiri, and I love to hear about that trust, everything else with the teammates. So that is a dream that is going to be staying alive as they move along within this lower bracket. On the other end of things, it's going to be a WADA going up against a Blue Otter to see whose run is going to stay alive after this break. Stay tuned.
Thank you. Okay, am I good to go?
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience. We're making history.
It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. If you just missed what happened, it is Kiri with a 2-0 win to be moving along within this lower bracket. Now to figure out on the opposing end of things, who is going to be matching up against them next between Blue, Otter, and WADA. And going into this, I mean, Mimi, we've talked at top of show that, yeah, this bracket kind of a little bit everywhere. Some surprises that we weren't quite expecting. And for myself, seeing a team like WADA and the strength that they have, seeing them in this lower bracket already wasn't on my bingo card, that's for sure.
Hi. WADA's looked
back.
like, honestly, the second best team all year in Game Changers, is what I was saying. So it is wild to see them already dropping down to this lower bracket. They were a squad with such high expectations. I think most expected them to be all but a lock to make that slot in LCQ and have an opportunity to represent North America in GCC. But now, with losing that upper bracket game to YFP, it starts to throw things for a loop because they're now down here with the Blue Otter, who almost beat Shopify, and they're at risk of losing out completely on their opportunity to make LCQ and make it to champs.
Yeah, because looking at this WADA squad, I mean, it's a squad, Emily, that we've gotten to watch all for a while now that's really been able to come together well, but the talent within the circuit has just been really strong this main event. So being at this point is definitely dangerous, but if you want to be the best, like, there's going to be those trials, and I'm curious to see how this team's going to adapt today to be able to take this win.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like YFP, setting them in a lower bracket, YFP played great Valorant. You know, they had a perfect or almost perfect counter to what WADA tend to rely on, which is the Starbound chamber, right? Starbound we normally see dominate in no matter what map they play just by insta-locking chamber and like getting the op lines, getting the early aggression. I believe they third round op like every single round, but YFP was able to kind of push that back and not find as much success for that op. So I'm curious to see if Blue took a page out of YFP's book and will bring that same kind of energy and gameplay today.
I mean, on the opposing end of things, this Blue Otter squad, I mean, we've talked about the strengths of WADA, but for Blue Otter, Mimi, this was a team that, I mean, right away, really impressed. I mean, yeah, they got knocked down to the lowers pretty early, but it was a really, really good match up against SRG, which definitely makes me really excited to see them going on forward.
Yeah, I think Blue Otter is one of those teams that most people had as, like, a surprise team, as a possibility. You have names like Bob, I think is the household name on this roster that everyone will know from their time competing in challengers or the experience she has playing here in GC as well. But this was a lot of relatively newer, relatively lesser known name players, but they've put together such an impressive squad. Obviously, Bob is still the highlight in their last win over Ghost. Bob went plus 28 to get the win for Blue Otter, but they play a lot of really interesting comps. You have Bob on the chamber or the ISO, sometimes looking really good on all of those, and you suddenly get this team that, well, maybe didn't have the highest expectations going in, is suddenly looking like one of the like prime dark horse rosters within this tournament, right alongside Kiri, who we just saw upset 100 Thieves to make it into the next round.
Yeah, and I think with the addition of Bob and Vanitas going into main event, completely turned Blue Otter's expectations around, right? I think those are two very huge pickups, and it shows in the scorelines, in the matches. And really, right now, Blue Otter are kind of the dark horses in all of main event. They really have nothing to lose going into this.
Yeah, and here's a bit of B-roll from what you were talking about, Emily, with this really big loss for WADA, which sent them down to the lowers after failing to get the win over YFP here. It was a really close game. They played 13-11 on that Lotus, but the Sunset ended up being a little bit less so. This is where YFP's defensive side looked so good. They had some really great protocols on the Sunset of how they wanted to play into that retake. And despite Starbound having a bit of a better game than in the first, and honestly performing pretty well on that chamber, the rest of the team could not get it going. Arion the Neon in particular was getting really shut down in that second half, and it snowballed down to a WADA in the lower bracket.
Yeah, every time WADA found that first kill success, it's like they knew exactly how to finish out and close out the round, getting their wins up. But every time they were shut down early on and they weren't able to get that first pick, and they just kind of fell apart. They didn't have like a game plan after that. Like they relied so heavy on pushing up, on getting these first kills to set up the rest of the round, that when they didn't, it just kind of fell apart for them.
This does set up a really cool head-to-head, though, of two players who have such a history within Game Changers. If you've been watching for a while, you recognize both these names. But in this stage, they're both playing the chamber for Bob and Starbound. Starbound, it's almost exclusively that chamber. So much of the game plan for their team is built off for that agent. Whereas for Bob, it's a bit more of a flex around, but still that most played agent is, of course, the chamber. They've both looked really incredible on that role, very good when they have the op in hand. And I think for both teams, I'm really going to be watching for the set ideas they have for their pistols and their bonuses, because I do think getting an op on these two respective players on their defensive side is going to be such a huge win condition for either team. And looking the other way of how you can push that chamber off the line, how you can get into that extremity without losing a member. It's going to be a lot of mini games around that chamber on both sides today.
I mean, going into this, Starbound just being cracked on the chamber is such a known quantity, and Bob just being cracked in general, also a very known quantity. So to see how that is going to match up head-to-head, I'm really excited about in this matchup, and that's why it's going to be really heartbreaking to say goodbye to one of these teams at this point, especially too when you're looking on the side of Blue Otter. I mean, talking about Bob is, I mean, one of the players that started out here. I mean, Bob is a lot of what Game Changers is, right? We've seen so much of Bob, Mimi, and she announced too that this is going to be her last year competing in Valorant. So this event will be her swan song minus a qualification to championship. So you know too, there's got to be a little bit of maybe extra pressure there.
Yeah, an opportunity to see her play at for really what would be the last time at this level. If you've been watching Valorant for a while, you might remember the early days for Bob. But if you want, it's quite a story. All the way back in 2020, she started playing in OCE, competing in First Strike all the way back there, and then got this huge opportunity in 2021 to sign with Sonics, an Australian team that came over to North America, played in the open circuit in that year. They did all right, didn't quite go the way they wanted to in making any of the bigger events, but by 2022 and looking onwards towards future years, it was the first chances for her to get opportunities into Game Changers. Played with quite a few teams throughout her career. I think most noted for the time playing with that core that went on to become Shopify, and playing with those girls on Cloud9 White. So a really impressive career for her, a player who has been incredible both in Game Changers and in the mixed circuit. And so for this to be her last event really is an end of an era, and I think puts all the more reason for it to be a big moment if they could win today and keep this run going.
And I mean, when you're looking at what they've been able to put together, yeah, again, it's been a Blue Otter that's been having to fight out from the very beginning, getting knocked down up from their matchup against SRG. But I mean, looking at that match, that was one where they pushed SRG, which is not really an easy feat. So yeah, they're making this run along this lower bracket now, but I think that this team has been looking really, really cohesive. And going up now, Emily, up against a WADA that just got knocked down by YFP, I mean, there's a lot to be said there. I can't believe this is a lower bracket matchup we have to see.
I know, and the heartbreaking one, like Mimi kind of touched on there. And I think at the end of the day, it's literally going to come down to who can bounce back in the rounds where they're not, or where they're down numbers, right? Because I think both teams, especially if we're running chamber versus chamber, they're going to be fighting for that first kill advantage. And as I've seen with WADA before, like if they don't have that first kill advantage, it was like a 90% chance that they lose that round in their best of 3 against YFP. So if that's the case today, it really just depends on how maybe Blue, when they're down numbers, if they can bounce back into the round, and same thing for WADA, because they do just solely focus around setting up Starbound on the chamber, and it feels kind of one-dimensional. Like when they can't do that, they're kind of out of options. Whereas Blue, I've seen them be a lot more versatile, have a lot more depth to their gameplay. So kind of just seeing how WADA will combat that, it'll be interesting for sure. And I think we're gonna get some really, really close games.
Especially too, the big talk of today has been qualifying and the points and everything else. And WADA taking that loss to YFP puts things in a really interesting spot for them, because of course both teams have to be staying alive to be securing a spot. But Mimi, now with the points, if WADA take that loss today, YFP minus any sort of shenanigans and anyone else claiming the crown, this is assuming SRG takes the title, it would be an YFP that are locked.
Yeah, and it would be them either going to LCQ or being the team to have an opportunity to go out there and win it. So they would be at least making it to LCQ. So the pressure is truly on for the rest of the teams then in this lower bracket. You look at a Curie or a Blue Otter in that circumstance, they would have to go all the way, not just to make the final, but to beat Shopify Rebellion for their chances to go ahead and win out there. But if you look at the teams playing today, for WADA, they are the squad with the best chance, with the best opportunity. They could make it to that lower final. They could play against YFP if they do end up losing that upper final to Shopify, and then they could instead claim that point spot. So if you're talking about the points, the race is well and truly between YFP and WADA, but with only one spot and YFP eking them out by 1 point already, it is going to be so difficult for them to even make it. They have to go on this run if they want any hope, but the same is true for every team now in this lower bracket. If you lose, you're out and your year is over.
The stakes have never been higher. For Blue Otter, they have to make the run completely to the finals. For WADA, just to try and live another day to take down the ones who sent them into this lower bracket. There's so much on the line, and you know it's going to be an exciting series today. So let's talk about the maps in the series ahead. Going into it, I mean, at this point, very known quantities for the team, especially for WADA. And Emily, to be starting us off, WADA is going to be taking us to Lotus.
Yeah, and they treat Lotus as like a chamber playground. You'll be seeing, hopefully, Starbound getting those first 6 from B, taking mount control early, keeping the line on A, kind of just all over the place. And I'm actually not sure what Blue Otter's comp is, but they're gonna have a hell of a time trying to push back the up and not let Starbound get any of those lines or early picks.
Yeah, looking at the Lotus for Blue Otter, they have only played it once, and that was in the Swiss stage. They were playing kind of a weird comp with the Clove, Chamber, Raise, and then the Vise and the Fade, which is a little bit more normal to round things out. But that was quite a while ago, so there is ample time, I think, if they did want to show us something different to bring that one out. And because that was Swiss stage, it is only one VOD that is available of them playing. So I think that does present an opportunity, even if on paper, this is a really favorable map for WADA. I think something like a 6-2 record for them. They've looked really good here. I especially like playing the double Senti, how much value they're getting out of that deadlock. I think they have great ideas off that refreshable net of re-clearing space when they're on their defense or on the attack side, when they're taking early space with that combination, on top of just the value that late round you're going to get with stall from the wall from those sensors as well.
I think one of the biggest things for me that I'm looking at for Blue Otter on this very first map is that little bit of information that we have. That was also a Bobless Blue Otter. So coming into the roster, and especially the impact that she's had in the previous matches they've had in the main event, I'm curious if we get a composition switch. There is still a chamber on their previous comp, so we could just see a slot in, or how exactly that switches things up, Mimi, because when you have a powerhouse player like Bob, there definitely is that potential to switch things up. So with the agent select ready, That's definitely what's on my mind.
Yeah, the team is different enough now that even if they end up playing the same comp, I think it'll end up playing very differently. So let's take a look at what they're going for here. They're going to change off the chamber instead here and be able to bring out a kind of an interesting double duelist comp with the ISO and the Raze. We saw a lot of ISO comps be popular at the beginning of this year. It's become a little bit less popular, but Emily, I think that's a really good pick into this chamber. That agent is just so good at just bullying Starbound.
No, for sure. And I'm really excited to see Bob on the Raze, actually. I think the aggression is going to be insane. And yeah, I'm not really worried about them having a hard time clearing out this op because you're right. They do have an ISO. They do have a shield that can just wide swing and take that fight, causing the chamber to TP. And then we, like, past that, we even have 2 Fade Dogs and I to push it further back. Like, I don't see wherever Blue Water decides to go, if Starbound is there, if an op is there, I think they're not going to have a hard time pushing it back and overall just, like, overpowering the chamber.
Yeah, and I mean, even more so than just like the shield and the wall to push up. Remember, the undercut also has that suppression effect, which is super powerful. If you can hit chamber with the undercut, not only can they not TP back, but if you tag them after they TP, then I think there's going to be a lot of really good ideas for like Vanitas to be the one swinging out and then Bob double satcheling up to try and punish that chamber if they do get stuck. This is going to make life a lot more difficult for Starbound, and I think that denying them is one of the biggest win conditions when you're playing attack against WADA, so I love to see this comp.
With the new additions of Blue Otter Bean, Bob, and Vanitas going then on this double duelist, I'm really, really excited to see what they have to offer because it's a Blue Otter that have definitely tested teams so far and a Blue Otter that's looking to make that miracle run to make their way into the finals, get the upset, and see where they can go. WADA on the other end, I mean, this is a team that we've seen for the duration of 2025, a team too that going into this, the expectations was they would potentially go to LCQ. Now everything is on the line, and for their first map of the series, we're expecting it to be a good one. So let's get underway and head over to your Lotus with your casters. It's Baby Bay and Doug.
Thank you, Sierra. Yeah, it's always about stakes, isn't it, Dre? And I think for this match, the stakes are pretty simple. They're pretty straightforward. Mimi mentioned it on the desk as well, but that included the math and the numbers and all that stuff. So let's keep it simple. For those of you who are watching at home and for those of us who can't really do math exceptionally well, if you want to stay in the tournament, you've got to win, you've got to advance. And I think, honestly, I mean, this is a tougher sell. The desk was talking about the comp change, but for Blue Water, this kind of feels like a must win.
Yeah, I mean, you have to win out. You basically have to win the entire tournament for Blue Water, right? And on the other side for WADA, you're kind of competing against YFP for that last slot in case you don't win against, who Shopify. But obviously, we don't know what's going to happen in that upper final.
Right. And that is why we play the game. Again, we are going to be starting off on Lotus. Haven is second, and then if needed, Ascent will be the dessert. Blue Water is going to be starting off on the attacking side. There was much to said about the ISO comp and some of the changes, and Bob on the Raze. I think, again, it was Mimi who mentioned it. That's what I'm really excited to see as well. But for WADA, it looks like a little aggression towards A main early on.
Yeah, this is something that you're going to see a lot. Starbound going for these aggressive picks over towards the C mound area, taking all that map space. But look at this front B walk. All 5 members from Blue Otter are going to do this B execute. And there's not much resistance here, Doug.
No, they're going to find a vacant site. And we've got Power Pixel who's kind of spotting Worm. The smoke comes out, but they're already ahead of it all. So they're going to get onto the site. I think the question for Blue Water here is how far up do you scale? They are investing everything towards this A fight.
Really good job from WADA to avoid that double tap. That ISO shield's not a factor in this retake anymore.
Now smoke towards Heaven. Eye comes through. Vanitas overwhelmed, as is the rest of Blue Water. Very nicely done, but now Bob joins the fray. A 2v3, now equalized. Numbers even. A double swing! See him, Bob get both.
Right, don't do it at all.
Good proactivity. Bob had to make magic out of what was a dire situation because of how orchestrated that retake was from WADA. I mean, WADA did a really good job of avoiding that initial aggression into that broken door area. And then, the flood on the actual retake, when it came through, the trades were going in their favor. But Bob is just too cold in these moments. And this nade, I mean,
it was perfect.
It was insane. So now WADA, I mean, they lose a pistol round and they kind of have to stack and try to get some cheese kills here. So it's 4 players just up down at A main, but With
a Marshall over there as well.
Yeah. But Blue Water are going to take their time. This is how you should be playing the eco rounds. You know, you want to see if there's anything going on, if there are any traps.
Yeah, tell me a bit more about that. What is the concern with playing really fast on an anti-eco like this? Is it you don't really know what's waiting for you, or what?
Yeah, especially on a map like Lotus where there's tons of like trap spots that you can do. To be fair, you know, WADA don't have like that many scans to be able to like find out some of the stuff. But I mean, that deadlock nade and the raise nade could do a lot of damage if you're not ready for it.
Right, and then maybe even an Omen flash. Things get really messy. There's a little messy. This is a 3v3, and friendly reminder for those of you who are watching at home, it was just a Marshall that was brought in from the side of WADA. And they still, I mean, they do have some site control. But WADA knocking at the door, trying to find their way through. Starbound will fall. And just like that, the chamber is down. Vanitas with 3 on the round, flirting with 4. As Juna's the last one standing.
Yeah, and oftentimes when you're the underdog team, it's good when you have a hot start like this because you already don't have as much pressure on you, right? The pressure when you're the underdog team starts coming when you're about to close out the map, I would say, just from past experience. And I feel like when Vanitas and Bob, your double duelist players, are popping off like this, it's really good signs for you to potentially make an upset. And we already saw WADA in their last showing against YFP have a rough defensive half. We'll see here, though, on the first gun round. It's going to be Starbound here with just headhunter shots because of that investment.
Yeah, it was Emily who was mentioning it on the desk. They really like to get the op up as soon as possible, which explains why Starbound is carrying that retirement plan over into the next round.
But rounds like this are so important. I feel like you would want to invest whatever you can to secure your first round win, you know, and not get bonus. So, well, I mean, we'll see how this round unfolds if it's going to come back to haunt them. Look at the patience right now from the side of Blue Otter. Patience was the name of the game for YFP on their attacking side against WADA. A lot of the executes were happening around the 30-second mark. Wonder if it's going to be a little bit more sped up here, though.
Yeah, we are still a little bit before that. Keep a close eye on the time situation. And yeah, a little ahead of forecast. The trip is cleared. The site is theirs. They're stalling out, though, on main. Now, with the paranoia through, they can head back towards their advances and return to their B ways. Vanitas trying to hold the line. Juno will get the first. Spike's still not down. Site's still not theirs. Now committed to it.
30 seconds left.
Very nice out from Bob, but big numbers the way of WADA. I think, again, we go back to having to address the Starbound does not have a gun, just headhunter bullets.
Yeah, and there's still a deposit here. So if this spike does get planted, Starbound should get taken out, like so.
10 seconds left. The spike should go down
10
B.
seconds left.
This is not a comfortable position at all for WADA. So many guns,
Spike
even if you
planted.
win this round, have gotten out of your hands.
You can't even start thinking that far ahead. You got to be able to close out. Big shot out. Taunt still there, used. Last kill comes through. WADA are on the board, but now we can talk about the financial implications of what you were just talking about. So Starbound's going to be able to buy. You presume they're going to buy an op. You have 2 rifles. The money's not great the rest of the way.
Yeah, you're going to have to scavenge some shotguns and etc., which honestly is not too bad considering, you know, the composition that WADA is running. There is a lot of stall, but because of that, I mean, look at Astralis. I mean, you have to invest your utility, right? You are playing the deadlock. You need those sensors up. You want that deadlock wall up to be able to play those timings and just block off a section. I mean, look at this kill, Joe. It's just real quick in heaven. Just the jumping Vandal spray down. But yeah, look at how scrappy this buy is. I mean, I guess it doesn't look as scrappy as we thought it would be.
Well, I mean, light armor on
light
2
armor
and a bulldog. Yeah, it's not great. Meanwhile,
the utility is still there.
Yeah, Vanitas will pull Juna into the gulag, and that is 1, the way of the ISO. Keep a close score on that. Rocket popped, left on the other side of the wall, forced to sit back and wait, as the utility continues to be a problem from the defensive side.
Yeah, this operator is going to pose a big threat. If you try to speed up into the A site, there's just so many... What?
Okay.
I mean, okay. Might need to get that one checked out. You get to see a replay of that from Bob's POV. That would be insane.
Bob concerned with the heaven swing, but both were down in hell. Power Pixel keeping a couple back. Still 2 on the site. All left on Femboy now. 2 satchels, no other utility to speak of.
Yeah, 1 kill off of that showstopper though.
Planted.
Well, and that could change the round. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Spike just went down, so plenty of time. Flash goes up, confirms presence. But how does Femboy play around this? 1 back in tree. The eye will not tag. A little bit of fake info there. But they're still so patient. You mentioned it earlier. Blue Otter not over swinging, not giving a line they shouldn't give. This time window could be everything though. 1 kill found.
Satchel out.
The tap. The satchel forward. Femboy not able to pull it off. Blue get the round.
Yeah, even though it was 2 isolated 1v1s, Blue Otter played that 2v1 really, really solidly. Because, I mean, the time was such a factor because of no one from Blue Otter peeking and giving that showstopper early. So, yeah, Femboy couldn't really have an opportunity to pop that. Like, you kind of had to get half right there. And Sia knows that. So Sia just takes that timing 1v1.
Now we win.
Yeah, that was really well played. I mean, that whole flurry of trades. And now, look at the implications of that. Look at the buy now. The money is so bad. There's a hero buy from Femboy. I just don't know if WADA can do anything in this round.
No, this is, for all intents and purposes, a dreadful start. The one benefit is you take a look. There are 3 ults online for WADA, and there are 2 just around the corner. So maybe not in this round, or you can invest and try to get away with something a little silly. But for now, WADA playing it a bit slow. Power in numbers, as you see all 4 posted up outside B.
I mean, really just trying to guess as to where Blue Otter are going to end. And it looks like they're guessing correctly. If these members of WADA get into this site, the showstopper is not quite there yet, but that Fade ultimate can all of a sudden make these pistols do some damage.
Yeah. And the rocket's not far off, but that ult's going to tag. I think that ult tagged everyone except for the Rays. Astralis gets the first, Starbound gets the second, and now there's the second Nightfall. The rocket used, finds its mark. Colby now down.
Last player standing.
A thrifty on the cards as Harper's the last alive. Will succumb as WADA gets 2.
Oh my gosh. I mean, we set it up perfectly in the beginning of this map, you know, the way that Blue Otter were playing and approaching the anti-eco rounds, trying to make sure that you don't fall into a trap. But this time, the trap was set so far back that WADA were able to get immense value from everything. I mean, yeah, once that Nightfall comes out from the attacking side of Blue Otter, it's obvious that it's going to be a hit there. And Australis, that deadlock nade it was just beautiful.
Yeah. They had plenty of delay utility. I think the net right outside or right inside C was a real problem as well. So very nicely done. And now Starbound has a chance to get online. Not with the regular op. But there you see some of the theory, if you will, behind running an ISO into a chamber.
Yeah, and you still have the wall as well. If you want to gather even more space. But yeah, the weaponry isn't looking too pretty for the side of Blue Otter. This is their, you know, kind of a thrifty buy, if you want to call it that. You have a Guardian on Bob. And we've seen Blue Otter have some success towards this B side, but yeah, I mean, ankles will take you out with that chamber operator. Doesn't matter where you're at. That's 150. Yeah.
That is, as the old saying goes, ankles will take you out with the chamber operator. Starbound a little off the mark there as Bob gets the trade. And they're still, I mean, they're kind of stalling out on site. They haven't really dealt with the chamber trip. Now cleared. But you can feel the walls closing in. The nade just a bit off the mark. Colby can take a step back, find a little bit of solace. But it's just temporary. Bob really far up. Really aggressive line. Only 7 HP. Flash will help out a little bit.
Hey, Colby does have the Odin. I mean, this could get kind of crazy.
There's the deadlock ult, and there's the 7 HP raise. It's going to go down, but Colby gets 2. With the Odin, make that 3!
Hey,
brother.
From what we've seen at Chaps, I'm sure everyone has watched. The Odin is a deadly weapon in the right hands, and what was a thrifty round. I mean, if that deadlock ult is not invested, maybe this goes the other way.
Yeah.
Maybe Blue Otter thrifty WADA right back. Oh yeah, the ankles.
Sleep.
That chamber operator is so deadly though. Like, I mean, the damage on that thing, again, it's not like the traditional operator. Obviously, you know, there wasn't armor invested anyway, but
listening,
it still does 150 damage no matter where you hit. So Here we go now, though. It's going to be an actual operator online now for Starbound. It's going to be a front B pick because of how Blue Water have been approaching this map. And they've gone front B quite a bit here. An active Prowler to clear out all that space, but it's an A open this time for Blue Water, and a very patient one at that. Wonder if Blue Water are catching on to the fact that WADA have been playing in the back of this A site.
I am also surprised to see Starbound not take the more aggressive line off the dog B.
Right?
I guess he's trying to play right inside the tether. Meanwhile, the deadlock wall just went up C, so won't have that later on in the round. They might go back to Starbound after all.
Yeah, if you walk into this angle without using that Vice Flash, you're going to get cooked. This is such an easy shot to hit with the operator.
Right in the shoulder. You said it well, and then the TP away.
Effortless.
So now you still have the trip up B, and you still have the wall C with the sense.
And from what we've seen so far, WADA are pretty comfortable playing a B retake, and it's looked pretty decent so far. So with numbers advantage, it should look even better.
Traps cleared. I believe that shot hit, so the shield will be gone. Oh, never mind. I lied. Now broken. And Vanitas immediately tagged up, down to 30 HP. Has to take a step back.
Paranoia used aggressively here, though, to take that heaven space back. So that won't be into effect on the actual site retake. And look at Bob hunting. Oh, dead.
Ended up becoming the prey as Power Pixel hits a shot. Now the nades through. And they can continue to push this in. I don't really know that they have the right lines for this. Yeah. I mean, Colby's going to have to pull off a miracle to get this round back, and they can't.
Yeah, that was a very patient retake from WADA. I mean, I actually do like the investment from Juna and using that Paranoia to gather some of that space that was taken from Blue Water. I think that makes just every bit more of a difference. And that's why Power was so ready for another set of aggression somewhere else on the map, right? And that was Bob pushing through Roken, trying to get a wraparound. So WADA already looking much better than the last time they played this map on the defensive side. Now getting 4 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, even better than the way they played some of the opening rounds, right?
Yeah.
Forget about the last time they played the map. I'm just thinking about 15 minutes ago and how there was cause for concern.
And now's when you start wondering, when is the timeout going to come through from Blue Water?
Yeah, it's
maybe
been
make
3
an
rounds in a
adaptation,
row.
try to cheese around. Look at this change up, an aggressive deadlock wall as well.
The net hit, the wall's there. Astralis refusing to take a step back. Still plenty of utility here as Vanitas, the tipping spear, has to try to find a line. Will, but traded back. You see those Sentinels holding the line. Astralis gets tagged by the dog. Colby pushing forward with the judge. That's the easiest kill of their lives. The second through, even in the face of the flash. Juna falls.
1 enemy remaining.
What a round from Blue Water.
Yeah, Blue Water with a late lurk in front B as well. But you kind of feel like WADA gifted Blue Water that round. I mean, obviously the set of utility and the scaling was really good. But I think it was just staying for too long, maybe disrespecting their opponent a little bit too much from the double senti on the side of WADA.
Sure, instead of what, maybe preferring to play into a retake?
Yeah,
More
you have that
specifically?
operator.
Yeah,
You have that operator. You can play back and spawn, control some of that space and water as well. There was one sensor still able to be placed from Australis that you could have put. But instead, you know, you're playing around pillar and you see it. You can't even hear anything when you get tethered. So that's where Colby's able to just get that flank, catch another timing in the spawn as well.
Yeah, never even really had a chance.
Now we win.
You're right. Colby went through completely undetected. 8 and 6 so far. As Blue Water, it seemed like they were in some trouble, but punch back, keep aside at 4 apiece. And now it's the attack setup in the hands of Bob.
All right, let's see if we get this head-to-head play here. See if... I don't think Colby spotted around here at all, but it's Juna that gets taken out, yeah.
Very nice shot. Both Omens fall at the hands of the op. But now they can speed up onto A here. You've got a Roomba and you have a dog. Paving the line, rocket popped. It will be a vacant site.
You still have that ISO ultimate as well. You have
No distraction.
Flies ult. Oh, actually grabbing the perfect player. This is exactly who you'd want to grab.
Headhunter, though, not able to connect. Meanwhile, Bob gets another. As the ult goes off. Still not a comfortable position here for WADA. The one silver lining is that Vanitas is incredibly weak.
Destabilizing.
But I don't know how they find a way in. Additionally, their money's not great, but they're going to go for it anyway. Not choosing to take the save. It's going to have to be a 1v2. Bob gets 3 with the op as Blue get 5.
Well played. The alt snowball was in favor for Blue Otter with the way that they took that A site. Vanitas, it felt like that was like the max range that you could grab Starbound from. But that's exactly who you want to grab when you have that shield popped. It's the operator, right? And that's why you saw the classic here out from Starbound, because you just have no chance. You see a lot of players try to jump through the wall and try to get a right click to break that shield, and maybe then you have a shot at winning that 1v1. But good ISO players, experienced ISO players will never give you the time of day, and that's why Vanitas is 9-8 right now on the attack side of Lotus.
Oh, Colby. Decayed, the nade, still lands his shots on Arjuna as WADA come into this round with a very meager buy. But Femboy getting one with the Sheriff. So a little bit of threat. We've already seen one Thrifty. But can they pull it off again? I don't think so. Not this time around.
Last player standing.
I'm just so shocked that Blue Water are just willing to fight fire with fire against these weaker weapons.
Astralis has to get this pick here onto Bob if they want a chance. Still a minute left in the round. Astralis has a shot at this.
And you do have time to walk around. Bob's still not moving from her position. Are they going to meet up front B? No. It's going to meet up at Mound.
This is really well played here from Blue Water. Everything on Astralis here. Yeah, and truly, you're not expecting both of them playing Mound.
And look at the utility from Harper right now. You have everything. You have absolutely every piece of utility.
Both spotted, one found. The ult's gonna connect.
Nothing there.
Oh, Bob just barely dodges it. But now there's a timing window. She's going back into the swing, choosing to take the fight. Time is running out. Bob lands a shot. Blue Water gets the round.
A headshot with the operator, nevertheless. That was such a sketchy round from the start. I mean, it was a eco round for WADA, but the 1v2 there at the end, I was so shocked with the way that Harper played that. I mean, with the Odin, anything is possible. You can hold a lot of angles, but when you have a full set of utility, you would think that you would play with it.
It was for Astralis here. Was it the right play to go for the fight instead of the tap or the defuse or even getting it to half?
You kind of have to, because that operator is just too easy to cut the pie. Like you can slice those angles just way too easily, and it's just a one-shot kill, right? At the end of the day. Change of pace here, though. It's just a full C hit.
Yeah, and Starbound this time wisely gives up the line. The ult will not connect onto anyone. And note, they have a couple of ults of their own they can punch back with. Power, and then Femboy.
Bob winning the head-to-head is massive, though, for Blue Water.
Keep a close eye on Colby on the minimap. Just TP'd, ulted all the way out, all the way back into their spawn, and I don't think they know. It doesn't look like it's going to matter. It seems like the round's going to be over before Colby even joins the fray, but could be the difference maker. Smoke's out now. Juna and Astralis left on the outside looking in.
Yeah,
force the
TP
face into the smoke. Yeah. Harper down.
There's one.
Juna pushing forward, and they will both fall. Blue Water's really run away with this half here.
Yeah, it's just too smothering. That Omen ult secures all that space as well into spawn, so you know that everybody's just flanking. And I have to highlight Bob with this operator play on the attacking side. Ever since picking that one up off of Starbound's body, she's really just been going on a tear. I mean, in that last round, basically diffing Starbound in that op v op. It's not an easy fight to win on the defensive side, peeking in, obviously, but those little things matter. Those little things play a factor into your brain throughout an entire map like this.
Whoa, look at that flash, and the ult popped. Femboy looking for it, but the shield's gonna cancel out the whole thing. No, that entire trap was canceled by one bit of utility. And now Vanitas pops their own, takes the fight. Power Pixel walks away on top, but you're a sitting duck on the outside of it.
Yeah, a fast flank here though from Juna.
But is it fast enough? 2 targets spotted, Starbound with the headhunter, and a stinger.
Spike planted.
Juna has to take this timing perfectly. Yeah, you're right, but now position given away. Thorns pop. Starbound the spam to the smoke, not connecting. forced into that fight as Colby aggressively takes another. Very well done. Holding the offline now. Trying to tuck into the smoke. What an answer from Blue Water there. Again, they had an awesome trap. Juna hits the paranoia from B. In outside, back in C main. You've got the rocket, you've got the satchels, and it should be secured.
Now we wait.
What a mess.
Vanitas has been playing these rounds with absolutely no fear. And yeah, that timing was so clutch to cancel out that showstopper.
Yeah.
And it's just a free sight. But I mean, if you think about this entire half and the way that Blue Water were able to kind of take this one away and close out the half 8-4, when things were looking kind of back and forth in the beginning, it was off the back of this ISO just running down Starbound on wherever they were playing. The ISO shield does not care if you have it off.
Right. I mean, there was even some like actually getting the kills at the beginning of the half, but even just pushing the chamber off the line was a huge difference. And so now WADA are going to be on attack, down 4 on their map pick, and honestly going into a series that I would argue, and many would argue, were the favorites.
Yeah, when you are the favorite, the pressure is way heavier, right? You're expected to win, and that expectation can be crushing. You know, one shaky map, one shaky half, it could create a lot of panic.
Yeah.
So this pistol round is extremely important for WADA to win.
And not just the favored, but elimination, and a chance at champs on the line.
And you've been so good all year.
Yep.
Dominant, really. We'll see, though. It's such a slow pistol. You can already feel the shift, maybe the loss of confidence. But WADA's calling right now. That one tap of the door at A site has basically rotated every single player over from the defensive side. So this should be a free C post plant.
Yeah,
a lot of utility invested, though.
Yeah, the wall will delay. And look, some of the rotations are already starting to come through. I mean, Vanitas is here. Really good wall there towards water. Juna gets the spike down. And you cannot really afford to play off site here.
Doug, this really comes down to how much value the Raze nade is going to get versus the Omen paranoia from Colby. Femboy has the Raze nade.
Colby's still waiting on the other side of the wall as it's now been cleared. Now they can push forward. Vanitas is already tucked into the smoke with Harper close by. They're slowly creeping forward. The site gets smaller and smaller as Vanitas gets it first, drops into the shield. Bob trades as Harper from on high gets 2. And that's another round for Blue Water.
That's a disgusting retake from Blue Water. The jump over the top of the box just so unexpected. WADA, no one was looking. And that's crushing right now on your map pick of Lotus. A map that throughout the year in GC, I believe they're 11 and 14 on.
Now we wait. To move my wall.
This is devastating if you're WADA.
Oh, yeah. The alarm bells are going off here for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And for Blue Water, I mean, you just get even more confident. On paper, you know, you're not supposed to win this game.
Where are you?
When the stakes are high, anything can happen. It's going to be buys and ISO here, anchoring the C site, tons of utility behind them.
And it's just a Marshall in the hands of Power.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned the 2 players that are on the site, the utility ahead of them. They're also playing in a position where you're not going to get away with the free one. You have to commit to getting out on site before you even get a chance at finding value with that Marshall.
Yeah, and this Vice Flash positioning was really good off the contact.
Vanitas crosshair just a little off the mark, still gets 1.
And Vice Flash not used. Maybe it's a retake flash, but they'll be able to see that soon.
And they're not really in a position to commit to it. A tap of the door. Are they fully giving away from this? Meanwhile, Juna gets caught. Yeah, they are leaving. They're going B.
There's still a wall here, though. So a wall nade combo here. Bob's going to do some damage with this. And yeah, look at the positioning of the nade.
This is
ready.
Hurt. Yep.
Oh,
30
that's a bait out.
30 seconds left. They can rotate back A where Colby's waiting. Just a judge, though, and from stairs.
Yeah, but a judge against no armor, I mean, that thing is so deadly. It'll just shred you.
Blue Water in a position to put another round in their favor. Time is running out. 10 seconds left. There's the judge. There's a round. Blue Water get up to 10.
I just felt like it wasn't decisive from WADA. They did have the sight. They probably could have gotten the spike planted. I mean, yeah, there was a raise nade that would have come out from Bob. But you have to try, and instead it was just the seesaw back and forth, and you end up running into a judge. Running through an omen smoke.
It goes without saying here, this is a phrase that we use a lot here in this game. This is a must-win round here if you're WADA. Down 6 on your map pick. You're finally back on a bye. Although, it's formidable on the side of Blue Water. You've got 3 Bulldogs. There ain't nothing. It's not like there's nothing on this, you know what I mean?
Okay, what a change of a setup from Blue Water. It's been devised in the last 2 rounds over towards that C. Now here at A to delay, but a lot of that utility was broken early on.
Yeah, they're such a mess. They're stumbling over each other. Teammates are getting flashed by their own paranoias. That nade will buy a little bit of time. Power gets the spike down. Femboy's dead.
What a combo.
Yeah, Starbound here's the satchel. And Bob knows where the threat lies. Still really not in a position to punish it, though. First to dog, Starbound getting spammed. Vanitas looking to try to land the fight, but it's wadded up. Get a couple. Astralis looking to pile it on, but it's actually Blue Water who punched back.
Player standing.
Spike has been ticking for a little bit here, and PowerPixel has so much to do and not a ton of time to do it all. The spam from Vanitas secures the round. Blue Water get to 11. Dre, I think we need to start talking about Haven.
This just feels like it's cooked, and if we are going to start talking about Haven, it's going to be the same comp that if you lose this map, you're playing against once again. And you just got to think that that's going to play a factor into your head. Look at the way that Bob and Vanitas have been playing. Sitting at the top of the scoreboard for their team. 18-9 for Bob, 17-12 for Vanitas. But look at how confident they are, even in the micro, right? That tether nade combo to just take out Femboy from the fight entirely. And I think this is the first time out, right?
Yeah, but that's what I want. That's what I want to get your thoughts on. What do you make of this timeout? You've lost 8 rounds in a row. You just got bonused. And this is the first time you call a timeout. What are your thoughts on this? On the timing and then also on the conversation that may be taking place?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure how there wasn't a timeout made when Blue Water was kind of running away with that other half. You know, like you would think that this would be the second timeout that you invested. Okay, like this is really the last chance here. But what happens if you lose after this because of your scrappy buy that we see on the screen right now, right? Like you're going to do your last timeout again at 12 and then try to make the comeback? I feel like, needless to say, it is all or nothing. And if you lose this round, I don't know. Are you going to invest that second timeout?
I guess there's no reason not to, but this does feel a bit late. Yeah, and what's the approach here? You've got 2 players buying.
Launching thorns.
Okay, they are gonna maybe
they're going for
fully buy down.
Yeah, they're going for it. I think Starbound may be saving for an op for the next round, but
Find you.
Yeah, I guess.
Yo, it's a complete A open now. Maybe understanding, okay, we did get the site last time, but I will be honest. Last time you were there wasn't Harper with an Odin.
Bob
invested.
Yeah, and Bob trying to play up in stairs. There's Harper with the Odin, as you mentioned.
They want none of this.
Yeah, and I don't blame them. That decay is going to be a problem, though. It's going to stall them out even more. And now the wall, and again, just like that, they have 3 here already. They aren't even really getting some of these open sights off of the rotations and misdirection, but they're fully pushing forward, fully scaling up. 2 kills found.
And with those 2 kills found at water, they're just going to take that C site. Juna cutting off the rotations as well. It was a must-win round for WADA, and they put themselves in such a good spot here. Blue Water, they're not even going to go for it.
Wisely so.
Yeah. And now you imagine WADA are going to try to go for some of these upgrades from Australis and Juna. Look at Bob.
Fighting?
Yo, just teeing off. You got to be careful doing this.
There's no money.
Yeah. There's no money, and also now Bob is 1 kill off of a showstopper. Honestly, maybe if I'm Bob, I go for more here. Maybe I go and just try to get that showstopper. But I mean, they could also just go for, you know, A control and grab the Raze ultimate off of that.
Yeah.
If that's what you want to do in the game plan.
Yeah, I also think Blue Otter is so far up that they don't really have to play for an ult in the next round, right? Like, if it doesn't hit in the next round, it'll hit in the one after type beat, and so they have enough of a runway to where they can get away with that. But the decision to fight there, I mean, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it looks like you'll still be able to get a decent buy. 4 rifles. Well, 4 rifles and an Odin. So I guess it's all good, but we have to pay attention to the ult cycles from both teams that are coming up here. WADA need to use some of these ults and secure the round wins. And Blue Otter, I think they're in a spot where you have to be wary of wasting ult in rounds like these.
Yes.
So we'll see. I mean, that first pick kind of makes it a little bit more confident for WADA to maybe not want to invest in ult that you would maybe otherwise need to use in order to secure a round to start, you know, a little bit of your own snowball in this attack half. It's not over quite yet. We've seen some crazy thrifty rounds from both sides already happen here. And Bob and Benitez, the 2 leaders on the scoreboard for Blue Otter, have a rifle in their hands.
The dog did not catch, and so Starbound has not been detected outside of A. Meanwhile, you mentioned one of the stars, Vanitas, on our screen right now, waiting for this B push, which is just around the corner. Choosing not to wait on the other side of the wall, though, finds safe passage, gets away. I guess suspecting that they hit a C.
There, take them! 30 seconds left.
The ult's not going to tag. The wall's going to be a problem. They're disjointed. They've been torn apart. Only 2 follow through. But the delay is just enough to where they can't really flood up behind the side, and now the remaining members of WADA are able to join the fold.
On the other side of the map, though, Starbound was taken out.
Yeah. And that will certainly make things a little bit more complicated for WADA. Note here, though, Astralis does have ult. Vanitas does too, though. There's one. Did tag. Meanwhile, Juna decayed. Forced to clear the eye. Femboy on the swing. Spam not connecting at least quite yet. What a swing out from Harper. Bob gets another with a rocket in the lap of Femboy. And now Power Pixel left in a 1v1, and Vanitas is able to win it out.
And that's without
map point.
Yeah, sorry, that's without using the ISO ultimate as well.
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous retake.
Match point.
Bob just pulling heroics out. It really felt like WADA, when they invested that deadlock ultimate, that okay, that would seal the deal. Especially when I didn't see Vanitas like reciprocate with their ult. But it's just Blue Otter full steam forward on these retakes right now. Just so confident in every single duel with the trades.
Time to explode.
It's putting them over the edge right now in a lot of these 4v4s. Now look at Vanitas. Outlaw in hand. Doesn't connect though. But the threat is there.
There.
Yeah, 2 members on light armor. Femboy pops a rocket, satchels out. And that's a little off. Cleared the shield, but didn't connect. And now Vanitas hits the ult. Femboy into the gulag. Vanitas looking to take the fight. We'll find it. We'll secure it. And somehow doesn't get punished off the TP finally falls. WADA able to get a couple. Still 3 up on the side of Blue Otter though. And those 3 are more than enough. The Nightfall from one side, the Paranoia on the other. But they're kind of stalling out a little bit here, Dre. They aren't really finding their footing.
Yeah,
a little bit of hurry up and wait.
I feel like they missed their timing here. Now WADA have a chance back into this. Yeah, that deadlock nade comes back on cooldown.
The Spike's gonna get out. They're leaving. And they might leave Astralis here as an insert. What a play.
Let's
30
see, though, if
seconds
Kobe's
left.
able to get this kill cleanly on Astralis. Oh, now it's obvious. Okay, it's not going to be C.
Again, Astralis's position is everything here. Colby has to win this fight out to give him a chance. And Blue Water, yeah, the chances just became borderline impossible here.
I mean, with that Nightfall being invested, you would think, okay, just send it. Just send it. That's it. But this is what happens when underdog teams get to the position where, okay, we're at 12. We can do it. We can win this first map. That's when the nerves start creeping in.
Yeah. I think there was enough utility there, too, to where they couldn't really flood out onto the site behind the ult. And the delay, I think the delay from WADA was perfect. It was beautiful.
Astralis did a great job there as well, understanding that they have to clear out the entirety of the C site. So just stalling that time just secured everything. Look at this, a silent stack here towards the C side of the map. 3 members, that deadlock nade does hit.
Catch them.
They're going to fully speed out onto this. Bob is going to be the first one here.
You got to get out.
Yep. You got the utility. That nade won't feel good. 22 HP.
There.
22 HP in a dream, huh? Nah,
Yeah.
gets out instead. Gets out instead.
They rotate back towards C.
What?
The Outlaw will connect onto Power Pixel. Very nice shots out from Vanitas.
But where's the player that's supposed to be holding that, or the the awareness of that smoke timing from it fading? What is up with Blue Water in these rounds? Another one that we didn't catch. Whoa.
Femboy puts a bullet between Bob's eye. And again, they're stalling out onto the site, now pushing forward. You have plenty of numbers on this retake. Surely this doesn't end on an eco. Juna committing to the plant. Harper, patience.
30 seconds left.
Spike not down. Paranoia forces him to stall out even more.
Focusing.
Femboy has to be careful here. Pops the shield, triple. Into the round. And the Spike's still not committed. Looking to take the fight. 1 bullet left, 13 seconds left. It falls down to a 1v1.
10 seconds left.
Is Femboy gonna have the space? Colby
have to stick.
Spike planted.
First to Satchel. Colby 65 HP and a Marshall to put the map away. Not the weapon for the job. Surely not. Ill-equipped. But manages to find at least a little bit of space. Femboy's going up to clear heaven. Is there enough time to wrap this way? Oh, 1 bullet left. 13 HP. The Classic's not going to do it from there. That's 4 for Femboy as WADA gets to 7.
That round came down to the wire. That was absolutely insane. I don't know what these shots were from Vanitas. Some crazy outlaw play. But the fact that it comes down to a 1v1, that is just ridiculousness. I have to say, I got to give props to WADA for slowing things down amongst all the chaos that was given to him. That was, what, a 3v5?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
And like, how many taps of the spike did we hear? Like 3, 4? And just holding, waiting for, right? Waiting for any type of overextension. And it came. So a good punish, and now you're able to use that last time out to maybe gather your bearings after what was such an intense round. What could have been a map-ending round, especially with that Vandal being picked up.
Yeah. I do think here, though, for Blue Water, yeah, you know, they've WADA have won 3 out of the last 4, and yeah, things are starting to get a little silly, but the fact that you're at 12 essentially just means you need your ults to hit, right? At the right time, and that ends up being the trump card more often than not, no?
Yeah. When you're at a spot where you have 12 rounds and you have this big of a buffer, you really can just play the ultimate game. Like, you can stack up all 5, invest everything into 1 round, and just go crazy with it. Now, that being said, look at WADA's ults coming online first, right? So WADA should be able to close the gap, you know, if everything goes their way and they use their ultimates correctly. And that's where Blue Water, maybe around like 12-10, will have everything online.
Yeah.
See here, WADA. Ooh, full A approach, and look at all this space being taken from Blue Water.
really aggro. Where's the trick?
You have to speed up.
There is no trick because there's no money. And so they just have to go forward in a double senti comp. You have nothing covering your flank. All eyes set ahead.
And they haven't cleared tree. There's still this judge here from Colby.
Oh boy. I don't have a good feeling about this. Very nicely done from Juna. Oh, it's Juna gets two. Might have just secured the round for WADA.
Insanely clutch from Juna. Like the lone warrior at stairs, really.
Yeah.
Walled off from her own team.
Because you got to think, if Juna falls, even in just one of those, you've got a double flank.
Over.
You've still got the judge and tree. The round likely doesn't go your way. It feels inconsequential, but Juna just saved them this map this round.
100%. That was an extremely uncomfortable post plant position for WADA.
Yeah.
Given the fact that Colby was in tree that entire time with the judge, a real damage could have been done there. It could have been the map over there. So yeah, that was such. The first kill, amazing. The second kill was the icing on the cake.
Yep.
I feel like even going 1 for 1 there is still not that great.
And so now we're in a position where what? Blue Water, Vanitas is one off ult. Well, never mind.
Not a save.
We got to look at the replay first.
Here's that replay. A pinch onto heaven.
Just so nicely done out from Juna.
That second kill is insane.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. We are in that position where Blue Water doesn't have a lot of money here. Bob has that rifle saved from the last round. And the ult cycle is online for WADA. Look at their ults. They're gonna have 5 ults pretty soon. We'll see. We'll see if Blue Water are experienced enough and understanding enough to save all of the ults that they're gonna get. What a nice entry from Starbound on the Colby. That's the solo A player, Doug.
Yeah, Colby really not able to react, not able to respond quickly enough to give that a chance. And I think one concerning thing here, if you're Blue Water, is that Starbound has been very quiet up until this point. But if Starbound gets going, we're having a different conversation. It's a different ballgame.
Yeah, entirely. A lot harder to shut down the chamber on the defensive side because you don't know where the chamber is going to be getting picks from. And yeah, if WADA win this round cleanly, there's going to be an attack off in play as well. Look at all this post plant utility. That sensor is going to be so annoying to play against. I think Blue Water right here are just going to bide their time, maybe die to the spike.
Yeah,
I don't even think
Bob
damage.
Saves. Yeah.
I don't even know if damage is good. I guess you could go for ult orbs. I actually.
Yeah, if you're the 3, if you're either
yeah,
Harper, Vanita, yeah. And so Starbound's not going to connect on the first. Not a big deal. If Starbound dies there to the spike, that will be the Bisold online. And Bob saves the rifle.
It's getting tense here.
Yeah.
In this Lotus map. You could feel it across the board. One mistake from either side. If Blue Water make a mistake here, that gap closes. All of a sudden, you start thinking, oh no, the comeback is happening. We have to go T after, what, a 12-4?
Yeah.
And for WADA, complete momentum. 4 rounds in a row. Getting to OT feels ever so closer for them.
Yep.
Look at the ultimates online right now. You can do a Fade ultimate into an Omen ult if there's a little bit of aggression from Blue Water. It's going to be a default, though. A fake A open, some utility into all this C space gathered. Thing is, these thorns can delay for so long here. This is the setup that we saw very early on in the half for Blue Water. So maybe just going into what worked in the past.
They're sending here. I don't think this is just clearing out utility. They've got the ult.
My ult's ready.
Yep.
Yeah, here we go. Fade ultimate. Let's see if Omen ult's invested with it. Only one person hit, so don't need to jump the gun on that.
Yeah. Ray's ult available as well.
You just gotta be careful here. It's out. You still have Deadlock wall up. Where is this going to be used? Water or spawn?
Sensor just got used towards water. There's the wall towards spawn. Interesting. Committing into this ult. And Juna caught. Meanwhile, Vanitas falls on the other side. Starbound with the op, looking to push up further and further as Juna's taking a further step back. Still in their spawn. The paranoia A little off the mark, but the space has been gathered. A 4v2. They've got to take some of these fights, and I don't think they're really going to have the room to do it. The rocket invested. We'll talk about that here in just a moment as Colby trying to swing out, trying to take a fight. June is there to greet. WADA get to 10.
Yeah. The rocket invested is a little bit of overkill. Maybe you wish you would have had that maybe going into that round 11, but
yep.
What happens in that round? Okay, Vi's ult was used from Blue Water. Remember what I was talking about? You have to use all these ultimates together in tandem, and that's how you secure that last round win. When you use individual ults and you're not able to convert, it just, the ult cycle's not in your favor anymore. But I will say, Femboy using that Raze ultimate does make things a little bit shaky in that aspect.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about that for the rest of the half. And everything is riding on this deadlock ult for the next round. Because ideally, if you're WADA, you don't want to have to invest that here.
Satchel out.
There's a shield, a little info gathered, essentially face checking. But yeah, I think you're right here. The rocket being used, kind of
There.
bit of a head scratcher there.
It changes things, man. Like that, you would have loved to have basically 2 Raze rockets. I mean, deadlock ult can be used as that as well, going into that last round to get you into OT.
Meanwhile, if you're Harper here, you're 2 off of your ult. You really want to have that for the next round if you can get to a position where that is secured. I think they just spotted the trip. So you see a couple of members of WADA turning back around, looking for the flank.
Yeah. Barbon dialed in on this angle with the off.
Lying in wait. There's Vanitas. Flank dealt with, disposed of. Harper falls. Not going to have the ult secured immediately into the next round. And the thing you pointed out earlier about Astralis' ult, I think feels like the difference maker here.
100%. So much is gonna ride on Vanitas' ultimate, that ISO 1v1, and then also Astralis' deadlock ult. It really feels like the round is gonna come down to that. But when do you decide to invest them? That's the question. Do you, if you're Vanitas, you have to land that, right? Do you do it off of a Prowler or maybe that op shot and TP away? You ideally want to grab Starbound. You want the odds in your favor, as much in your favor as you can.
Right.
Against the operator, that's when you get that.
Note here, Bob decides to go for op light armor. Doesn't have enough for Roomba. You've got to find value with this op. I mean, this is the difference maker, and you've got Starbound waiting on the other side with an op of their own.
And I wonder for WADA if they're aware of this defensive side operator. Bob hasn't shown this one time this half.
I mean, you look at the minimap, they know something's up. They haven't left spawn.
I mean, look at how slow this is played right now. From both sides, no one really overextending. The only one on an aggressive angle is Bob. Just now some A space being re-cleared from power. A break of a Prowler as well, so that's info denied. Towards A. Everything is up in the air right now for the defensive side.
Where are you?
I will not get broken, but it's a tuck from Bob.
The flash. Swing. Oh, shot doesn't connect, but Starbound lands it. Bob's down. And with that goes the op. The Vice has to be careful. Caught by the net, caught by the paranoia, and caught by the ult. It's a disaster.
30 seconds
But
left.
Vanitas able to save him. Now Vanitas has an ult of their own. Harper still doesn't have that Nightfall.
And Vanitas didn't invest that ISO ultimate either to stop the bomb from being planted. So even if this ultimate goes through and connects onto somebody, I think WADA are still pretty comfortable here in this post plant.
There's the ult. Grabs the raise. Vanitas has to win this fight out. It's imperative. The pressure's too much. Vanitas falls. Juna swings out as well. The lead is gone. The comeback in full effect. It is essentially evaporated right before their very eyes. Colby has to win out of 1v4 to pull this thing off, and they cannot. Dre, we're going to OT.
This is one of the most ridiculous comebacks I think we've seen in GC this playoff so far. I mean, 11-4, and it just felt like there was nothing going right for WADA. Stringing some rounds in, I guess I have to bite my words. Having 2 timeouts to make this comeback possible was the key.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know that I agree with that. I'm not willing to follow you there.
Bit of a stretch. Bit of a stretch.
But they did pull it off. They hit, what?
They did it.
7 in a row, 8 of the last 9.
It's insane. It's actually insanity. Okay, but now you get on that defensive side. Starbound does get that operator no armor online. And it's a different setup now. It's the Raze backed with that chamber. Traditionally, it's been that deadlock and chamber combo there. Right now for Blue Water, you should be able to read into this though. Okay, the deadlock is clearly at A, already investing the nade, already investing the wall. And you're just gonna send it B.
They've done this. I mean, obviously the utility is different as for the stakes, but a very similar look to what they did on the pistol.
We found one.
Look at how far back the spike is. Not fully committed out onto the site yet. Now pushing forward. Power's down.
Satchel out.
What more can they do? Bob just had that, waiting for the swing. Colby there. And Bob waits. Patience, a virtue. The nade will buy some time. Wow. Beautifully done.
One enemy remaining.
The sensor doesn't matter there.
Showstopper as well.
Starbound never had a chance to fire that op. Blue Water, once again, they're at the finish line, but they need to find a way to cross it.
It's just always Bob in these post plants getting so proactive and taking the fight straight to the retake. 3 in that round, 2 of them being stuck, or 1 of them being stuck in a net. And then just sitting in the sensor, just confident that you're going to hit that shot. I mean, that's some cold stuff when you're in an OT like this, when a WADA has been coming back. Like, what, you said it was 7 rounds? Yeah, 7 rounds. I mean, for you to step up in OT like that shows that veteran experience that Bob has had. Bob has been here for so long, playing at such a high level.
3 up mound. Meanwhile, glass cannon op on the other side of the map.
Oh. Prowler for Roomba in front B. Both teams know that at a space that isn't gathered. But all sights are set towards this A side of the map. A lot of Vice utility here to delay, but it should be a free plant. Not there. Oh my.
Oh. Oh!
No.
Judas overcooked it!
Wall tripped.
It worked
Spike planted.
in regulation, but it doesn't work here in overtime.
It's the same idea, the same setup. And this time it's well done. Paranoia out. Yeah, no, Femboy didn't get tagged by any of that utility. The wall. Still, Femboy gets 2. Blue Water in a position to do this, but they're down in numbers. What can they do? That slow peek. That's 1. But is that going to be enough? Astralis lands the ult. Bob not able to satchel out. And we're going to go another round.
I mean, the reaction from Bob, though, off of the audio cue of Astralis' ult being popped. Imagine if you're able to actually jump over that. That would have been a movie. But shut down here. And what was a decisive read over towards that A site. Yeah, Juna falls early. That Paranoia is not able to get value. It doesn't matter because the defensive Paranoia from Colby just didn't connect on a Femboy.
And that's crazy how getting 2 there. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy how just a singular misstep like that is the decider.
Yeah.
When it comes down to these elimination matches, that's everything. So it's reset now. Everything is even again. WADA are going to take all of this A space. Not much was shown towards C. They don't want to fight through that one way. Attack side Odin here in the hands of Harper. Very, very patient play right now from WADA on this defensive side. A cool sensor onto A site if there is a speed up. Now, Doug, we saw Starbound get a bunch of value here in this front B with the op off of a random timing. But I have a feeling here Blue Water knows something is up. Look at the way that they're inching forward onto this B. You have a Roomba. You have a Vice Flash that you can combo.
Making cover.
Is this real? I feel a little misdirection here. I'm not fully convinced. The Satchel fully out.
They're committed.
Astralis tries to put the wall up. Bob's able to win that fight out anyway. And now they are committing, you're right. But they're stuck on the other side of the wall. The spike is up by itself. You've got to be careful. There's no heaven cover.
Spike planted.
Trina had a flank Omen TP.
Yeah, and managed to get the spike down in the face of that. And now they know. Juna is prowling, lying in wait. Beautifully done from Femboy.
Enemy remaining.
Beautifully done from Juna. And this time it seems like WADA are going to be on map point.
Just crunching the map on that retake. I'm not sure if the Omen TP was heard from Sia or not, but that was a 50-50 right there. That was just won by Juna.
Sides. Match point.
And 1v1s like that, I feel like they can make or break who takes the map home. And it really does feel like in this series for both of these teams, the way that this map has gone, it's so important for either side to take this one. If you're Blue Water, you just need this win just to secure the fact in your head that you can close out a map.
Yeah.
In this series, right?
Yep. And especially knowing you're going into Haven as your next map, like there's a real chance to end it in 2 here. But if Blue Water can't close the door on this, I mean, yeah, it's a different conversation.
It's not going to feel good going up against a WADA who just made that ridiculous comeback.
Yeah. When the truth is, if we're going to speak bluntly, we should be on Haven right now.
100%.
Starbound looking to find a pick with the op. Same Vice utility from their last defensive round here towards A. Same wall. This time, no TP. No Juna full sending into stairs.
This is all just a diversion, though, to do a B split, running the Blue Water strat right back at them.
Bob's in trouble. Bob is the trouble. Bob gets 2.
Spike down.
Traded back, though. Spike. Scoop back up. And Astralis will provide any sort of cover possible as Juna gets the spike down.
Headlock made back up as well to delay the retake, but Colby still finds one.
Yeah, I mean, Starbound in the face of a 1v4 to keep
Teleport's ready.
to take us to Haven. This is an impossibly difficult task. Colby's gotten it to half. The spam connects. We're gonna go again.
The map that just keeps on giving, huh, Doug? Both teams try to end B. Both teams have successful retakes. How deep can you go? How deep is the playbook for either side? Do you just start making stuff up? You know, I feel like you kind of are. I mean, what was this from Bob? At 2K just sitting in the open. A couple extra shots there to send a message. Maybe spirits are still high for Blue Water, even though there was a crazy comeback. All that behind them now. 4 players starting front B here.
Bob's not winning that one out. That's a tough one. Vanitas ahead of the wall with the shield too.
Destabilizing.
That's refreshed as well. Spike should be planted. We have another B retake here. Can WADA pull this off again?
Stopping fire.
Oh, looks like they actually just want to go C here. They're not even going for the B plant, but look at how close behind WADA are.
Out of charge.
Harper falling. Colby as well.
Last player standing.
Vanitas in a really nice spot, but a bullet between their eyes, and WADA in a power position.
Just a bit of an overcook from Blue Water there. If you're going to go to C, you need to be decisive on it. And now this up-down just secures what is a match point now for WADA.
Switching sides. Match
if you're going to go C, if you're going to pivot from B, you have to just send it. Anything in between, you're just going to get flanked. And we saw 3 members of WADA just close the gap there very quickly. Now WADA are in a position to close out this map. Everyone set up towards C. I think this is just going to be a straight up C to C hit here.
Yeah.
There's no trip at A. They just want to send it here. The Vice utility isn't even down yet on the C site. The pressure is getting to Blue Water.
Bob just had to satchel away. That one way didn't do enough to buy time. Gotta be careful here.
Dude, they're sending it.
Yeah, and you've got your Vice playing on site. Still getting a kill, make that 2.
Down, C.
And here I thought Seal was in trouble.
How is this happening? I thought so too. I thought C would just get smothered with all that utility coming through, but an oversight
Spike's here.
from Juna, not clearing out Ben. And now that Spike is in such a bad spot. How do you grab this? Yeah, you gotta just make magic happen. Hopefully someone gives you a kill somewhere towards B.
Here.
Wall still not baited out. I mean, you can give this B site. It's fine. If you're Colby right now, all you need to do is pick up the gap.
30 seconds left.
This is way too hard, Doug. This is just near impossible to grab the spike here and win this round. This should be...
You don't have any flashes. No, you don't really have any way through.
Done.
And so 30 rounds is not enough. We're going to have to figure it out through at least 32. Potentially more.
Overtime.
Make them regret their choice.
At what point do we start talking about how fatigue will set in, you know, for either side? And I think when we start having that conversation, you kind of have to favor WADA in the grand scheme of things. You know, if this does end up going to a map 3, because of the experience behind that entire roster. So Blue Water, you kind of want to wrap this one up as soon as possible.
Yeah.
The longer this series goes, the worse odds are in your favor. Slow default this time for Blue Water, not wanting to run into the operator of Starbound, understanding that, I mean, they could be anywhere with it. And Starbound is actually just opting to go front B again. Attack op from Bob, though. This is so risky. But a lot of info is gathered here.
You still have the sound sensor out towards C.
Whoa.
Vanitas looking for a fight. Will not find it.
And Doug, because of the operator being found out from the defensive side, look at how much space Bob has taken towards A.
Yeah.
You're able to methodically clear out all those angles. I mean, it was... Yeah, but it was second-hand nature there.
Yeah, but for what? I mean, they're not going to rotate all the way back A. You've got your Rays, who should be satcheling out onto site, not really able to join on the hit. And the tap of the door is not biting it's not causing rotations out.
Oh, it's because the C players went too early.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, the macro has been lost. Oh, it is going to be a pivot, though. But it's going to be close.
Left.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult. I mean, this Raze nade could be the make it or break it for WADA.
Brother, they've burned this candle at both ends. You have just barely 10 seconds left. You should be able to get the spike down, but it's squeaky bum time.
You got a nade. You got a nade. You got a nade.
The spike planted. The nade doesn't deal enough damage, not enough to find lethality. And now Bob up and stairs with the op. Starbound, curious, waiting for the swing. Starbound hits a shot. Harper still has the Odin though. But they're down in numbers. They've got the spike down. And that's the 12th man, so to speak. But Colby's got to land the shot. Colby's got to get this kill. Asleep at the wheel. Harper left in a 1v4. Will fall as well. WADA, map point again.
Oh, I mean, ridiculous. With the spike being planted, like, Blue Water actually had a solid chance. I think it was a jump spot from somebody from the side of WADA that saw Bob in stairs with that op. And that's why Starbound took that fight the way that they did. That's, by the way, that is just like an actual whole like year of experience put into effect. Like in those op 1v1s, the way that you saw Starbound approach that, knowing that there's an op on the other end, is this the jump spot? They must have known somehow, for sure, because the way that Starbound took that 1v1 was like they knew that there was an op there. And now, yeah, great. Every match that we cast, you know, it comes down to it. At least this time around, it's an OT, right? You know, at least it's not off the jump.
Yeah. Once I know what the situation is, once I know what's going on, I'll let you good people know. Although, as I say that, it has been confirmed there is a mouse that has died, which I suppose makes sense when we play 32 rounds and, you know, maybe we didn't charge our mouse. I don't really know what's going on, but that is the cause for the pause. And so once we get that bad boy juiced back up, we'll head back into the game. If you are just joining us, go back and watch the VOD. I mean, it's worth it. This map has had some really silly moments. It's had some really insane moments, but it's WADA who are currently holding the advantage.
Yeah, and every one of these rounds, every one of these lives, it just feels like another lifeline for each side. You know, it's just another breath that you have in this tournament, and it's been absolutely ridiculous to watch. Bob sitting at 32 kills, and surprisingly for me, Femboy right up there. When I think of WADA and I think of the way that they've had success as a team throughout this year, it's really been the Starbound show. It's been Starbound dropping just ridiculous numbers on every single map. I mean, last 30 days, Doug, 471 kills, 220 deaths. You want to know the first kill, first death?
Yes.
95 kills to 25 first deaths. I've never seen stats like this in any player. The only thing close to this is Ospos at Champs.
Yeah,
dropping 80 and 40. Like every
dude,
map.
I'm still twisted about that. Don't bring that back. Yeah,
I know, but
90 something and 20 something. That's pretty freaking good. I will
95,
say.
25 plus 70 in first kill, first deaths in the last 30 days. I mean, and if you branch out of those 30 days, it gets even greater than that. I don't even want to put you through. I don't even want to put you through it, man.
Well, I mean, we have time. You might as well.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
That was me calling your bluff. I know you didn't have those stats, bro. Missed me with that. I am seeing purchases happening, and I am seeing the HUD updating a little bit. So, yeah, I'm believing, I'm hoping, I'm praying that we get back into this here very soon. What Dre, as a former player, what does something like this do for your mental when you're kind of in this crazy dogfight? You're 30 something million rounds into the map, and then you hit this unexpected involuntary pause. What does that kind of ice you a little bit, or walk me through that from a player's perspective?
Okay, so I mean, for both sides, it's a moment to catch your breath, right? You're able to kind of recollect your thoughts. Oh, into the timeout is insane.
Right.
That's craziness. But I was gonna say, for the side of WADA, it would feel like that. Yeah, most definitely, it would feel like, okay, like what the heck, man? Like we have the momentum. We won the last round. Like now we have a chance. I guess they were gonna take this timeout anyway, so maybe it's not as detrimental as it normally would be. But nevertheless, they're gonna be able to like talk this out and see what they want to do to try to close this one out. It's just been back and forth every single time. No team has been able to close it out on the attacking side. And I mean, it really feels like the playbook has completely run out. It's going to be off of heroics. Whoever wins this map, I think it's going to be just a star player just absolutely taking over. And look at the buy right now from Femboy. I mean, it's a judge. I mean, we've gotten to that part of the map, of the match, where it's a judge buy when you have 5K in the bank. You're really just pulling out anything at this point to try to get the win.
Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of what you got to do, no?
Yeah. You have to take out all logic when it comes to these OT rounds, because even the most ridiculous thing can be what closes out the map. I mean, you've already tried every single macro approach, defaulting, doing a B split. You ran it down C. This time, I think it's going to be Femboy going into Bend with a judge.
Colby pushed back by the dog.
Here we go, Doug.
Not?
Are you ready?
Wait, opting not to smoke, opting to just flash and take the fight and wins it. Vanitas gets a couple. Colby, 3 on the round. We're going to go again. Barring a miracle, we're going to go again.
There's just no way. What a crunch. What a tap of the door. What a crunch from Blue Otter. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's just no way this is happening. Both these teams have been operating at such a high level. What a fast reaction, though.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, if that doesn't come out, it's a solo C player. And Femboy's judge will get so much value just satcheling over and wrapping Colby. And instead, because of the tap of the door, Colby is able to get 3.
30 seconds left.
I even, you know, as we were watching Colby gets pushed back into bend from the dog, right? Tucks behind. And here I'm thinking, okay, Colby's going to drop a smoke in main. Okay. Yeah. That's 1. 13 seconds left. And here I'm thinking Colby's going to drop a smoke in main, buy some time, not really, you know, force the hit to kind of face check the smokes, use utility to get through it. But no, doesn't drop a smoke. Instead, drops a flash, swings out, and then gets 2. Yeah. It's like full, like, yeah, okay, I'd win. Look at this.
It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's crazy that both these teams have the stamina for this.
Listening.
16-16.
Sound sensor
And really, you've seen it all. Like both sides have seen every single setup.
Sure.
They've seen everything.
They know where you are. You can't TP away. Where's the swing? No punish.
Too hesitant.
Yeah.
Good spam.
Starbound will get a second shot, and Starbound doesn't really miss on these double opportunities very often. Whoa. A little Sentinel battle, this time going the way of Astralis, as Blue Water once again finds themselves down. A numbers advantage. I don't think anyone we've been here before. To end, man.
Yeah, I feel like we've been here before, Doug.
Yeah. Tell me how this one ends. I haven't seen it.
I think WADA win another defensive round.
Yeah. You know what? I think you're right.
Oh my gosh. I do want to talk about how WADA smothered the map in this round, though. As there is a free C site. I mean, there was a push through A lobby. There was a push front B.
Right.
So a clear understanding in this round from WADA that, okay, everything was towards C.
30 seconds left.
Just leaves you to wonder why so hesitant from Blue Water.
Yeah. He had a chance to punish.
Yeah. Yep. And when all happened, oh my lineup. I mean, whatever. They were gonna win it anyway, right?
Right.
But still,
right. But it was nice to look at. Yep.
Yeah, that was.
10 seconds left.
Hold on.
Spike planted. Wall will buy some time. Just enough to make us believe. And as always, our emotions have been played with.
Yeah. Okay, well, we go to another round of overtime. And let's see what WADA cook up here on this attack. They took their timeout to try to go for a C exec. It got completely stuffed because of a tap of the door at B. I mean, at what point do you just do the Shanks, you guys go for A, I'll take bomb C strat?
I mean, it might be time.
You think it's time to pull that one out, Doug? Like, be honest. Oh my gosh.
Yep. I mean, just if they can find a way to convert on this attack round, they'll do the unthinkable.
Literally unthinkable.
I don't think Starbound knows.
Winning a map.
Colby managed to TP up to half wall. No challenge. They're rotating away.
Okay, so showing A early from WADA into a pivot of clearing out B and C. They're going to want to try to bait out this wall, but that's a really cool omen smoke. That's a really cool omen smoke from Colby.
Yep.
That just deflects baiting out that B wall. Now everyone from WADA has to either go back and re-clear A, or you have to take C space and open the door B. A lurk smoke on the C site. I don't know if that's enough for Blue Water to bite, though. This is a deadly combo that's about to happen. Look at Vanitas here. That vulnerable is going to come out, but Bob's already rotating, so I don't know.
So the nade won't be the play, but Colby has been here since the very beginning of the round.
Yeah. I mean, Colby's omen smokes this round have been insane.
So we're back to the spot where there are a little over 30 seconds left. We're just now leaving Spawn.
30 seconds left.
We're going to rotate back towards C. The Sentinel is here. The flash has been cleared. Can C do it again? Can C do it again? Yes, C it can!
Down, C.
Juna trades it back, but 2 have been found.
It's just unreal. It's
still more work
just
to be done,
real.
though. Still more work to be done. It's
10
not
seconds left.
fully dealt with. It's not fully disposed of. Juna scaling forward, able to get a kill. The decay going to cause some problems. The 3v3 as the spike has been planted.
You have nade.
Oh, what a shot out from Femboy. They might pull this off. They might actually do this thing. Colby and Harper with so much to do. Colby's got 8 HP. Somehow stays alive. Not gotten to half. Harper gets 1. Harper, 70 HP. Has to tap. Juna gets 3. WADA finally win out the marathon. 18-16 on Lotus.
This is just one of the biggest brawls I think I've casted in such a long time, bro. This map was just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the comeback, everything of that sort. I mean, WADA didn't just win a map. They survived a war, like a legit war.
I mean, they almost won 2 maps. If we're being honest here, the wild thing is here, I think I want to say this quickly and then we can go ahead and throw it a break, is if you're Blue Otter here, that one hurts. That one hurts real bad. And now you're heading to Haven, and yeah, maybe it's your map pick, but the war of the mind often trumps what's happening in the map. So we're going to take it to a very quick break. When we return, the devs will break down what they saw, and given all the rounds we played, they're going to have a lot to talk about. We'll be right back.
A crazy first map in the series with WADA and Blue Otter. One that almost seems like an entire series has passed. We get through 5 rounds of overtime, the most back and forth game we've had here in our main event so far. And in the end, Emily, it's going to be none other than WADA to take their map pick and be up 1 in an elimination match. I don't even know where to start. I feel like we just watched hours on hours of Valorant, and I loved every second of it.
No, that truly felt never ending. And I honestly thought it was going to be a fake comeback at the start of that because they were just down so many, right? Like, it almost seemed impossible. Blue just had to win 1 round to close it out, but they were unable to. And then we go into a crazy overtime that just kind of all blurred together in my mind. But WADA ended up closing it out in the end.
Yeah, it was really a wild game. It started off with an 8-4 half, and then you see the pistol and the bonus won out for Blue Otter. It looked like they were completely in control in that first half. I think they had such good ideas on their attack side. Bob was really hitting with the operator on the raise in her hands, and I honestly thought it was going to be completely over after they won that bonus in the second. But this is why WADA has done so well in the past. They are such a resilient team. They are such an experienced team. They can go for literally like almost an hour and a half single map of Valorant and still come out, get the win, and now be up big in this series.
I know that we had highlighted this to be a close series, but wow, I could never imagine that it was going to be like that. But when you're talking about that comeback and everything else coming out from WADA, I mean, it was kind of a little stark at the beginning, Mimi, but you have to take a way journey back to earlier on in the game and kind of a little bit of these setups that they're able to have to even allow them to get to this point.
Yeah, let's look at a couple of these rounds here, because I think that some of the keys for Blue Otter in that first half was how on their defensive side they were playing into, or excuse me, on the other side actually, not for Blue Otter there, but for WADA, was how willing they were to play back after getting these initial picks. They give a lot of freedom for Starbound with the operator to take opportunities to try and get an opener, but then when they were actually playing into the retakes, I love the way that they were always having ideas of how to use the net, how to combine that with the nade or with the C's, and put all that util together to win out on these retakes. I think WADA is a team who finds a really good balance between having like nice set ideas, good util, good team play, while also still having just like some of the best shooters in Game Changers as a whole on this roster, and it's why they've been second best all year in the scene.
Yeah, I also just want to give props to WADA on how they actually utilized Starbound on the chamber. They didn't go for like the basic, okay, let's set up our chamber up on a line right away. Instead, we had Starbound playing back on like second position angles to avoid the first wave util and keep Blue Otter second guessing on where they were actually playing. And then they ended up using their teammates to kind of bait them into the op by showing presence, showing that, hey, the op's actually not here. And then, well, someone gets opt. So that was really cool to see.
I feel like someone gets opt is one of the most reoccurring themes that we got to see like throughout that series. I mean, we had highlighted Starbound going up against Bob, and we got to see a lot of just op shots in general going on in the series. And we have to talk about that impact a little bit more, Mimi, coming out from both sides, because I love that highlight on how Starbound was playing this as well. And there was also a lot of pressure back from Bob.
Yeah, there was a ton of pressure from both of these players with the operator in their hands. I love how much value that they were both providing on that weapon. For Bob, it's been such a journey playing on the Sova so much of her early career. You remember the operator coming out in bigger and bigger games. Now getting to pull it out on the Raze there as well looked super impressive. But to the point that you were making, Emily, I think Starbound does a really good job of not just having like weird positions for after getting pushed off the initial line to get value on those off angles, but also I feel like always has like a really good like second location for her TP that can, or for their TP that can find a new position to play, can get that pick, get out, and provide way more value into the late rounds, even sometimes on the retake with that op than most other players end up doing.
It was just so nice to see.
Sorry, you can continue.
No, I want to hear you talk, Emily. Please. You're the smart one here out of us two.
It was just going to be more Starbound Glaze. And to add on to your point, like, yeah, they always had something to follow up with. It was never just a one and done and get pushed off and then that's it. They have sight. Like, they were always going for more whenever they could and taking every opportunity they can to try and get that pick.
Yeah, what a head-to-head as well here between Femboy and Bob, both of whom had such impactful games in this one. 18-16 though for map 1. It does set up a really interesting rest of this series because that is such a big game to lose, right? If you're Blue Otter, if you remember being up 11-4, you let that one slip away, and a game where you had so many opportunities, not just in regulation, but in the overtime as well, to try and win out. To now have to double down and go onto a map where your opponent hasn't even had to show it in Game Changers yet. They have played it in some third-party events, but it is not something you're going to have a huge amount of prep for. And remember, this is elimination on the line for both these teams. For Bob, this could be her last ever game that we see her compete in Valorant, and you would really hate to see the story, not just for her, but for Blue Otter as a whole, to end in this way, in a heartbreaking loss there. They really have to dig deep and try and get this one to map 3.
Oh, why do you have to bring that up? You're hitting me in the feels, Mimi. Come on.
But it's true. You want to see her succeed. You want to see that moment. It's always sad when you can't end it on a bang, end it on a high note, and it's gonna take all the experience, all of the kind of effort they have in them to dig deep and be able to come back from an OT loss like that. That can be so tough to contend with.
At least for Blue Otter going on, because yeah, that bounce back, that'll be a bit of a difficult one, but at least it is going on to their map pick, which I think is going to make this a little bit easier. Emily, this is something that, yeah, they're going to be a little bit more comfortable on. Try and just have that reset, knowing that you were close, but you push WADA to the limit. So I definitely think that, yeah, the mental reset can be tough, but for Blue Otter, I think it's definitely more than capable.
Yeah, I like that we're going to their map pick now. They're going to come in with confidence. Bob is on the ISO. They do run a double duelist. However, one thing that I am concerned about is we haven't seen much footage, if at all, from WADA on Haven. Like, they haven't played it at all this stage. And it's kind of just been their permaban this whole event. So the fact that we're even bringing out a Haven in a match like this, it could go either way.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, Emily, they're choosing to ban that Abyss instead, and kind of in a bit of a pick your poison situation where they either play that where they're not super comfortable and their opponent is good, or they play this map that is also not super high up in their pool. But if there was something to really look positive at for Blue Otter, like you're bringing up that ISO for Bob, I think this is another map where you see how well the chamber plays directly into that ISO, right? The ISO is so good at pushing chamber off those lines. It's part of the reason why you saw in Game 1 Starbound was constantly forced to take those more passive angles, to change up the way that they were playing on that chamber. I expect that kind of mini game to continue, but only more exciting now that it's going to be Bob piloting that agent, if they do stick to the same composition.
And I'm curious for WADA, because yeah, we haven't seen them play Haven within this current iteration of Game Changers, but in their past, it's something that we have seen a little bit more from when they are forced to be going on this map. So I'm curious if it is going to be something a little bit more familiar to us looking at something like this double Sentinel Mimi, or if we are going to see them kind of try and break the mold, considering it is a map that they don't often normally play if they don't have to.
Yeah, I am interested to see it. I don't really expect necessarily to have anything that is crazy new. I do like that that chamber, that Vise comp in principle. I think you're giving up some stuff obviously to play it, but Haven is a map right now where there's a ton of options. You can play the double duelist comps, those work. You can play these double senti comps. The Viper comps have really come back into the fray right now. So after having not played it in GC at all and not even having played it in third parties for a month, I think it's valid to stick to the comp. I think it's valid to change. I think just as a whole, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult on that other side for Blue Water to figure out what their opponent is planning, because there is so little tape and history out there right now.
And for such a pivotal match, I mean, again, that first map was so close, but heading into Haven and heading into our agent select, we'll have to see if Blue Otter is capable of this bounce back. It all starts now. Bob had a great performance the first time, so I'm looking for her to make the impact again here on this ISO. And going into this, Emily, yep, we get to see the double senti go up against this double duelist.
Not only are we seeing a Chamber Vise combo, but bringing in the Asher as well, that's just not something that I thought I'd see. I for sure thought we'd be seeing at least an Omen. I'm just worried that we're gonna lack a little bit of the util for our XX going on the attack side for WADA. I know they're starting on defense and I feel like they won't struggle too much, but the attack is where I'm really concerned. Like, how are we gonna be setting up our Euro and our Chamber on lines? How are we gonna be taking site and pushing through the Cypher util, the Omen smokes, and everything else to come?
Yeah, I think there is going to have to be a big reliance on Femboy's utility, having the only 2 flashes in that comp. Like you're mentioning, giving up the Omen. Losing out on Paranoia is big when you're trying to fight, for example, a lobby control in your defense. That's normally one of your best tools to take that space. You don't have that. So you'll likely see them trying to set up a lot more plays around either just flash dart combos between Femboy and Power Pixel, or off that Astra util for Juna. Either way, this is a comp for both teams where they're going to want to brawl a lot. Blue Water, especially with that Yoru, with that ISO, they're going to want to be fighting together, getting aggressive on this attack side, and also really trying to get the snowball rolling with those 2 duelists' highly impactful ultimates.
It was a map number 1 in the series that went the absolute distance, and Blue Otter have to push this series to a distance as well if they want this opportunity to try and stay alive. Can the comeback start on Haven, or is it WADA to continue on? Time to find out with your casters, Baby Bay and Doug.
Thank you, Sierra. Yeah, that first map went the distance, and then it went the distance some more, and then it continued to go the distance after that. But Dre, there's really no reason to think that that's going to happen again, right? Surely this will have a different story to tell on Haven, no?
I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I would say I think Blue Water are in a tough spot right now.
Yeah.
You know, you just probably should have closed out that first map as we said, right? Like you were up 11, whatever. You could have stacked ults when you were at 12 rounds, and it doesn't go your way. You lose in an excruciating OT, and now you go to your map, which is like, that's a good thing for you. But at the same time, is your mental strong enough to get over what just happened? Like, it hasn't been that long since that first map has been over. Right? I mean, so I think we're gonna find out very, very shortly the state of the mental that Blue Water is at. And I think for WADA, I mean, you have the endurance. Like, you played BO5s all year long. Like, this is nothing for you, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one benefit, the Des was talking about it, I believe it was Emily. Nice shot, nice setup. That's textbook bait. Holy smokes.
It's like a complete anti, you know? Yeah, like, it's just 3 players on B.
Yeah.
Crossfire.
Astralis gets overwhelmed. Defense up in numbers, but the spike should make its way out onto C for free. Harper down to 20 HP. Just a tap of the spike, just a suggestion.
You have to find a kill somewhere. You have to even the score.
Yeah.
But look at how disciplined WADA are playing. There's the paranoia. Now it's obvious.
Frenzy from Femboy causes problems. 2 kills found. Really nice flash. Colby left alone with a classic. Has to grab the spike and the ghost. Nicely done. Sleight of hand there.
Down so low though. Woo. 27 HP.
Got time.
I mean, I'm down for the around the world. Why not?
Me too.
I mean, this is probably the best chance of a round pistol that you're gonna have. Like, all things considered, 27 HP.
30 seconds left.
Now with a little bit more space to work with, you can maybe catch out and isolate one of these members of WADA. Bring it down to a 1v1.
How do you play this? Do you drop that?
Spike planted. Shadows.
Has a smoke? Yeah, that's the smoke I was looking for. Okay.
I think it's just the thing is it's just too early. You gotta hunt. You gotta try to find a pick. Now, to be fair, you do have that second smoke that you can really work around as well. This frenzy though, the frenzy and the Yoru, I get to watch Chogamo do it.
The double face. Yep. Power Pixel cleans that up. Okay, so let's talk about a few things here. We can talk about the setup from B and how that felt like that was telegraph. I mean, that was as smooth of a bait as you could possibly imagine on a pistol.
It was extremely nice. I mean, baiting out the ISO shield as well. I feel like when you see a chamber top B, maybe that's a little sign that, red flag, there could be danger.
Right, something's
maybe someone's
here.
supporting him.
Right.
Yeah, something's going on here. But I mean, walking into that is devastating. I will say this push into spawn, the fact that 2 of those kills in garage window went the way of Blue Water was pretty impressive to me, because that just could have been an outright stomp. Yeah, that paranoia didn't hit a single person, right?
Oh, we're buying. We're buying.
Yeah, I was gonna say though, at least because of the efforts of Colby, you did get that spike money, and you are able to force here. We'll see if WADA are ready for this. I mean, it's only a ghost here for Power, and 5 members running it down.
Power will be first contact as well. There are 5 here. It's
cooked.
just Power. There's the shield.
Yeah, you are cooked. There's no way.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. Lo and behold, once again, just goes to show casters don't know anything. Blue Water able to trade back a couple though, as Juno will ultimately fall.
One enemy remaining.
And it's a 2v2 once more. Very quickly, Vanitas left on an island. Astralis gets 2. The force be damned. WADA win the second round.
And I just have to say now, for all the Blue Water fans in the chat, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for what I just did to your team. Power getting 2 there with a ghost, being crunched by players with, I mean, stingers, full armor, ISO shield, and it's Bob.
Yeah.
Right? You would think that is just GG's. Okay, free A site. And now, like, just to go talk back on the state of the mental for Blue Water, you just lost that round. You're probably gonna get spammed this round.
Yep.
You are just you're devastated. It's
devastating.
hard. It's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard.
No, you're right. And I think one of the conversations we were having, the desk started it, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it as well. Was maybe if Blue Water, obviously, you're feeling kind of poo after that first map, right? And how that one got away from you. But you went into this next map knowing that it's a map that you pick. It's a map that WADA haven't played at all, and maybe you have an advantage going into it, and maybe you have a little shred of hope. But for it to start the way that it has, really just kind of eliminates that right off the bat, no?
Yeah, 100%. This as a player, as an IGL, it just feels like it's just over in a way. I mean, you have to dig deep though, right? This is your tournament life on the line. This is it. If you're ever gonna make a run, this is the map that you have to do it on. You have to bring it to a map 3. But it's just so damn hard when you're getting spammed through a wall like that. You don't even get to play the round in the first place. Yeah. When a player with a ghost is taking out players with full armor and stingers, and it's the only person on site, and you know that. You really need an emotional leader to get you out of something like that. And I'm just not quite sure if Blue Water has that in the bag.
Well, they're going to have to figure it out, and they're going to have to do so sooner rather than later. Because time is dwindling. You take a look at the situation for WADA, they're getting curious, and they're going to want to go exploring down C.
Yeah, good push and pull right now from WADA. Off of that heavy A default, taking the C space. Now you're able to get the line from Starbound. And this trip is kind of passive, so there's a lot of different threat.
You got to smoke out towards garage. They're kind of stuck on the other side of this.
4 members here on the bonus. Everyone coming back after baiting out that garage wall, but they're going to run into 4 players. This is insane. Okay, they actually opt to not go towards C, which is,
30 seconds
I mean,
left.
good for them. No one's playing on the A site. And that trip breaking should be the cue. Okay, we should speed up now. Let's take this A site. Let's get into a good post-plant position.
Yeah.
And yeah, here comes that set utility. They're going to find out there's nothing here. You have to be worried about this flank.
Yeah, and it seems like they are at least a little bit aware of it. Bob's going to be the first one to hold the line. You smoke out towards heaven, and Bob's just down to 10 HP. Vanitas has a really nice flash line up there. We'll buy a little bit of time. I don't know if there's really enough here yet. WADA have the positioning, and they're starting to get some of these picks, and now they can get a little bit more active. Now they can get a little bit more aggressive with how they want to retake the site. But there's still so much work to be done. Bob will fall as well. And Blue Water cannot afford this, man. This is back-breaking. I know it's early, but what a nightmare of a start. Starbound gets 3.
I have to point out Power, the way that Power played that, being the solo person. 4 players were flanking, right? Power was holding in the back B site, slowly creeping up. If you go too early there, you're caught out. Yeah. You have to find like that perfect yin and yang of that. Like, you basically turn into a pseudo lurk, right? And I mean, just played to perfection. Getting 2 there is, it makes the retake just so easy from that point on.
Now we wait.
And now, yeah, you're absolutely right. It really does feel like WADA have a really good chance here to just take this map and run with it.
I mean, they're up 4. Blue Water have had their chances, but it just hasn't gone their way at all. And I don't really know what else they can do about it, to be honest with you.
I don't know. And there was a clone used here on the attacking side from Vanitas, and it does bait out the wall at C, which is good. That prompts a rotate from Power to have to redrone, but now that info is gathered, I guess it's going to be a B plant, and I think this is a good thing to do, you know, when you're on Thrifty Buy. I mean, there's 4 Sheriffs, a Guardian. Try to prod your way into the B site. Yeah. See if you can get anything. I guess this time around, just going to break a trip. But no one from WADA is moving, and this is going to be a blender here in Garage.
Right, this is where the trouble hits again. The TP through, the suck is there. You've got the ult that's been popped as well. Juna trying to drop out from window. Swings out, manages to get the kill, tries to catch a second. A couple of warning shots, but pays for it with their life. And now the Spike is going to try to rotate away. Thinks twice of it, and they're going to end back C.
Yeah, now the retake is going to come through, but there's already a lot of good positioning here on the post plant. Now, you do still have a clone and 2 flashes that you can use here. Looking like WADA are going to just contact all the way out of Garage here, though. Surely you use the clone here, though, and then Vanitas is just in such a bad predicament.
You would think.
There it is.
There's the clone. Power Pixel falls. Starbound able to get 1. But there's still 2 to find. Starbound might pull this off. Health bar so low. Starbound gets 3 and the defuse. Another dagger.
No way that just happened. Bob invests the ISO. I mean, Starbound should have been in the gulag, Doug. But it just barely misses. What a timing. Now you're able to get the chamber up online. You have infinite money in the bag. That crossfire felt like it was gonna be it.
Yeah.
Finally, Blue Water were gonna get 1 round in at least, and the way that Starbound played the 1v1 as well. Just icing on the cake. 5-0 now for WADA, just completely running away with this chamber op in play now. Sitting on that top B.
This is another gun round for them, so maybe there's a chance for them to pull this back off. Vanitas paves the way, rolls out onto the site.
Starbound doesn't care.
Nope. Cheeky little spot there. Tucks back into the TP range and gets the heck out.
All right. Okay, finally a 5v5 post-plant retake. Now, a lot of utility was used from Blue Water there, though.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Maybe that dart can come back online. You do have the Hunter's Fury available as well. It's going to be used proactively, though, so you don't have that for the post plant anymore, and it doesn't connect.
When it rains, they've got to find a way out, man. Bob falls again. Femboy tucked in the corner. The TP out. It is pouring right now. Oh, Blue Water! But Harper injects a little bit of hope.
Is nice now and then.
A spark of something. But Blue Water have to find a way to capitalize.
I mean, if there was ever a way, it's off of a clutch like that. A 1v3 dipping in and out of the Astra Wall. I mean, that was sick. This Astra Wall was so good from WADA to cut off everybody. Make sure they have to push through the wall, but what a timing that was found. I don't blame Starbound at all for what just happened. Normally, when you're that operator player, you are the one in those 2v1s that's supposed to get on the spike. But Juna just wanting to get a smoke down on the spike itself was what ultimately allowed Blue Otter to get on the scoreboard.
Right.
So now maybe this is enough confidence for Blue Otter to get some momentum back in their favor. Maybe that's the spark they needed.
I would have loved a slightly different look at the beginning of this round, given some of how really this half is gone.
Yeah.
But alas, for Blue Water, they're slow with it again, rotating back towards A. So I have to see some of this.
Red.
Yeah, the Astra utility just went down on site too. They know.
Yeah. You have a reposition as well for Femboy into hell. TP out. Yep.
No just way like that, Vanitas gets dropped, assassination style. You wouldn't think it, but there it is. And it's going to require heroics again on site, and this time it's snuffed out before it even really leaves the starting block.
Yeah, and this is the power of the Astra on this map, that WADA run. You could play stars from anywhere, right? That's the whole, that's Astra's whole shtick, right? You could be anywhere on the map and help your team out supportively. I mean, you add a suck on top of that, and then also the Vise utility that can stall. The threat of the operator, it feels like no lane is easy to hit. And Blue Water, I mean, they are doing a good job of breaking like at least the Vise wall out, and maybe some of the utility in Garage. But if you really go towards that A side, it just feels so hard. I mean, you could do a cross map Thorn. There's a Yoru there that's just TPing around, baiting out utility before you can even use it to get into the site. It's just so hard to attack. And it's not like you can, use your ISO to hit an Astra so that can't happen and, smokes can't come down. Because the Astra's just going to be playing completely out of sight.
Right, right.
So there's always going to be something that you have to deal with. And the map is just too big. Also, WADA have a lot of experience playing against this composition specifically. I mean, all year long, they've been playing teams that run the ISO Yoru. So it's not like they don't know how to play against it. They have already set protocols to deal with whatever open is thrown. I mean, you even saw in that bonus round when it was, 3-0? Okay, if this team likes to A open, we're going to push all the way down C if we have 3 people there. These are all things that come to you with reps.
Yeah. Got a cheeky little tech pause there, but I am being told that it's been fixed, and now we're heading straight into a timeout. Dre was offering such riveting analytical content that you guys probably didn't even realize that there was a tech pause. Now he's going to have to continue it because now there's an actual timeout. But you got through the first part. Great. You're up to bat again, though, brother.
Hey, all good. I mean, this round, it's just all heroics right now. Bob has a Vandal, light armor. You just got to go for broke here. I don't know how you're going to set it up. I feel like if you're Blue Water, you should probably do a little bit more work towards B, which I know is kind of like, it's so damning though, because when you start off the map, there's a 3-person like setup there. But you kind of have to brush that aside. You have to be willing to dabble in that B once again. And the reason why I say that is because when we saw on the eco round, when that Omen smoke was put up, there was actually nobody from WADA on B site. So it's like just on rounds like this, when you're not favored to win, take the extra chance. Understand that you're not even supposed to win this round on paper.
Sure.
Go for it. Why not go for the plant where maybe these sheriffs can get a one-shot headshot, or Bob can work the Vandal. Instead, it's just going to be a slow approach. Jump spot into short A, I just saw, to set up Bob to maybe get a pick with this gun. They really think this op is at A short right now, or they're expecting some kind of Yoru timing peak.
The spike is still just, yeah, I mean, the spike is still just sitting back in spawn. Not fully committing out onto anything yet. Now scoop back up. June is getting curious
on the Astra. Yeah. Well, that's info gathered though for the defensive side. Now you know where the ISO is as well. That prompted the Yoru TP, and now there's 3 players towards this A side of the map. So good manipulation of the defense for Blue Otter, but you still have to get through this Vice utility. That flash could be deadly.
They're playing up close.
30 seconds left.
Deciding to push all the way out now. The paranoia will at least pave the way. Not really finding a target, but the spam through from Charlotte does. And sometimes when you're playing like this and when everything is going your way, it really is just that simple.
Yeah, and now you just play the numbers game, right? 5v4 at this point. And what do Blue Otter do in the post plants? They get active, Doug.
Yep. Not satisfied with just hanging on to the advantage that they have. They take everything they possibly can away, and that's exactly what you're seeing out from WADA. Power's able to get a couple kills there. Femboy cleans it up. WADA get to 7. And this feels borderline out of reach.
Yeah, it feels like WADA are on a different level right now against Blue Otter. And I don't know if it's because of, you know, the momentum from the comeback, or if it's because of Blue Otter's mental of, you know, just being crushed after what should have been maybe a map win.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's a combination of both. But either way, it's just not looking good for Blue Otter. And
now we wait.
If they could string along these last 4 rounds, I will believe. I will. I just don't see it happening.
And it just already. It's going from bad to worse. Harper gets picked off as soon as the round starts.
Another spam kill. You know the op is at A, but it's already drifted towards B. So now if you contact, you're just gonna get opt.
Right.
Yeah, this is a clinical defense from WADA.
So close.
There's that contact. There's that op kill. Starbound fully in play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spike down mid.
And this is unfortunately a gun round too. So if you consider this for Blue Otter, the fact that this was their rifle round, immediately get picked at the beginning of the round, you feel like you're on your back foot. And as a player, this feels miserable if you're Blue Otter.
I have the spike.
Yeah. It feels like there's nothing that you're doing that is working. And even when you've had some good rounds, guys, I'm not going to sit here and act like, you know, Blue Otter didn't have a couple chances. You know, they had the 2v1 that they could have won, and that still doesn't go your way. Right. It just makes the feeling just that much worse. And for it to be, you know, your potential last map of the year, you think back on all the scrims you played, on all the matches you've played, and you're just like, oh, it was all for naught.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it feels bad for sure. But we've seen sillier things in the past. We've seen wilder comebacks before, and so if you're Blue Otter, you continue to play through and see if you can pull off a little magic. I think if we learned anything over professional Valorant just in the last month or so, is that this game is incredibly momentum based, and anybody can pull off something like this.
Hey, another insane round win, right? It was the first round win for Blue Otter was a 1v3. This time, I think that was a 2v5 or 2v4.
Yeah.
These are ridiculous rounds that Blue Otter are winning. If they can string along these last 3 rounds and make it a 7-5 half, I genuinely will believe. I will. The problem is can you win rounds without pulling off heroics like this? And that's what we need to see if they want to make it a 7-5.
Yeah.
This is going to be a big test round right here.
Yeah, finances are kind of slowly starting to come back together, and maybe there's a shot at rattling off a couple of rounds. Ults may be in your favor as well. I mean, there is a path to this.
It all starts right here.
Execute, yeah.
Drone and Garage should see that buy as well. Nice bait out of utility. But honestly, WADA have been comfortable with letting Blue Water bait this utility out, this Sentinel util. They don't mind at all. They like to play the layers in the actual back of site. Let's see if WADA can handle this hit this time. It looks like they're maybe going to go for a garage re-clear, both from spawn.
Smoke out towards spawn, the TP back site.
Destabilizing. This is a retake for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And the truth is, they have the tools to do it. They have the Yorul, and then they have a Soul Bullet. We've seen how devastating of a combo that can be. Or Femboy just gets two by themselves, and then you don't really need to invest any of those
use
things.
anything, yeah.
That's that. Yeah. Femboy still using the ult. Popping out, getting 3, make that 4. As WADA will get up to 8.
I mean, we're sitting here just yapping away, and Femboy's just going on the greatest flank of all time from B, wrapping garage. Blue Water were just not ready for that wraparound whatsoever, and all that needed to be invested was that Yoru ultimate. And I don't actually mind that, because you just lost a 2v4. All right, let's invest it this time. Let's at least know where these players are, and just secure this round win. Let's not give Blue Water an inch. A quick answer back, and the economy is now destroyed. You still have Sova ultimate to use. You still have that Vi's ultimate to use. And look at this. This is looking like that bonus round where it was 4C. Yeah. Expecting that C rush. Maybe expecting Blue Water to just like tilt run it down.
But this time they aren't fully committing to the flank. They're actually rotating through their own spawn.
Yeah, they just decide to get the op posted on that line. Just hold. Oh, here we go. Maybe a bit of a rotate. No, the op still stays.
Meanwhile, the spike seems to lean towards C. You've got a little bit of noise being made A.
No way.
Well, there's one duelist being plucked out. There's still another one there. The drone will not spot them. But even with that, you just saw the wall go up garage, and I think that tells you plenty.
Yeah, this is all fake at A right now. Yeah. But I mean, even so, they're so comfortable just playing this 2-player setup at A site because they have the Astra that can help them from across the map. Trip finally broken at B, so now that prompts a response from the players at A. Okay, let's go re-clear this.
The problem is, even in the face of that, they're pushing into 3 on site. They just saw the Sova.
Yeah.
The dart goes out. Yeah, but Juna gets the kill anyway. And the spike is out of reach.
Such a good setup from WADA.
Yeah. This is a gorgeous defensive half on Haven, man. It's really hard to look at this and identify, I mean, what are some of the changes that Blue Water need to make in order to pull this thing back?
There's just so much defensive utility that you have to deal with. Like, even if you break all this utility, like, even if you break some of it, it just feels like it's never ending. There's just layers and layers and layers. The only rounds that you didn't have to deal with any of that were when WADA were already playing, like, a retake A, which was, like, 2 rounds. But, I mean, even then, they have the Astra Wall. I mean, just now, like, now we have Hunter's Fury available. We have the ISO ultimate available as well for Blue Water. You have to use these and you have to convert this round.
The problem, my concern is, if WADA are in a position where they can play really both approaches with the tools that they have. They can continue to fight for site like they have been. They have 2 really big ults for retakes if they want to lean into that as well and just give up the site. There's a lot that they have here. Harper looking to get a tag. We'll find it onto a Charles, and that's one of the big ults down and off the board for the rest of the half. So there's a window here.
That is a massive pick. You cannot give any free kills back to WADA here.
There's the other.
Oh.
Bob looking to find something. Juna waiting in window.
It's you and me.
Juna now dead in window. And now the ISO ult has been used. Bob looking to pick a fight with Femboy. Will find it and win it.
One enemy remaining.
And all of a sudden, they're going to be able to pull this round off. A flawless round to get Blue Water to 3, but Dre, is it too little too late?
Switching sides.
I feel like you're hoping for the 9-3 curse here, Doug. If I'm just being genuine. You're hoping for for the Valorant the Valorant lore to come in your favor. Because the way that WADA are playing, like, first of all, individually, right? Starbound is popping off with that operator who had a rough start on that Lotus defense. And you have Femboy doing just ridiculous aggressive plays, but look at Power. 13 and 6 on the initiator. When a Sova player is doing stuff like this and getting the Hunter's Fury up so often, it really feels like they control the entire like map. Because they're getting all the info, they're feeding it, making good calls, and on top of that, just bodying you. Yeah, that is extremely hard to play against.
Yeah, it feels out of reach for sure. I think the other thing to remember here as we continue to pile on the doom and gloom is this map is historically attack sided. And now it's WADA who are on the attack side.
Yep.
But we'll see. We'll see what Blue Water can do here. They're quick to the rotate back towards A, which is exactly where the spike is headed. Three here make that 4, and that's an opening pick. Starbound on the trade, though, continuing to cause problems with the Chamber.
Teleport's ready.
I swear, Starbound makes it look like Chamber was never nerfed. I don't understand how they do it, but Power Pixel continuing to farm. You talked about the value of the Sova.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like... it seems like the value is agnostic of side.
Yeah, that was with the Thorn actually being missed on the execute. Had that Thorn landed, there's no actual flood coming out whatsoever.
Right.
Like Bob doesn't even get an opportunity to get a kill there because you're just locked out. And that's when this composition thrives even more, because then you have the Astra pull for, a spike if you want to play out.
Right.
You have even more Sentinel utility. You could really tax the enemy. Obviously, this all came down to a lot of gunfights coming out of spawn, but
yeah, but something to keep in mind for sure. Yeah,
definitely keep in mind. Now
so
we get to see the Outlaw, bro. We get to see the Outlaw out of WADA. Gun is obviously OP. I was abusing this gun for sure when I was playing the Chamber.
I mean, I think too, if WADA are able to get through this pretty cleanly, which because of the weapon you just mentioned and really everything else that's gone on, they should be able to. WADA will get to 11. And then it's going to be on Blue Water to pull off an 11-3 comeback.
An even greater comeback than what WADA pulled off.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta say though, if there was ever a way to do it.
Yeah.
If there was ever a way to do it.
You got 3 here. Actually, you've got all 5 here.
Mm-hmm.
Blue Water have picked the right site.
Just can't peek too early.
Here.
You cannot overextend. Look at Starbound.
Not a single sound.
Oh no way.
Here.
That's one that you kind of got to pull off, and Starbound faced Flash still gets a kill. Well, there was a lot of build-up and a lot of anticipation, and it still resulted in the same outcome. 11-3, the way of WADA. Blue Water, to save their season, need to win this round.
I'm wondering if Starbound saw Colby a little bit earlier there. Maybe when we weren't observing. Because we saw the ping come out, and I think at that point, if you see an Omen at that specific spot at the top of A short, there's probably something going on here, and someone's probably close to the bait setup, especially on a thrift, on like an eco. So I think WADA played that very well, and they had a good understanding of what was in front of them. ISO shield popped already, and what's interesting here is that TP wasn't used.
Yeah. They were really aggressive towards this A main. I mean, they fought all the way down A main, TP'd out, and so Vanitas is now back in their spawn, but they're still getting the picks on site.
Yo, saw that Power just running out as Sova with a Sheriff.
Yeah, entry Sova.
That is diabolical, man.
Yeah, that's the new tag, man.
That is the new tag.
That Paranoia will buy a little bit of space. But once again, WADA find themselves down in guns, but up in numbers. Bob has to find a way through here. Starbound falls, but Harper traded back, and Colby... WADA can do no wrong.
No wrong at all.
This
Yeah.
A slaughter.
Circle back to those talks about the mental. And it definitely, that last map definitely got to Blue Water.
You would think,
and
yeah.
WADA, yeah, and WADA, you got to give it to him. It's really impressive. The endurance that they showed, the grit that they showed on that last map, and to come here and have such a dominant showing on this one, you're able to build up some confidence going into that next round and hopefully get that rematch. Well, we don't know yet if it's going to be a rematch, but
right.
Hopefully be put in a spot where you can compete with YFP for that point or win the whole thing.
Yeah. Because for a team like WADA, I mean, that is the goal, right?
Yeah.
The goal is to make it to Seoul, to make it to champs. And with a performance like this, you understand why. This is much more fitting of the team that I think we have been watching, and the team we come to expect here.
Yeah, and Powers is a player that I talk to quite a bit in terms of game theory and whatnot, but also on a personal level. And Power was telling me about how, you know, it would be cool to make it to Seoul as one of the only unsigned teams, and that was extremely important to them.
Yeah.
What story that would be?
They're knocking at the door of besting Blue Water and continuing to go here. They've gotten out onto the site. 1 round away from closing this thing out. The Hunter Fury invested from Harper. And it's just going to miss. It's just wide right. It's just off the mark. And so now they don't have that tool to fully commit onto. Yeah, you're more than happy to delay the play here. Juna trying to creep up. Bob is there to greet. A little bit of a misstep and a misplay there. But Blue Water, I feel like this might be the first time I've been able to say this all map. They're up in numbers. They have a numbers advantage. Got to find a way to convert, though. Power Pixel falls. 4v2 out onto the site. Starbound updated with fine lethality there. As Astralis gets caught. A little awkward and a little disjointed. But that's Starbound with 1. There's the tap. Bob gets the kill, and Blue Otter live to fight another day.
Yeah, hanging on by a thread. But that was a lot of damage done. Not sure what the buy is really going to look like for Colby and Benitez. Not sure, maybe somebody has enough money to buy them up. No, it's just going to be a Guardian there. And an attack operator bought for Starbound. Because of winning those 3 rounds in a row. And for Blue Water, you got to be careful. You got to be wary. You should know that Starbound likes to buy that attack operator quite a bit.
Yeah.
So you don't want to go for a little bit too aggressive of jiggles and peaks. And that kind of plays in the benefit for these double senti comps as well, because if you give that free space up, that's when you get locked out of sight.
Right. Yep.
Oh, almost TPing out of that.
Yeah. Quick pick. Femboy gets caught. There's the fight. Drops the cage. Not able to find the kill. Bob's steady with those. I mean, for as much as Blue Water have not had much to write home about, Bob tends to win those fights.
Thorns down.
But again, WADA find themselves down in numbers, pushing out onto C, looking to try to get the spike down, and crossing every T and dotting every die and clearing all utility on site before they fully send it.
Taking some space in the garage as well. Australis does have that Vice ultimate. Is it going to be invested right now? Alpha contact from Juna. Not used yet. At what point do you pull the trigger on this?
Juna takes a step back, not fully committing to it, but Blue Water get a couple of picks, and all of a sudden, Starbound again is left alone. Gets dropped. Bob gets 3. Blue Water get another round, and they're still in it.
And now you get to upgrade to an operator as well, or your defensive side. So the money should be looking a little bit dodgy now for WADA. It should be a bit of a thrifty buy, I would assume.
Right.
I don't think it's going to be a full buy into this one. And yeah, here come the timeouts. So WADA still has another timeout after this. And this one is really a moment of, okay, we have this insane lead. We're confident in our play. We know that Blue Water have been winning a lot of these set retakes. So maybe we can either one, like tax a little bit forward and then fall all the way back and play the spike, or get a little bit active with this Vice ultimate when the retake's actually coming through. You know, you have a lot of options here. And if I was King Fred right now, that's what I would be calling. Right. Identifying the way that Blue Water have been winning some of these retakes. Because it's looked the same in the last 2 rounds, right? And just anteing it. Now, are Blue Water experienced enough? Do they have the game IQ to be able to read into that and play a little bit more in the sites and play a little bit more disruptive, not give all that free space? That's something we're gonna have to find out.
My guess is we will find out. You see the spike already leaning towards C. And so yeah, there's a really good chance that that is the arena where we see round 18 settle.
Check your
But for now, look at Blue Otter's positioning on the minimap. This is a bit aggressive.
Yeah, a lot shown here.
Yeah.
Double tap used, ISO vulnerable used as well, but all this space has been claimed. Should be obvious here pretty soon that this is a retake C setup for WADA. The problem is you don't want to run into that op.
Right.
They know that operator got picked up, but they don't know where it is quite yet. Power does have a drone. You're gonna have to try to use that drone to hopefully find out where Vanitas is playing. Instead,
they found the op. Yep.
Cutting through.
Yeah. And it wasn't even a swing. Like Power Pixel's pixel was out of place.
Yeah.
And so now the op freezes.
Stopping fire.
And Bob gives this line up. That's going to allow WADA a little bit more room to breathe here.
Yeah, they are picking the right place to go right now, but Vanitas connects again.
Yeah, I think that op makes a massive difference. They're ahead of the smoke. They're going to try to fly out onto the side anyway. Charlotte's committing to getting the spike down. And Vanitas pops the ult here.
Stealing sight.
Now it's getting a little bit dicey. Commit in the back sight. What is this?
They might pull this off. Oh my gosh, it's down to a 1v1. Harper to keep the season alive. And Juna to qualify, and Harper stands strong.
That was a very ambitious commit on the Yoru ultimate. I mean, I understand why it was used early on, because Vanitas was kind of in between, you know, being in the smoke and wanting to get out. Yeah. So you can use it for survival. But the commit on the back site, yeah, that's the ambitious part, right? But I get it, you know, but Vanitas got 2, you know, you're feeling it. And I appreciate the confidence, honestly. At least you're not playing to lose. And that's what you need. You have to make plays. You have to be willing to take risks, even if it's not favorable for you. If you want to make a comeback like this against WADA.
There's that op back in play. And once again, like they have the last couple of rounds, Blue Water lay claim to A main.
Here.
Yeah, but WADA sitting all the way behind this. You gotta be careful on that re-swing. Bob is lucky to survive. It's her life there. Okay, all info gathered. I think that's 5 players seen.
What? Starbound still getting the pick onto Harper.
Yeah.
And so now it's WADA who are up in numbers.
Exactly. The map is just WADA's to play around with right now.
Oh, and this cosmic divide is so good. I mean, you even see on the minimap, Colby has to step in front of it and face check a smoke to confirm that there's no one headed C. You already had A covered, but that's what it ended in, on either B or C. They commit to getting the spike down B, and you're forced to sit back and wait.
Yeah, you have that Astra pull to deal with that tap, but this retake is coming in way too late.
You got to make a play. Colby TP's across the wall.
Yeah, Omen TP not heard.
Now you've got the Vice ult that's used. Remember, for WADA here, avoiding elimination, looking to keep their lower bracket run alive. Hopes for Seoul still in play. Meanwhile, for Blue Water, a desperate attempt to extend this series, just to extend the map, to extend their year. And it falls into a 2v2, but time is so short. Colby's got 4 on the round, but it might not be enough. The ace, no, forget it. It wasn't even that. The Red Bull clutch wanted us survive.
Yeah, not only did they survive, but I mean, they came into this match with the pressure of being the favorites in elimination play, and I mean, they didn't just handle it, but they did thrive in it. I mean, that comeback on that first map was insane. But the clinical haven that we just witnessed is just an amazing feat from WADA.
Yeah, I mean, the stars had to align. Mercury had to be in Gatorade. Like, everything had to happen perfectly for that comeback to happen, because the deficit that Blue Water was staring up at the very beginning, it was too much. It was insurmountable at that point, and I think it was a hole that was too deep, Dre. It was too deep.
Yeah, WADA showed a lot of good control, a lot of good composure, and confidence on that last map, man. I was very impressed. I have to say that, and I think every team watching that matchup and the grit that WADA showed knows that they can make a real run here, and they are not ones to be trifled with.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of people, we talked about it at the beginning, who had WADA. They were favored heading into this series, and there was a little cause for pause, if you will, as we saw Lotus play out. But for them, it was never even close. So we're going to throw it to a very quick break, and then we're going to have the deaths, we're going to have the interview, we're going to have all sorts of fun on the other side of this. We'll be right back.
And with a 2-0 victory it's going to be none other than WADA to keep moving along within this lower bracket, eliminating Blue Otter from the main event. I mean, Emily, coming off of that very first map in the series, the 5-round of overtime, was curious on how this Haven was going to be shaking up, but WADA, they've been one of the top teams that we've talked about for a reason and really showcasing it there to close it out.
Yeah, and especially after, like, for Blue Otter, losing a map that you had in the bag is just such a hard thing to jump back into going into map 2. Whereas if roles were reversed and Blue Otter ended up winning that, for WADA, it's like, okay, we should have won that anyways, but we got it close. But unfortunately, it did not go that way. And you can tell in this map, Blue Otter kind of did lose their stamina going into it. Like you were talking about before, maybe, like, the mental toll that a match like that first one takes, like that first map did take on Blue Otter, it's a really hard thing to jump back into.
Hello.
Have you been muted?
I might be trolling a little bit today. Hello, dear viewers.
Yeah, welcome back.
I hope you enjoyed looking at that. I hope you enjoyed looking at that screen.
Spitty now over here.
Yeah, I was saying something impactful. Hello, viewers. What I was trying to say to you was that after a series like that, which is really so back and forth in the overtime with having to put all your energy into getting that OT win across the board, it then becomes such a just such a motivator to go into a map 3 like this and absolutely roll. This is a map that wasn't super high up in their map pool. They haven't played a ton of it in GC, but they showed up and just looked fantastic. This is a WADA who is making up for the errors of that upper bracket of losing out early on there. So just really excited to see them close out in this fashion dominantly and look like the force that we know they are going into the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, and I love that call out, like, Emily, that force that we know they are, because after the first map, being so close, like, yeah, there's the questions, but really a whole team effort here to be able to close this out.
Yeah, I feel like there was no MVP on the side of WADA. It was their whole team that ultimately performed and outperformed Blue Otter. And Blue Otter was trying everything, and I mean everything, to win rounds on the attacking half. And I think we have some clips to actually show that. But it felt like no matter what they did, they just struggled. Whether, you know, they ended up taking site and lost on the retake because WADA just overpowered them, or whether they're trying to exec, but unfortunately they could not get anything going. And got shut down while execing. And then even when they tried defaulting, they just got picked apart. It felt like no matter what they tried, WADA had something to answer for them. And it just kind of fell apart. And the rounds that they even did win, they were rounds that they shouldn't have won, technically. Like, it was an insane 1v3 through an Ash wall, then into a 2v4 where they just won their gunfight somehow, and WADA wasn't ready. It was just, like, nothing was working for them. They were grasping at straws, it felt like.
Yeah, and you look at that, and it's such a different style of play as well for WADA between map 1 and 2, but they looked so great on both of those. I just love the resiliency in this team. You think about how much they've had to kind of work for throughout this year, being the third team, not really having that, like, organization, the same level of support as a lot of other teams that have been in their position in the past half, but they've really stuck to their guns. They look so good. They're playing this unique style of the chamber on almost every map that no one else is. They're going down big time in a game like this to start coming back, then dominating on the next map, really making up for every error they've made in the past. And now I think a huge opportunity for them to stay alive here, to try and keep pushing and have that chance to maybe go to the finals, go to the LCQ, or even get that spot straight into champs if they can go all the way on this run.
I mean, as well, looking back at this, for WADA to be in the lower bracket came as a shock and serious implications in terms of, I mean, this would have been the end of championship. This would have been the last chance for the last chance qualifier. So to see this win and being able to close out the second map in such a strong fashion, I think bodes really well for the team. And now for a Verizon post-match interview, we have PowerPixel on the line to chat a little bit more about that victory. First off, big congratulations there. The lower bracket dream stays alive. We got to talk about that first map, though. 5 rounds of overtime. I want to know your expectations going into this match, and then how to close out such a crazy game.
I think a very big thing about WADA that I've always enjoyed is the fact that every round is winnable, and we kind of saw that on Lotus especially, because even if we were on the back pedal losing both pistols, we still ended up making our ecos and rifle rounds look extremely winnable on both ends, which was extremely nice. But I think the big thing was the fact that everyone knew that we were doing the right steps. It's just that they knew to like trust each other and just know the fact that we will come back, we will win, we are making the right steps, we're going the right direction, we just need to trust each other and we will see it out. And I think really big thanks to everybody, and I'm so sorry to everyone who's watching and rooting for us because oh my god, that must have been stressful.
It's content. It's entertaining. We wanted to see WADA come out to play. We got to see like 34 rounds of it. But you're apologizing for putting everyone on the edge of their seats. But then you go into the second map of the series, Blue Water's map pick. You're coming off of 5 rounds of overtime to close out, but then you get such a strong start. Was it just that momentum, that continuation of trust the teammates, this is winnable? Or how do you like reset and hit that second map after such an intense first map?
I think going to the second map, it goes into what I was talking about, where it's like, step by step, guys, we will make it further and further. We are constantly improving. We will move forward no matter what, and that culminated into the second map. I know the second half was a little bit dicey, but the first half, I felt pretty confident on with everybody. Everyone trusting my calls, and not only that, trusting themselves on where they want to play, how I want to play off of you, stuff like that, right? Because I felt that on defense, especially where people are playing trap setups, crossfires, and everything together. And there was no hesitation about it, which is really nice going in from Lotus into Haven.
And now we got to see WADA take a nice 2-0 victory. You're still alive in this lower bracket. I want to talk about this run that you have ahead of you, because I think we were a little surprised to see you knock down into this lower bracket, especially with, of course, you and YFP being very close in points. Did it add extra pressure going in today? Do you feel that pressure, or is it still just that trust in your team that you're just not worried about what's ahead?
I think we all talked about it yesterday, where we actually did feel like pressured going into upper bracket, like the uppers match against YFP. But today it actually felt different. Like there's no safety net or anything like that, and weirdly enough, that's very comforting for us. We're actually very comfortable with not having the safety net there, and I really do hope that we can make the lowers run, because I would like a rematch. I want a best of 5. I want to see them in lower finals or our grand finals, anywhere they are. And props to them, because they did a great job in their match. And I really do want to see what it would look like if we had a rematch again. Where both teams specifically, there's nothing in our chest, there's nothing, there's no hesitation, it's both confident. I think that's what both the fans and YFP and what we want as well.
I mean, I'll speak for the desk here and say we also want to see that rematch. So best of luck in this next match to make that happen. Howard, thank you so much for chatting. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. The WADA win at the end. I mean, Mimi, to hear about the confidence, everything else, also just the lack of safety net being comforting. I didn't expect those words, but I love that, especially too, since, yeah, there is no more safety net for WADA, but being able to thrive in that pressure is really nice to see, and I'm excited to see this run continue.
Yeah, I love this team. They are very good in these kind of moments. They have players who have been there before, have went on runs to make it to Game Changers Champs in the past. And I feel like with that combined with just the time that they've been together, this roster has been competing as this core for quite a minute. It just builds that kind of security that even in these high pressure situations, they're so good at staying together, at staying just focused on the goal and managing to continue this lower bracket run that they've started.
Yeah, I just really love hearing that they feel no pressure, even though that they're in the lower bracket now. Like, you can kind of tell with the way that they played against YFP versus the way that they played against Blue today. There's a really big difference where in YFP, they had the safety net and it felt like they were playing to not lose, where here you could like clearly tell that they were playing to win, and it showed, and they ended up getting that win over Blue. It was just really awesome to see like the different styles, I guess, going from match to match.
Yeah, and looking at this team as well, I mean, PowerPixel is talking about wanting that rematch going up against YFP, but they still have Kiri to get past first. Kiri, I mean, that was a fantastic victory that we saw earlier on in the day here, maybe going up against 100 Thieves. And of course, for YFP, I mean, we're still expecting SRG to be just kind of the favorites going into this, but YFP and the performance they put up so far, I mean, I wouldn't be too quick to count out YFP not actually just securing a spot. This is a really exciting bracket.
Still, it is Shopify. I think that they are pretty unlikely to win there. But even if they can't and are sent down to lower bracket, I think that no matter how this one pans out, we're set up for a really exciting lower round there. There's going to be big implications for a team like Kiri. They don't have enough points to make it on their own merit. They would have to go into that finals and actually win it if they wanted a slot in the championship. But for the other two teams, if either of them makes it down below, obviously assuming that Shopify would end up winning, they're in a position where they have 8 and 9 points respectively, where a win in that lower final would mean qualification to the LCQ. But that's even me discounting the chance of YFP doing something incredible. They've already pulled off a big upset. Still excited to watch that game and just see how good YFP really is, and if they have more left in the tank after the win over WADA.
I mean, it's Valorant Game Changers. Anything can happen, and I'm so excited to see how this bracket is going to be shaking up. Unfortunately, that is it for us today, though. Thank you all so much for tuning in, everyone for their hard work, and the players for putting on an absolute spectacle. Make sure to be tuning in tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, for some more Game Changer action. But until then, have a great night. Take care, everyone.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness.
It's like a crazy experience. We're making history.
It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
It's you.
One enemy remaining. Remaining.
Sleep, brother.
One enemy remaining.